Yes, 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 yes. Big up everybody in the building. Come on. Yes. The big
Big
Saturday
up,
stream.
Sniper.
Come on.
Sniper,
Big up Randy.
Let's
Come on. Let's do this.
Let's
Yeah,
get the
you need to turn that off.
Edu-tainment started.
Come on. Let's get the yeah, you might have to mute your YouTube in the background. I think it's
Yeah, yeah, I've got loads of YouTube. All right, that's better. That's better.
Come on.
Good now. Let's get the Edu-tainment started.
Let's get it started, man. We're starting. You know what I mean? Old school hits. Let's go.
Let's go.
Come on. What?
Round of applause for the sexy F.T.K, our Turkish princess. Woo! Absolutely lovely, absolutely golden. Check the vocal tone. It's the sound of the city. It's the sound of the city. It's the sound of the city. It's the sound of the. It's the sound. Welcome to the city of gods, the demi-type. Welcome to the soil of kings for Canaanite. Super eagles in full flight, searching for hype. Hustle hard through the day, spend money through the night. White cats and brown cats unite for smack pipes. United colored addiction got my people living blind. Shot of evil, get eaten, no love up in these your times. You wash us willy-nilly, no signs, respecting life. Fuck a trident, my idols, get guns on the silence. Sell keys and lady for diamonds, shed no love on this island. Let them steam through hard rhyming. Smoking rising, keeps us smiling. Now real G's are recognizing that King who's got them blinded. What do I do? How do I move? When tribal wars are on the horizon, I made my father work too hard to slip off road and act misguided. I'm Nubian minded, check out my skin lining. It's double. I can't believe that these streets have got my people living weak. 48 pounds a week means we hardly ever eat. Kids are crying in the streets, hunger pains that make you weak. Some munch 1 meal a day, free school dinners are the peak. Money makers chasing paper, stacking dough but never sleep. 9 to 5ers work the system, pay their taxes, roll the street. Rebellious mind seek, revenge is God's belief, so love and peace. We got West attacking South and North attacking East. Now that's the signs of my street. Cause some kids watch those windscreens, they need to make ends meet. Party shop book TVs, they work on the next man's green. At the home of all the soldiers, hope you can rest in peace. My queen stay keen, make queens through mean schemes. Blue teams intervene, I get lost and miss this team. We take what we need and sell what some leave. Come get down with the sounds of my streets.
Get down with it. The sound of it. It's the sound of the. Come on. And you like the. It's the sound of the. Do you like that? It's the sound of the.
Where the sun don't shine. Let me introduce you to the home of organized crime. It's a waste of time trying to find peace of mind. Cause if you haven't got a hustle, then you haven't got a life. Some guys smoke pipes, get high in bad times. Some nights those same guys have big barks and small bite. Show fear and they'll try, stand firm and they'll blind. It's a Bible of the pit, it's inside of the grind. Take time to check the sight, bright light just might excite. Don't get lost in the hype, our city's really alright. You can live life nice, if you can live life right. Hang around like stalagmite and check out our nightlife. Ravens raving, catching bites, pub crawlers catching bites. Lovers holding hands tight in the breeze of the night. Sexy ladies walking style while their men walking stripes. I thank God for providing these heights. God, ain't that right?
The sound of it. It's the sound of the. Come on. It's the sound of the.
Absolutely lovely. Absolutely golden.
It's the sound of the.
Got fresh down to the
Get
city.
down with it. Bad boy tunes. Come on. Big up, everybody. Hit the like button on your way in.
Do you really wanna funk with us? Say who? You don't really wanna funk with us. Say what? Do you really wanna funk with us? Say who? You don't really wanna funk with us. Say what? Do you really wanna funk with us? Say who? You don't really wanna funk with us. Like what? Do you really wanna funk with us?
Let's go.
Do you really
Wanna funk with us?
You don't really wanna funk with
I
us.
rest the
Like who?
record.
Do you really wanna funk with us?
Listen,
Like what? You don't really wanna funk with us. Like who? Do you really wanna funk with us? Like what? You don't really wanna funk with us. Like who? Do you really wanna funk with us?
Where's the realness? Real soldier, real paper chaser, real cheddar getter. Niggas talk about they wanna get her, they wanna set a set of what set of this. Send me to your chest, chrome to your dome, metal to your head. And the wig, we fucking split her, cause where we're from, big gritty and grimy and slimy. London, the dungeons, dragons be slaying, masons be jailing, yo, net will be looming. Fakers be running, snitches be hiding, yo, London we're coming. Grimy to the finest, oh yes, your highness, oh no, your lowness. Wearing crimes with fucking diamonds, diamonds in my sleeve, bloodline on them. Hell no, I refuse to lose, refuse to give in, gotta get crowned. I'm a king, she's a queen. What happened? We got the steed sold like the swine, dirty fucking pig, stolen to the grind. So now we're living a life of crime, with all knowledge of realness and beingness and race. How we gonna survive this? You stole my identity 4,000 years ago, now I'm stealing your gun hate, cause I'm Bushman the Great, my bloodline you hate. Your account will be fucking 8419 it, I'm gone. Just taking back what is owed to me. So lost nigga better wisen up and get your brains back. Have each other's back. Stop the fake shit, stop all the racking and tearing. Stop all the shooting and stabbing. Stop all the cracking and smoking. Stop all the harassment from popo. Stop all the batty from fucking. Stop all the pedo from filing. Take up your guns, we'll be soldiers. Yeah, we're taking over. Taking over.
Do you
really wanna funk with us?
You don't really wanna funk with us. Say what? Do you really wanna funk with us? Say who? You don't really wanna funk with us. Say what? Do you really wanna funk with us? Like who? Do you really wanna funk with us? Like who? Do you really wanna funk with us? Like who? You don't really wanna funk with us. Come on, who the hell are you talking to? Acting like you wanna come round here and tax me like the inland revenue. Boy, you're a fool. You better mind that, man. Go back to school, cause it ain't no joke. Man will get provoked, boys will get poked, slapped in their faces. I don't give a damn, you might think you're racist. You step up to this nigga, nigga get popped. This is how we stop. I don't care if you really wanna get cause girls will get I like the way they break it. Like the way they're shaking when your titties start shaking. Eyes dilating, yeah, I just slide in. Get the number, then I'm out again. Oh, what you under, yeah, it's double black and I be the finest. On the microphone stand and the girls, they try this. Disrespect and you will get bust. I don't care if you wanna run around and cuss. All I wanna do is have some fun. Keep raving and party till the morning comes. Bounce back, bounce back, bounce back, bounce back. My name's double black and I came to attack. So mind out, you might get smacked. Don't care if you really wanna smoke crack, cause I've been lost since the Armistead. Never knew my dad had to move really quick for the things that I have. Living in the city's got man acting rather rash. The fella king who gave a third eye a patch from the tribe of the cons. Revenge of double of black. Mr. Natural History Museum, I want my shit back. That golden staff in the ornament, either is that shack. I've been in Brunswick, healing, hot with a town snap. Either sea coast, 19th was on the earth, back fundamentals. We cannot show our worth. Misguided by white stories, go frankincense and murder. Why throw it together and wizardry will emerge? My soul agrees to disagree, so earnings I shall learn. The vision was a poison, but free knowledge is a cure. You believe it really got to cause society deems you poor. Shout number 6 times, you are blinded no more. So do you really wanna funk with us? Get funked up. Do you really wanna funk with us? Get funked up. Do you really wanna funk with us? Get funked up. You don't really wanna funk with us? Get funked up. Do you really wanna funk with us? Get funked up. Do you really wanna funk with us? Get funked up. Do you really wanna funk with us? Get funked up. Do you really wanna funk with us? Bushman, get funked up. Double black, get funked up. Ladies, get funked up. Man, get funked up. Come on if you really wanna. Come on, get funked up. Dance if you really wanna. Get funked up. Dance if you really wanna. Get funked up. Roll if you really wanna. Get funked up. Get funked up. Check the heat. Come on. Double black. Bushman. London's finest. Young offending fiends. We offending fiends. Where you at? Adolescent record. Come on. Oh shit. Fourth back. Desperados. Bushman. Get funked up. Bushman. Get funked up. My soldiers. Get funked up. That's how we do it. 2004. Repping it, shutting it down, London. Bastard.
Come on. We got Rest in Power, Bushman the Great, man. Not around no more, man. But yeah, man. Do you really want to phone with her? Huh?
I'm actually getting the vibes of these songs now. Now that I'm a few times, I can get it.
Yeah.
It takes me 2 or 3 times with these kind of songs.
I think this is the first time I played that one.
OVSC, aka Paperboy, south of the bridge in the house. 00 Black, got the track on Smash. In the house with my man Bugsy, Shifty, so crazy, so nuts. Don't get too angry. Check out we go, yo.
Jeez, Paperboy.
Outside it's pouring rain, you know this British weather don't change. Just like me, cheddar and game. I'm on the corner, game. Sir passes by, know my name, know my game. Coke, bruv, a toke, bruv, will blow your brain. You broke, you better abstain. My folks trying to ice the chain. Buy Maseratis, fuck the train, fuck your brain, fuck the man. And show him the plan and expand off of majesties and state lands and grands. But anyway, man, back to the plot, back up being my usual spot. Letting off walk, come on, lad. You know what makes my neck and wrist glisten. That shit that I be chopping up in the kitchen. That life that got wifey bitching, competitive snitching, rental bullet ridden, try to snitch, no kidding, blood.
Gangster ties affiliated with the best. Cut middleman straight connect. Keep that on the need to know. Stash dough, rainy days we glow. Escobars and Ninos.
Skios, swallow parcels and shit. Oh, the queens and buns, coke and kilos. Cold D's, move low from pole. Trying to trap us, Bugsy, Black, Shifty, V, Swole.
Brother man, tell me what's
Gonna be
me against the rest, or the rest against me. Living in the ends where ends just can't meet. Greenwich mean times means my people can't sleep. Trouble warfare, big guns with armor fatigue. Trouble, a bag of paranoia is rocking the streets, staking the beef. Black suits, rose petal reef. Not feeling me, yo, bruv, you hearing me? You can work all week and still not eat. Break bread by the lorry load and still feel bleak. You can Bible bash all day and never feel at ease. You get into the kitchen where you can't control the heat. I can't breathe, I'm claustrophobic in the streets. I need time to represent for my themes. It's hard to understand why we lie and we cheat. They really ain't no honor amongst fiends. You feel me?
Here come that natural mystic, cause I'm killing it quick shit. Man, them say I'm dark like an Oreo biscuit. These London streets, so make your mind sadistic. So don't get it twisted. Styles ballistic. My verbal frequencies will disintegrate MCs with 360 degrees of intelligence. To put a boy up on his knees, begging me please, hoping that the gun don't squeeze. I'm a North London soldier, still living in government tenements. Check these measurements. Feds got me on the run for crimes with no evidence. CPS said they got my prints on a gun. What gun? Now you're freezing my funds. Bugsy the same, king of the slum, undercover. Watching my mom, searching my drum. 2 steps ahead from day one. It's a pity. Living in this blood clot city. Epic forest, where we bury niggas who act witty. 419 gun committee, running your city. Still at large, niggas. Gangster ties affiliated with the best. Cut middleman straight connect. Keep that on the need to know. Stash dough, rainy days we glow. Escobars and Ninos.
Skios, swallow parcels. Buy Maseratis, fuck the train, fuck your brain.
I'm giving these a full up, man. That was Sniper's little bars there back in the day. I'm Bugsy in it. I'm Bugsy the Saint. You know what I mean? So yeah. I tried my little thing, man. I tried a little thing, man. I tried my little thing. Here comes the natural mystic with that killing you quick shit. Young sniper, man. Me and my broski.
Just in his yard, in the studio, just starting out. It's actually quite refreshing.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, no one, there was no parameters set. There was no like music industry. We were creating something that we wanted out there, but wasn't out there. So
yeah,
the only way to get it out there is
I get all that, and it's quite like, this is, what did you say this was, 2010 or something?
No, 2004 and
2004,
2002 as well.
Oh right, so we're 20 years ago.
Yeah, over.
Young sniper,
proper
in his yard with his studio, just trying to create. It's quite interesting.
Right, yeah, and the main brains behind that is my brother. Still, he's like, he built the studio, my yard, but he built the studio and all of that. You know what I mean? But I'm the he's the real rapper, isn't it? He's like the one I trained to be that guy. Do you get what I'm saying? He's really talented for me. You know what I mean? I'm just like a muse.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Someone like, you kind of get ideas.
Muses are always important in life. You can always have mentors and muses and make your life more rich and educated. Just like I'm talking to you. I've learned a lot from you over the last 3 years.
Right. And that's and vice versa, because I wouldn't know about certain parts of Goa and all of these type of places if it weren't for you.
There's a lot more to come yet. I'm just planning the next Goa holiday for 15th of January. So I'll be streaming from Goa. I've done Grenada. Now we're going to stream from Goa.
But when back in the day when I was looking into Sai Baba and these type of people, you know what I mean?
I'll show you Sai Baba. Sai Baba's everywhere.
Right. Exactly. He was like the sage, obviously of southern India. You know what I mean? And he had a big afro.
I used to go into this shop first thing in the morning, getting the beer and wine.
Right.
And Sai Baba's all about the plate. He's got the incense out, and it's like, and I'm like, okay, Sai Baba shop. I'm just like, I get me wine and beer. I get me wine and beer and go.
I see man sprinkling gold into people's hands and that. Like,
and the rest of it. I mean, you're walking down the street and you'll get a guy in orange. What are they called? And they'll be just like traveling India with no money. And just basically wanting to give them money to support their spiritual journey.
There's lots of people like that, but it's an interesting place. It's the Asian subcontinent. But let's get back to it. Let's go.
What the man? We show him the plan and expand on the majesty.
Now I've discovered the Caribbean. I'm like, I'm skewing that way now.
Yeah, you sounded like Captain. You sounded like Captain Cook. You sounded like Captain Cook, Columbus, and all that. You sounded like these guys.
I just want to do more Caribbean. I'm hooked.
No, you can't really discover somewhere that's already exists. It's just your you came to the.
I've just discovered Caribbean and nobody else has been there.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I know that feeling. I know that feeling. Like when you go holiday anywhere, right? For the next 6 months, that's all you talk about. You don't realize it sometimes, but
I'm just saying my Caribbean chapter has opened in the last 2 weeks.
Pause.
And I'm looking forward to expanding it.
Pause. Whatever you said.
These state lands is grand, but anyway, man, back to the plot, back of B&Q, my usual.
It's funny how the guy from South is still trying to chat in an American style. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, we trying to steer away from that because we feel that
I hate it when they do American style. Like, what are you doing?
Well, that was the style of the time. Like, people did that. You know what I mean? Like what Afro was saying.
But we're UK. We don't have to fucking copy America.
Right. When it comes
we can put our own brand on it. What the fuck is going on?
Right. So that's what we try to do, to try to steer away from that. But you're always going to get, obviously, people in different areas. They're at different stage of their development in the music kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? So South America, South London,
I get that.
they were still more.
It should be an inspiration and then put your own stamp on it, is my view.
Yeah, that's what was our view as well. Like, just like, English is our language. You get what I'm saying? Why should we not be the expert in using it? That would be embarrassing if we couldn't, utilize what we know. Everybody's speaking a broken form of our language that is with us.
Oh, yeah, it's funny you should say that. It's like I've got 2 Japanese guests in, and he came in the guy came in yesterday. He said, I want to go to see the Oasis cover for, I think it's Morning Glory. And I'm like, I actually don't know where this is. And so I just get him onto Google, type it in, you can get your bike, whatever you want to do. And it's like, and today they're off to go and see Arsenal versus Burnley. His friend is working in Burnley, so he supports Burnley. The other one supports Arsenal. So they're down at the Emirates right now watching the Arsenal versus Burnley game. was like, okay,
Mm.
what's going on? I didn't realize. Apparently, Arsenal's got a Japanese player or something.
Yeah, they have actually. Yeah, they have. I think
Because
one or two.
I was like telling my neighbour, I said, "Well, Arsenal have got a Japanese player." I was like, "What? I don't follow this stuff." How do you know this?
There's a few of them in the Prem. Obviously, Tottenham's
Is
got
there?
one. Well, I don't know if he's Japanese or Chinese, but whatever. Yeah, all of them, man. There's a few of them. There's one plays for Brighton. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they're about. Huh?
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, it's good business for me. I mean, I'm literally going to have to start decking the yard out with Arsenal colours. The amount of supporters I'm going to have to
Yeah,
sort of
sometimes like
yeah,
seasonal. Make it seasonal. While the season's on, the house is decked out in
I'm
Arsenal
literally going to have
stuff.
to start putting Arsenal flags and
Yeah.
Princeton nuts and everything up because I'm getting so much business out of Emirates. It's great.
Yeah, it's true. I get it. You might conform to. You might as well just conform, as you said, Emirates.
Yeah,
you might as well take your shahada and just become a Muslim.
If I'm making money, Arsenal's my team now. I used to hate them, but now I'm making money off them, so that's all good.
Right, that's how it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? No, that's just like the Spurs ground. The businesses around there have always made money from the football team. You know what I mean?
No, it's all good. I mean, it's 15 minutes away. It's just a nice stroll through the back streets straight into Emirates.
Big up Master Blaster, you know. Gerdy, big up yourself. But yeah, Master Blaster, he's on to you, Randy. He's not playing. But yeah, Randy's got a presentation. Don't worry, we're gonna get to it in a minute. I was just like,
I've already got it organized.
No, but I like that all that the idea of like I was trying to break down why the first guy who's from South, like from Brixton and that, yeah, at the time he's speaking in a more American style, but you can clearly hear he's an African guy. You know what I'm saying? He's like he's my countryman and that. But
yeah, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that.
He's got a little bit, but this guy is the one that made me know about because he's best friends with Kofi Annan's son, right?
No way.
So yeah, so he's the one who told us that the son and the dad are chipped, right? They got a little chip or microchip in the side of them just in case they get lost or kidnapped and blah blah blah.
What?
So yeah, and then he's also
conspiracy theory or fact.
Well, how can we say it's conspiracy theory when it's definitely certified that he is a friend of Kofi Annan's son?
Well, yeah, that bit can be true, but have we got a photo of the chip in the head, or is it just something that somebody said?
All of them get it. Yeah, I think that's kind of confirmed still that all of them get a little something, and it makes sense. They say it's like a GPS thing, but others say the conspiracy theory idea is it's a bomb.
I'm not saying it's false, and it could, and I could see it could be very easily be true. And it makes sense. It makes sense if you've got a VIP that you have a tracking device on it. That all makes sense.
Right. You know what I mean? UN, president at one stage or whatever, you know what I mean? Chairman or whatever. Yeah, Kofi Annan. So he was telling me also that, listen, in Nigeria, you have to, as a politician, go and spend 2 years or something like that, 2 to 3 years in Asia and practice this psychic and mystic stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? Like over the Far East side. You know what I mean? Because
that sounds well dodgy. Why are Africans going to Asia to do this? That sounds well.
So this is to do with politics. That when you get into the political arena, is it not verbal and psychological?
Yeah, no, but if you're from Africa, why are you going to Asia to get your education or
into meditation and all sorts of psychic self-defense techniques and all of that might be necessary, but I just felt it's a bit scary that politicians, that's what you have to look at it, politicians are using that as part of their training to be a politician. It's just like trying to be a magician, yeah, you're going to have to join the magic circle.
Yeah, but all that can be done in Africa. Yeah, we don't have to migrate to Asia to get the induction.
Well, I feel you do.
You do the induction in Africa. Yeah,
I feel that the Europeans do it too. Look at Russell Brand.
I'm sure they do. But it doesn't mean
look at Cliff Richard. Look at all of these people who were brought up in who were brought up in India. Like India is a mystical place. Like there's lots.
Yeah, the Beatles went to India. Yeah, there's lots of stuff going on.
Right. So that's hippie, that's meditation, that's all of that. That's all of those type of arts. That's what I'm saying. They're going over there to learn those things or to learn how to defend themselves in the political or UN arena. That's a lot. Do you get what I'm saying? Crazy.
Oh, yeah, I get that.
Let me just play this. Yeah, this is the guy that was so. Yeah, this is the friend.
Let's go.
Right. Yeah.
What? Letting off what? Come on, blood. You know what makes my neck and wrist glisten? That shit that I be chopping up in the kitchen. Yeah. That life that got wifey bitching, competitive snitching, rental bullet ridden, try to sniff, no kidding, blood.
Gangster ties affiliated with the best. Cut middleman straight connect. Keep that on the need to know. Stash dough, rainy days we glow. Escobars and Ninos.
Skios, swallow parcels and shit. Oh, the queens and buns, coke and kilos. Cold D's, move low from pole. Trying to trap us, bugs and black. Shifty, V-Swole.
Brother man, tell me what's gonna be me against the rest or the rest against me. Living in the ends where ends just can't meet. When it's mean times, my people can't sleep. Tribal warfare, big guns and armor fatigue. Like a paranoia is rocking the streets, staking the beef. Black suits, rose petal reef. You feeling me? Yo, bro, you hearing me? You can work all week, but still not eat. Break bread by the lorry load and still feel bleak. You can Bible bash all day and never feel at ease. You get into the kitchen where you can't control the heat. I can't breathe, I'm claustrophobic in the streets. I need time to represent for my fiends. It's hard to understand why we lie and we cheat. They really ain't no honor amongst fiends. You feel me?
Here come that natural mystic, cause I'm killing it quick shit. Man, them say I'm dark like an Oreo biscuit. These London streets will make your mind sadistic, so don't get it twisted. Styles ballistic, my verbal frequencies will disintegrate MCs with 360 degrees of intelligence to put a boy up on his knees, begging me please, hoping that the gun don't squeeze. I'm a North London soldier, still living in government tenements. Check these measurements. Feds got me on the run for crimes with no evidence. CPS say they got my prints on a gun. What gun? Now you're freezing my funds, Bugsy the same, king of the slum, undercover, watching my mum, searching my drum, 2 steps ahead from day one. It's a pity, living in this blood-clot city, epic forest, where we bury niggas who act witty. 419 gun committee, running the city, still at large niggas.
Bugsy. Gangster ties affiliated with the best. Cut middleman straight connect. Keep that on the need to know. Stash dough, rainy days we glow. Escobars and Ninos.
Skios, swallow parcels and shit. Oh, the queens and buns, coke and kilos. Cold D's, move low from pole. Trying to trap us, bugs and black, shifty,
William Malone, conspiracy theory, street dictator. Elected by majority, favor who can save ya. Endorse pledge allegiance, crime genetic. Affiliated like Illuminati 66. Barrels twin parallel, vertical slugs. Optical position, 2020 blood. I ain't missing. Team push, envious whips. Drugs by balls, still by hips. None legit shit. They hit to flick quick. Chief cut the King Street, the Queen with the mean team. They call me the amateur vet. Won't touch the re-up, still cover the bet. See a nigga camouflage the threat. Blood I don't pet. Already seen 5 trying to make 6 digits. Bit frigid, not with it. Blood nothing new, I done did it like okay, semi-gunner spray. Call me BK, blood have it your
you
way.
See, ripping and spitting and getting a job done. If it in the bubble, weaving at everybody run like scared of my lyrical tongue. It's like these rappers try and check for me, but cannot move on. You see, only pessimists who really try and take the piss by saying this is gonna miss and not be a hit. Well, I'm an optimist, a fully loaded lyricist. I always try to produce a bit and write my own shit. Why the dee-da-dee-dee-da-dee-day? See all these rappers on the microphone ain't got nothing to say. Congest a chance and I'm in the pay. Attacks rappers in the city, cannabis the way. I'm not still going when I'm old and grey. Still rapping any fucking house party, kid, I don't play. Listen, like Chinese food, I take you away. Start acting like an antiperspirant and start to spray.
gangster ties affiliated with the best.
Hey,
Cut middleman
man,
straight
straight
connect.
connect.
Keep that on a need to know. Stash dough in the days we glow. Escobars and Nemo.
Ski-O, swallow parcels and shit. Oh, the queens and bundles, coke and kilos. Cold D's, move low from pole. Trying to trap us, Bugsy, Black, Shifty, V.
Crime syndicate, gangster ties affiliated with the best. Cut middleman straight connect. Keep that on a need to know. Stash dough any days we glow. Escobars and Ninos.
Ski-O, swallow parcels and shit. Oh, the queens and bundles, coke and kilos. Cold D's, move low from pole. Trying to trap us, Bugsy, Black, Shifty, V. Swole.
I don't even know what that meant, but still, we was puzzled. We was puzzled for years. Me and my brother was like, "What was he saying? What does that mean?" Like we live and we call it get tough. Why we live our life on the run? Why these niggas roll the street with a gun? Why these niggas wanna shine at the sun? Wanna take our funds, and we call it get tough. Come on. Snipers old school bangers. What? Why these niggas roll the street with a gun? Why these niggas wanna take us? Hey, why these niggas wanna take our fun? Like we live when we call it ghetto. Who you are? King. Bang bang. Hey, the can. Like don't jam. Ew.
Start with the shoes. I got no money, so my money's on you. True. New dimension, skin color like cinnamon. Good God Almighty, it's him again, delivering me. In a couple of days, tomorrow will be yesterday. She don't want to just enemies. Why when I sick? Do my lyrics only reach out to social misfits? Why when I sick? Do my lyrics only reach out to social misfits?
Why you're alive on the run?
Why these niggas want
to the gun? Why these niggas wanna? Why these niggas wanna? It's just a life we live and we call it ghetto.
Why we live our life on the run? Why these niggas wanna?
Why these niggas wanna? Why these niggas wanna take our funds? Life we live and we call it ghetto.
Niggas and war scars, drugs and fast cars. Paranoid like
the movie stars.
Fast money. Splurge out, scoop your honey. Have a do with foul shit that will turn your tongue. Good fellas, sealing authentic levers. Hustle and rob to that lifestyle better. Me and my cold D, ice cold still Beretta. Making niggas switch to God like Mason Bever. Though contagious, play with mine, I make you famous. Daily Express, no trails, feet to my rest. Top story, one to the head, sweet to the chest.
Running alone.
Do it the best, shady. That purple haze keep me lazy. I'm in the streets like these yellow lines, you can phase me. So gravy, snake niggas wanna play me. I understand your ways, so I'm ghost like Swayze. Fuck
you pay me. Why these niggas roll the street with a gun? Why these shine like the sun? It's just a life we live and we call it ghetto. Why these? Life we live and we call it ghetto.
Cautious if you're flossing at your chicken, I eat it down to your corpus. If I'm really down and out, I go rob some curb crawlers. Top shots, pop collars, big shots, they stay bullets. A fiscal situation, got a swiping for your dollars. If you're down 50-50, then give me a holler. Chicha man get bun now. What?
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Performers are all snakes, they are scared of my fire. The rap of all you racists will surely soon expire. Against a government official will surely soon retire. This new world order will order a new world. I'm on some Robin Hood shit, me back my jewel. Off-road, like a just been told. I'm in the streets, and it's blinking cold. I make dope where nobody knows. I ain't a gangster, but my gun explodes.
Come on, hit the like button.
Fuse myself foe. What's living is all we know. Rays get killed for the what size of the gold. That's why we fucking hustle, stack high, and stay low. We call it ghetto. So why we live the life on the run? Why these niggas wanna? Why these niggas wanna? Why these niggas wanna?
It's just a life we live and we call it ghetto.
Why we live the life on the run? Why these niggas wanna? Why these niggas wanna? Why these niggas wanna? It's just a
life we live and we call it ghetto. Life we live and we call it ghetto. What? Hit the like button on your way in, family. Banging show today. What's right? Come on. La Khazar. Oh, that's busting through your speakers right now. Bashing you up. Just the life you live.
Like 19. We're going through them.
Jeez.
Yeah, brother. You know I've got issues. I'm about to go outside and burn the boy's skin tissue. Blow up on this track like a Russian scud missile. The freaks come out at night, so tonight we'll leave them crippled. Punching up transvestites, homos getting chopped. The rapists get hung, pedophiles get shot. Petrol bombing races, tear gas in local cops. I'm a burger short of a big man, so you know I've lost the plot. Double O black, nigga, pull the trigger. Banging bare buttons with the SR figures. Running rank streets with bears who sell drugs. Drug ready, swipe, repros and bros sell gun. Young offenders roll heavy, bulls weigh a ton. Wear a ton, real son. Spit flows and leave you stunned. I'm muting in the streets of London. Bad niggas talk about, we run them. I'm the young offender of the year. And I'm out. That's right.
I hold your gun, look here, bro. No fear. Running in the baby mom. London niggas. Don't escape.
Whoa, I have to jack that, man. That's a banger still. That's a banger, fam. What are you talking about? Look at the production on that. Listen.
Have you just found these videos?
Yeah.
Because we've not used them before.
Yeah, bro. You know
I've got issues. Come on.
You got issues?
Go outside and burn the boy's skin tissue. Blow up on this track like a Russian scud missile. The freaks come out at night, so tonight we'll leave them crippled. Punching up transvestites, homos getting chopped. The rapists get hung, pedophiles get shot. Petrol bombing races, tear gas in local cops. I'm a burger short of a big man, so you know I've lost the plot. I'm double O black, nigga, pull the trigger. Banging bare buttons with the SR figures. Running rank streets with bears who sell drugs. Drug ready, swipe, repros and bros sell gun. Young offenders roll heavy, bulls weigh a ton. Wear a ton, nigga. Son, spit flows and leave you stunned. I'm muting in the streets of London. Bad niggas talk about, we run them. I'm the young offended team of the year. And I'm out. That's right.
I hold your gun. Look here, bro. We be the no fear. Running through the baby mom. London niggas. Don't stay. Shifty. And the little D. London's fine. It's a family.
And the wind on finest. Trust that. Bars, hooks, flows, and contagious raps. On my ends and you get jacked. Hardest jaws get cracked. Just to go to the shop, we tote straps. So my dogs know it's hustle to eat. Blow trial, sell crap on the street. Riding tight, lift you off your feet. And we was only joking. Now the bore poking. Extorted niggas while constantly smoking. Style V6 whips. Mirror Max flicks. Shit theology, high technology, follow me. If I'm on heat, swallow me. Latest craze since I style wanna be V2. Got hoes rocking Louis V2. VSOP, cognac, Hennessy on me. We smoke like that shit for free. You know the borough, we thorough M7E, yo.
Yeah, you're really thorough, bro. Stop fucking up beats like that, man.
Like, your man's look serious as well, though.
Thanks, man. I just love him down, man.
It must be the finest in this, you know? Yo, be scrub.
You don't want arms, you know?
Hold your gun.
And hold your gun.
Look here, bro.
We got a man like Bo Rich in the building.
Don't mistake.
I got the double O
Shifty and the little D.
I'll be jacking the shit. Get on a hit. Mac to the face. Bring me back to the safe. Then we bounce out the base. Put the mic up on my waist. Back the club off my face. Jump in the whip. Baseline. Bump in the whip. Cruise off casual. Then we dump in the clip. Got the tie by the stick. Stick shift. My dick stiff. Stick slip. Niggas off of the ground. Got the weed by the key and the pound. Yeah, they connect. We bringing it down. L-O-N, D-O-N. I need to smother the time. Flats in the states. Cracking the snakes. Drug wars and funk lords, even wannabes. Growing up in poverty, probably. Most of my niggas is done robbery. Aggie your arm, niggas is batted. Right in the streets, when they dry, when they die. Desperados, so they got the shit crap. Get the bitch kidnapped. Move what we weapon with the weapon, keep stepping.
Nah.
On my waist, span a club off my face.
Yeah, don't mistake.
I got my double O.
Shifty, me, and
Alright, that's my little broski, man, and well, big broski now, man. Them man, a big man. You get me? But yeah, well, back in the day, man, these men were fire, man. There's fire. Can you imagine? It's just like we made this production, and it was just out in the community, like CDs and all of that. We burn them off. Film. Everyone's hearing it. Like, yeah, you man made some banging tunes. And what's going on? But my brother never put them out there. He should have put it out there as a finished package. You know what I mean? I'm the graphic designer.
Back in the day, 2004, it was all about handing out the CDs and giving it out, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it was also about
different to the digital age we are in now.
Record deals. It was all about record deals, and when it should have been about production, I was saying be about production deals. Show them, come with the finished product. Like this was on a proper CD, like cover all done and everything. You know what I mean? But with our thing was different. But the proper cover on it, everything was done like a proper CD, ready to go, and we could get it shrink wrapped and all of that if we wanted. But if you
could burn them and do a production line, it wasn't that hard.
Yeah, if you walked into a executive's office, you're supposed to slide the CD across the table, ready done, saying, "Listen, whether we sign with you or not, we're gonna put our stuff out. We could go independent and try and do."
I mean, maybe he listens in his car to the way home, but you could just produce it independently, as you say.
Yeah, and there was many other artists, and that was the thing, like mixtapes. So this was like some of these guys' freestyles in America over beats that were other people's. You know what I mean? We were also doing that over here, and then it went to the next generation where it's like, as I said, Soul Solid and all of that. This is around that era, and then later on to gigs, like sending out these CDs. I received one of these CDs. It still had the the TDK thing on it.
TDK,
and it just
I haven't heard that for ages. I remember buying the TDK cassettes.
Yeah, I mean, but I think it was CDK or whatever. Yeah, because it was still in that. He didn't even like change the covering. They just wrote gigs on it, £5.
Yeah, you just made the mixtape.
I respected it. It came all the way from Peckham, and it managed to get to us in North London. I was like, what? Yeah, I'll buy one just because of a man's effort. You know what I mean? So I'm supporting whatever cause. You know what I mean? Because man, it says £5. I took it, £5, played it. It was good. You know what I mean? So we already by then had done that. Do you know what I'm saying? Had done the finished article. So these things, even though they weren't mastered, which my brother obviously knows how to do now, but them times there, we were just making it, trying to master it as best we can, and then send it out in the community.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in those days, it was partly about hanging around the record shop, partly about going to gigs and seeing what was out there.
Right, and that's how my brother was with the rapping. So he would go to other towns, places around the country, and just live on stage his bars or whatever he's doing. Do you get what I'm saying? Because he's used to performing. You know what I mean? From 15, he's performing for Groove Rider, and then he went into the jungle. Yeah,
I used to love Groove Rider, man.
Right, exactly. So you got this young guy who's like really can spit really fast. You know what I mean? Like my brother could do it really fast from young because of like the toasting from the Bashment era. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, so he's gone from different genres, but once he's got to rapping, I noticed, or toasting in jungle, it's really fast still. You can do it really fast. So I told him, if you slow down, what an excellent rapper you would be, because linguistically he was like super, but the words are coming out super fast. So I'm saying like, okay, there's only a few guys out there like you know what I mean? But I'm saying in this rap thing, you're gonna have to slow it down, add a little bit of style, character, charisma. You know, like so that's how I train.
If it's going to become more versatile, then somebody like me needs to understand what's going on. Because otherwise, I'm just listening. I mean, it's funny actually. When I was in Grenada, they were speaking English. They were all speaking English, and I'm there for 2 weeks. and I just couldn't understand them. And it's like I understand all the accents in the UK, but in Grenada they're speaking so fast with a twang.
Yeah.
I just couldn't get. I was listening. Goddess is just like, why don't you understand? I just don't get it. She would repeat it to me. She was literally translating for me sometimes. I was like,
wow.
I just, I'm listening, I'm trying to understand.
And you've been to India, you've been to Thailand, you've been to all those places.
All over the place. But like, we'll be on the local bus and they'll be like, blah, 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 blah. It's like, did you get that? No. And she's like, explain it to me. I was like, I can't pick it up. It's because they're speaking so fast. It wasn't patois or Creole, but it was just like, I just couldn't grasp it. And like, even if I was next to them, like we were cooking this big feast for family celebration, I was like, I just can't pick this accent up. It's very weird.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a long enough time, I suppose. Maybe it might be.
I'm sure if I had longer than 2 weeks, I would master it. But
probably,
I mean,
yeah.
God, she's always sharp on the linguistics, the accent. Where I'm more into the, I'm more into sort of seeing what's going on, the sort of physicality of it. But
but you can on the Asian side or the Far East side, you're a bit better, right?
Yeah, but I was like, they're speaking English and I can't understand them. I've never been to a place like this. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I tried and tried. I was
so you've never been to Ireland or Scotland, no?
Yeah, no, Ireland and Scotland.
Or Wales.
Wales, I get all the English. I get.
Some of them, some of them can speak English in such a way that it's just like it's really difficult. You know what I mean? It's just like what?
Well, no, because I've got Geordie mates, I've got Scottish mates, I've got Irish mates, I've got Welsh mates. But this just baffled me. For 2 weeks.
The Scouse out there. Scouse is its own language, its own set of people.
Yeah, no, I get Scouts as well because I've got Scouts in my family. But this was, it was. I was so frustrated. Like I'm listening on the bus. What are you saying? I missed it.
All right, Randy, let's go. You doing your presentation first, yeah?
No, I want to hear the Khazar. Well, I can do it. What do you want to do? Khazari Jews or do you want to do Grenada?
No, you can. Let's get Grenada out of the way.
All right.
It seems important to you.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen.
Cool. Big up everyone for tuning in. Hit the like button. We're about to get into it. Before we get into it, pause. I think. But yeah. Yeah. It might be in low numbers because people out there protesting, I think. But let's
all right.
Let's not get involved.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. So
boom.
I'm gonna do a video first.
All right.
Which one am I gonna do? I saw a nice one. Let me just work it out. There's a nice one on Grenadian history.
Right.
That one's a bit too short. Queen of communist. Queen of communist Grenada, eh?
Well, exactly. That makes sense now. That makes sense. Because of all over the region, it's different theology.
All right, I think this is the one I want to do.
Wow. Ooh. All right, let's go. Gadit's got his popcorn in now. Let's go, Randy. We ain't getting no sound though.
Oh, sorry.
successful.
Rewind
because
it.
they were reportedly difficult
All
to
right, let me
train,
start again. Let me start again.
and their mortality rate from
Okay. Really?
the introduction of slavery in the Caribbean was not a renegade operation run by colonists seeking to expand their wealth in the colonies. In fact, it was sanctioned and supported by European governments, which enacted legislation to legalize the importation of slaves in the colonies.
Mm-hmm.
The island of Grenada was first settled by white colonists in 1649 when a French chartered company, the Company of the American Islands, was mandated to administer certain Caribbean islands. At the time of the French occupation, the island was inhabited by a native people known as Kalinagos, referred to locally as Caribs.
Mm-mm.
The Caribs at first welcomed the French
Pause
colonists
right
when they
there. Pause
arrived
right
in
there.
1649.
Pause right there. Pause right
Right,
there.
The French, however,
Yeah,
almost immediately.
You
No,
got
the
me quick
beer,
on
the
that.
lager is called Carib, yeah?
No, I'm saying like them people that they're calling Carib, do they look like Carib to you? They look like what? Aztec, Mayan type. You know what I mean?
I don't know what Carib means. What does Carib mean? What does somebody
Yeah,
who's
I
Carib
don't
look
know.
like?
I don't know. You know what I mean? No, they're saying that no, go back. That's what they look like. That's what they're saying they look like. Just a
What,
little
go
bit.
back?
Tiny bit. Tiny bit. Yeah, you can press the side space on your thing and it will yeah.
By a native people known as Kalinagos, referred to
Kalinagos,
locally
right.
as
What?
Caribs.
Pause right there.
The Caribs
Pause
at
it.
first.
All right.
That's it. Kalinagos.
So who are these people, Sniper?
Well, these people look like a mix between Asian type people and Mongolian type people, right?
But we're in the Caribbean. Why are these people there?
Because the Caribbean is in the what? Americas, right?
West Indies.
It's in the Americas, right?
Yeah, Americas, but
right. So if you go right into the West Indies, at the back end of the West Indies is Mexico, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Right. So you're in the Americas. So now, do people like this?
So they are looking a bit Mexican. I get that.
Right. Do people like this look like that in Mexico? Of course they do. Do they look like that in Brazil? Of course they do, in the rainforest,
Yeah.
and you know what I mean, other places. And why are we now classifying them as a different set of people when we can clearly see what type of people they are?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, just being my first visit to the Caribbean, I mean, we actually did a tour, and we met I'm not sure what the taxi driver guide called it, but the red people, something like the red people. They have a certain tone of skin.
Okay. Do you see any of these type of people on the island now?
Yes, you do, but very few.
Right. What's it dominated now by?
West Africans, and I mean, obviously we've got the whites, American and Europeans trying to move in and take a fucking slice of it.
No.
And then there was a few Chinese there.
Yeah. Any Asians there?
There was Filipinos.
Okay.
There who were crewing boats and stuff.
Right. So if Filipinos are there, we know they're from the Philippines. If Europeans are there, we know from the various different European groups. Yeah. These people, we should know where they're from. They're either Aztec, Mayan, whatever, Mexican or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? Which makes sense.
Yeah. I get that.
Because
I just never thought.
You know what it is? I
before.
hear these stories about these Caribs and these people on different islands like Jamaica, for example, and they're not replicated. Like when the people got there, they might have dressed similar, the Maroons or whatever, but they were, various looking, but mostly Negroid looking people. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. But when you think of the Caribbean, are you thinking of this picture?
No.
Exactly.
Right. But if they say the West Indies and there's some man that look kind of Indian or Asian, yeah, like that makes sense. But that's just a man's perception.
Yeah, it's only called the West Indies because some idiot thought he was far away from the East Indies. It's not some technical term, West Indies.
I don't know if you can call man idiot when man's given map.
Yeah, no, but if you look into the history of why it was called West Indies, it's a total fallacy.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Why it's called West Indies. It's a madness.
All right. So
continue.
Shall we continue?
Yeah.
Welcomed the French colonists when they arrived in 1649. The French, however, almost immediately began to ruthlessly and viciously attack them in an attempt to dominate the island. Whatever attempts were made to subjugate the Caribs, however, were not successful because they were reportedly difficult to train and their mortality rate from yellow fever and other diseases brought by the colonists was high. Also, their low population numbers could not sustain the work necessary for developing and maintaining a plantation industry. Escalating hostilities between the two groups resulted in further decimation of the Carib population. Ultimately, in 1650, the last group of Caribs, approximately 40 in number, were cornered on the northernmost part of the island, in Sauterres, and rather than surrender to the French, leapt to their deaths from a cliff overlooking the ocean. The French named the spot Les Morts des Sauterres.
So basically, this is what I was talking to you prior to go live. Yeah. So this Sauterres is where they all committed mass suicide. They all jumped off Leapers Hill because they couldn't stand living with the colonizers. I mean, and like in the tours, and you think I was like, first night. I'm like up late with jet lag. I'm reading about this place. I'm looking at the tours. I'm like, what do I want to go to Leapers Hill to see where everybody committed mass suicides? That's not really my idea of a holiday, but it shows you the dark side of the country, the island that I'm going on holiday to.
Yeah. Mad.
Or Leapers Hill. I often imagine that for the Caribs, the decision to jump off the cliff was probably a no-brainer. It was not so much a matter of humiliation from defeat in war, but more about the cruelty and subjugation they knew would have awaited them in their own land. With the failure to subdue the Caribs and the increasing demands for laborers to develop and maintain the tobacco and cotton plantations of the 17th century, the French started to rely on the importation of white indentured servants from Europe and slaves from West Central Africa, from an area then known as Senegambia, a loose confederation of the areas of Senegal and Gambia. While some slaves were brought directly to the island from West Africa, a great many were transshipped from the neighboring colonies of Martinique.
I mean, this demonstrates a point, Look how big Grenada is compared to the rest of the Caribbean islands. It's a dot.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
You know what I'm saying? Barbados is bigger, St. Lucia's bigger, Martinique, Guadeloupe. All these islands are bigger. We've got this little island of Grenada where all this shit goes down. I mean, it's a little island.
No, I think each island has their own story of the same type of thing.
No, I think you're right. I mean, I'm just like dipping my toe in right now. I'm like, what the fuck? We've got Leapers Hill. mass suicide.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the first island I'm visiting. It's like, you know, I know about India, and now we're seeing colonization in other parts of the world. I mean, they've still got the Queen on the banknotes. They're just about to update it to King Charles III.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a little island in Caribbean. What's it to do with UK? Just let the people be.
Martinique, and Guadeloupe. By 1700, the population of Grenada was approximately 257 whites, 53 coloreds, and 525 slaves. Counted among the white families may have been the French family of Harding Moritz, who lived on a cocoa plantation until the first quarter of the 1800s in an area that would later bear his name, Montmorris. In 1783,
I mean, that's the other thing. Like, the capital's called St. George's, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going around, you know, looking at street names, and the history's there, you know. All English street names or French street names, and you're like, I mean, even just, I was like, the day before I was packing, my neighbour came down and got your adapters and stuff. So I looked up the adapters, and it's UK sockets. I'm like, what? Where have I ever been in the world, and I can plug a UK plug into a UK socket?
So hold on.
In Grenada, because it's, you know, it's British. I don't know what it's called, overseas territory or something.
But hold on one sec. It's a part of the Commonwealth, is it not?
Yeah, it's part of the Commonwealth. Yeah.
No, then that's it. It belongs to Britain.
No, but you don't have your sockets out there.
But it never started. Listen, it never started like that, as we can hear. It started with the French. If you look how dominant the British and the French are around the world, obviously the British are the most dominant because they have the most countries that they colonized. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's why it's called the Commonwealth, right? So no one can really mess with them because, like, yeah, it's just, how did you own so many countries? You know what I mean? How are you in charge of so many countries, islands? Look at the Falklands. Falklands in the middle of nowhere, not far from there, but on the other side. You know what I mean?
The Falklands, it's nothing to do with us.
Right, but it was.
No, I know it is, but it's like,
no. But to show you how far their power stretched, do you get what I'm saying? So
but happened, you know when the Central, I mean, nobody knew where the Falklands was when that happened on the news in whatever it was, 1983. It was like, where's the Falklands? I thought it was an island off Scotland. No, it's off Argentina. We're defending 2,000 people off Argentina. What the fuck is going on? And now there's oil, so everything's changed.
You know what's going on? Yeah, and that's why Argentina is in ruins, in a sense. Like, their economy is messed up, all sorts of things. You can't mess with England stuff. I mean, you mess with England stuff, you get the force of England, America, everyone onto you.
It's
embarrassing. That's how it goes.
The more I dig into this, the more I am embarrassed as an Englishman.
So you should be, Randy. So you should be. But yeah, play. This is French, though. Yeah, right. And English.
French.
The British permanently assumed control of the island from the French.
Yeah, you see,
under the Treaty of Versailles.
Pause.
And began
Pause. You see, these treaties, the Treaty of Versailles, and all of these type of things. There, you got to understand. Yeah, this is how even African countries changed from one country ownership to another. You know what I mean? Going under Belgium and then the French. Do you know what I'm saying? And then even from French, then even to British. You know what I mean? They did it with Canada.
I get all this, but it got to what I keep going back to. It's a fucking small island. Why is all this going on in some little island in the Caribbean?
Because listen, when the British got onto the water, yeah, because you've got to understand, just because the British started going on ships and started exploring around the world and doing all of that they were the only ones, that would be a fallacy. You get what I'm saying? You got to understand the Spanish Armada.
I understand that, but I mean,
the Spanish Armada goes back to.
I will bring up the stats about how big this island is.
Yeah, but I'm
how
saying
much
like
shit has gone on. Everybody's wanted a nibble. Americans, French, British. It's just like it's some little island. The
no, but you
Caribbean.
didn't hear the changeover. The changeover is like it's gone from there's a treaty being signed and it's been handed over to the British because if the British beat the French in a war or whatever, you know, all their territories and all the things they own, they have to hand it over. Do you get it? That's how they roll.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? And vice
I get
versa
all
and stuff
that,
like that.
but it's just. I mean, it's so small.
Everything, listen, everything is a commodity if you are the people who need stuff. You've got to understand that. Nothing grows in England, man. Everything
all right,
was
so
imported.
you've got
Everything was
slavery. So you're making your I don't know cotton plantations, and it's called the Spice Island, so you can get nutmeg and stuff like this.
right.
But it's not some big area plantation that you're going to make lots of money. You could go to better areas and make more money. So why are we fighting over this little piece of land?
In now time, do you think that if you were into the stock exchange and into nutmeg, if it would be like $1 billion industry?
Yeah, then I'd be in it. I'd be like investing.
No, I'm just saying it probably is, right?
Yeah, of course. Of course, I'd be like,
right.
I'd be buying up land and making my nutmeg. Yeah, of course.
Right. So no matter what it is, yeah, that island produce, yeah, is a commodity that they needed. Yeah.
So
it's
all about resource. So basically, it's saying it's all about resources.
Thank you. Not all about resources, but using resources as in people slaves, yeah, to make more resources because they're more durable for the climate and all of this type of stuff. They're into agriculture or farming before you kidnap them, so it doesn't take much. And a lot of the foods that you start to grow in the Caribbean, it seems like these people brought it along with them.
Yeah, I
so
get
now
all
you
that.
can sustain their health as well. So you
Yeah,
can grow
I get all
little yam.
that. Let's try and get through this. We're only a quarter through this. I want to get through this 20 minutes.
Let's go.
Importing additional indentured servants from England, Ireland, and Scotland to supplement the existing workforce on the island. These indentured servants were comprised primarily of young men who, of their own free will, wished to make a new start in life. But it also included debtors, criminals, and other destitute and desperate men and women, and sometimes others who were simply kidnapped or duped into servitude. Apart from the latter group, all others had contracts that limited the length of their servitude to 3 and sometimes up to as many as 10 years. The contracts normally stipulated that the indentured servants would be provided with food, clothing, free passage, and the opportunity to learn a new skill. On arrival, the servants were subjected to atrocious living conditions. What would be a typical 6-day work week on the plantation beginning at 6 a.m. and end at 6 p.m. with a break for lunch. Their diet consisted mostly of a daily monotonous gruel that seldom included meat or fish. Although they were white, the plantation owners never accepted them as equal in any way, and the slaves whom they worked alongside sometimes despised them for what they considered more lenient treatment due to the terms of their contract. At the end of their contract, many returned to their homeland with a free passage, but others remained and were sometimes rewarded with work as overseers on the plantations, or were fortunate enough to be given a small plot of land. By the 1870s, the whites were able to establish a few small communities throughout the island. One such community was in the Mount Morris area, where Morris Harding had his cocoa plantation. That community became known as the Mung Mungs. The mortality rate for the indentured servants was rather high due to the climate malaria, and other diseases, including generally poor living conditions. This, coupled with the cost of feeding, clothing, and free passage, led many owners to conclude that the process of importing cheap labor was not as lucrative or efficient as first imagined. And this gave way to the importation of slaves on a massive scale.
See, yeah, right. So this gives a little history of the years and what happens. Yeah.
Okay. British.
So we've got 1649 French takeover.
Mm-hmm.
A year later, mass suicide.
Right. Off the bridge. Right. I mean, off the cliff.
Leapers Hill. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then 1689, Britain gets involved.
Takeover. Yeah.
And look what happens: slavery.
Import slaves. Mm-hmm. So yeah, look, this is at the time when when Britain was endorsing slavery standard, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So exactly when they make the claim that we're the abolitionists, you know what I mean? We were the ones who was trying to say stop. Yeah, but stop in a system that already exists before you. And the main thing is about you hitting the water. So you going on the waters now started all this control. You know what I mean? You're going to foreign areas. You're finding out. You're sending explorers supposedly first. Yeah, your Christopher Columbuses, your Captain Cook, your
all of these people. And then nearly 100 years later, Britain assumes control of the island from France. Treaty of Versailles, you correctly stated. It's like, all right, so Britain's taking over from the French, and we've got slavery going on. It's just embarrassing.
Right.
I'm gonna press play
because slavery ain't gonna stop for a while.
Britain was already involved in the slave trade prior to the colonization of the island. Members of the British royal family, along with members of parliament and other wealthy investors, were active shareholders in the slave trading business. Even priests owned slaves. One example is a priest of the Dominican order who owned 160 slaves, including 54 children, in what is now the parish of St. Mark. Another example is from my own family's oral history, which identifies one of my great-grandfathers as being owned by Dominican monks at Monks and Irvine in St. Andrews. With the mechanisms of slavery already established elsewhere in the Caribbean, the British readily began the business of importing slaves to Grenada once they assumed control of the island. The business of importing slaves involved a three-part voyage that is referred to as the Slave Triangle. The first leg of the trip involved a slave ship leaving a British port such as Bristol or Liverpool with items that may include weapons, liquor, and miscellaneous manufactured goods that could be traded with African chiefs. On arrival at the port on the west coast of Africa, they would trade the goods for slaves. These were men, women, and children captured from neighboring ethnic groups and villages through wars and surprise raids. The crew of the slave ships normally did not participate in the actual capture of the slaves. Most of the slaves imported to Grenada were uprooted from Nigeria, specifically Igbo and Yoruba, more than 37,000. Southern Ghana, Fante people, more than 18,000 people. Other areas of import from Africa included Guinea, Sierra Leone, Windward Coast, Benin, Congo, Angola, and Central Africa. The second leg of the trip, known as the Middle Passage, involved sailing to the Caribbean port to deliver the human cargo and load up with the new raw products produced on the plantations, molasses, cotton.
I mean, just look at this.
Pause. You see,
this is the capital, yeah? And it's
no, I'm just saying, it's like a factory, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is
It's a factory. It's
mass
producing.
production.
Right. They need the products. You know what I mean? They need the cotton for clothes and all sorts. And it's cold in these parts, and these women need their frilly dresses and all of that. But they also need the molasses. They also need the sugar, the most important thing. Because before that, no. Yeah. And every woman, you mix sugar and chocolate, and I mean, you mix sugar and cocoa, you get chocolate. Yeah.
Yeah, of
So
course. But
that's
why
what I'm
is the
saying.
capital? Why is the
Mm.
capital of Grenada called St. George's?
Because I don't know. Saint George, did it say?
Yeah, St. George. It's
Saint
like,
George that killed the dragon. That sounds Welsh.
I
That's
don't
something
know,
to
but
do.
it's like
Mm.
the island hasn't moved on and re-established its history. It's still you've got these Eastern Caribbean dollars with the Queen on.
Yeah.
And you're trying to think, I'm just going to St. George's. It's like it just feels weird.
Yeah, but the funny thing is that like a lot of people on the island will respect the monarchy. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not.
Oh yeah, it does. Nobody's. I didn't really chat to anybody about the money or why it's called St. George's, but it's just. I was actually feeling embarrassed seeing the UK plug, seeing St. George's and English names on this island, and I was like, "What's happened here?" And that's when I started, digging into it, and it's like,
"Oh, come on, mate! They've done this all over the world, mate."
Yeah, I know they have, but it's just
that
like
you can go to
I
Goa.
realize I'm
that.
just going to the Caribbean. I've just left. I've done my Indian research. I'm now going to a different part of the world, and here we go again. Same story: British Empire, slavery, taking fucking chunks out of the world, and taking resources with it.
No, let's say it genociding. Let's say it what it is.
Yeah. Let's say genocide.
Genocide,
It's
because
like, there's basically raping the world, and bringing all this stuff back to Britain for the British Empire. You don't have to go down to the British Museum, which should be called the World Museum, and see the booty which was stolen from around the world, the British Empire.
Definitely. So yeah, go on, press play. Let's go.
Etc. The Middle Passage took several months to cross the Atlantic Ocean. The ships carried from 150 to 600 slaves, crammed and chained in the underbelly. These included children and pregnant women. The slaves were fed a monotonous, disgusting gruel twice a day, which they were forced to consume. Sometimes they were taken above board once a day, depending on weather conditions. During this horrifying voyage, the slaves, unaccustomed to sailing on the open seas, were left to suffer in stifling conditions, made worse by the stench of vomit, feces, and untended wounds. Many succumbed to illnesses, ill treatment, and starvation. The third leg of the voyage was the return to England to deliver the products of the plantations. Information on the voyages of two slave ships that were involved in the trade on the island provides us with some details about the origins of the slaves, the length of the voyages, and the mortality rate. On March 16, 1790, the slave ship Othello sailed to the Bay of Biafra and Gulf of Guinea Islands. It gathered slaves in Cameroon and then left on October 20th and delivered them to Grenada on November 26. The ship had embarked 302 slaves and disembarked 277, a mortality rate of 8%. It left Grenada on December 30th and arrived back in Liverpool on February 18, 1791. 8 of the 26 crew members died during the voyage. The triangular voyage took 1 year. On March 3rd, 1791, The slave ship Daniel departed Bristol, England, with 26 crew members and set sail for Calabar, a port city in southern Nigeria. It arrived on June 2nd, 1791, and departed on August 3rd of that year, with 146 slaves, consisting of 65 men, 43 women, 20 girls, and 18 boys. The vessel arrived in Grenada on September 30th, 1791. 20 slaves and 2 crew died during the Middle Passage, which lasted 58 days. The mortality rate was 20%. The total triangular voyage took 201 days.
I mean, I just find it all quite upsetting, you know. I'm just going on holiday to the Caribbean, and then suddenly I find out about its history. Maybe you want to do your Khazaria Jews, because I'm finding this quite upsetting.
Yeah, I get you, man. Yeah, man. It's just normal. It's a normal story, man. My people's involved. But as I said, we were like the most afflicted tribe. You know what I mean? And we're still one of the largest tribes out there. We're still one of the largest tribes out there, but we've got distinguishing marks and all sorts that set us apart, and we managed to get a lot of our people back. You know what I mean? And we've we've obviously sailed to the Americas and Caribbean from a long time ago. You know
I mean, you look at this graph, yeah, and look at the numbers. 60,000, 70,000. It's shocking. And this is just one little island in the Caribbean. It is really shocking. I think. Can you go on to your Khazaria, because I'm finding this quite upsetting.
All right, big up Randy for that though. I don't know how you're surprised though.
I'm not surprised. I just didn't realise the scale of it. I'm not surprised. I know this history, but when I'm getting into detail, it's just upsetting.
You just got to cry to your ancestors, mate.
Yeah, no, it's upsetting.
Cry to your ancestors, mate.
So I'm going to stop this, and you can take up your Khazarians.
Let's go. Well, this has got something to do with you as well. Don't think you ain't Khazarian as well, mate. Arabs ain't getting away either today, man. Watch.
All right.
Yeah, we're calling themselves Arabs. It's the sound of the city. It's the sound of the city. It's the sound of the. It's the sound of the. It's the sound of the city. It's the sound of the city. Yeah, we might have to show them that Falasha thing, man. Make them know. Listen, we know religion comes from Ethiopia, mate. So anything outside of that is just an imitation, right? All right, let's go. Let's go. Who are these people, man, we talking about, man? Look where they're coming from, Middle Europe and that. It's mad. Yeah. Where's this? Like Bob Turkey and that. All right, cool. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, shit.
And to a certain extent, the Kyrgyz.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Sorry about that, people. Let's get it right. Let's get it right. All right, let's go.
After the disintegration of the Gokturk empires, the Uyghurs, and to a certain extent the Kyrgyz, created new successor states in Mongolia and the Altai region. However, even more Turkic states were established in the west and stretched along the entire Eurasian steppe belt. Among them was the Khazar.
Bam, 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 bam. Yeah. So in Turkey, when Khan wasn't there, yeah, that was the Byzantine era. Yeah. You got the
we need Khan to step on. I'm going to message him to see what he has to say about this.
You know, he says, listen, he says he's a Caucasian, right? From the Caucasus Mountains, right? Yeah. So I'm saying, I'm agreeing with him because the Caucasus Mountains is here, right? Where are we? No, hold on. Let's go. No, boom. Yeah, the Caucasus Mountains is here, right? And this is the other side of the Caucasus Mountains, right? So the Caucasus Mountains runs along here, right? Right. I think that's Georgia or whatever. Yeah. Now, you know what I mean? And this is Turkey. Yeah. And then this is the Middle East. You know what I mean? The rest of Mesopotamia or whatever. And then, yeah, as you see this.
Whatever line and name we're drawing on this land, yes. I mean, the more you look at this, somebody's drawn a line, somebody's called it a name, and that's what's happened. And it's nothing to do with the people that are living there, who actually live on the land. Somebody else has decided what we're calling the land, what line we're drawing.
Yeah, but I get you. But those people are residing there. They're not, again, originally from there. As I said, you know, it just goes to certain people's account, whether it's biblical, Quranic, or whatever, that, you know, a set of people were placed up in there, you know what I mean? And then later on, they escaped from there and came out the other side, got on horseback, and became Khazarians. And after their little a blip in history, they just spread out along the world and changed into, you know, went to different places and became what you know today as Ashkenazi Jews.
All right. So this is where the Jewish, what would we call it? The Jewish origin started, and then it spread out, and the Ashkenazi name came about.
Right, because this little empire they got is not going to last long. But let's go.
Okay.
Khazar Khaganate, ruled by a branch of the Western Turkic Empire of the 7th century. As such, the Khazars were most likely led by members of the legendary Ashina clan of Bumin and Istemi. Within a century, they expanded their territory as far as Kiev in the west, the Volga in the north, and the Kazakh steppe in the east. And while the Khazars seemingly remained a nomadic people, their society transformed as the ruling Khazars converted from Tengrism to Christianity, and later on even to...
Anyone know what Tengrinism is? Do you know what that is, Randy?
No idea.
Tengrin. So they went from Tengrinism to Christianity to Judaism, right?
What do you mean Christianity? Judaism's before Christianity, so how is that true?
No, it's not in the sense of taking it on. It exists, yes. Yeah. But they have to take it on. It's not something they, you know, part of their culture.
So the Jews were there first, and then Christianity.
I'm saying, do those guys on horseback look like they had a religion? Is that what you're saying, Randy? Right.
No.
So they had Tengrinism and all of this other stuff. I don't know what that is. There's some Western steppes type behavior. Yeah. Ain't nothing to do. There's no African yet, right? No African influence in none of this. Yeah. So I don't want to hear this. These men are part African and all of that. No, they're not. Yeah. You saw all the nations that were around that time in that area. Yeah. The Bulgar and all of that. Bulgarians and that. You know what I mean? Yeah, and Transylvanians and that. So, let's go.
To Judaism. But was the Khazar Empire in general thus a Jewish empire too? Did the common people also become Jewish? And how credible is the claim of the Jews of Eastern Europe being descendants from the Khazars? Before we find out, don't forget to like this video, subscribe, and click on the notification bell.
Oh, this dramatic music, man. It's getting on my nerves, bro. Need to fix up.
Yeah, they should stop all that dramatic music. So just give us the details.
Making bare noise. Get me? So they're out there, people fighting for these Khazars, you know. It's romantic. You know what I mean? Either side of the same coin. You know what I mean?
Out of all the successor states of the Gok Turks, the Khazar Empire was the one located most westward, on the frontier between Europe and Asia. Centered between the Volga River and the Caucasus, their history can be traced back to the middle of the 7th century. And yet, the creation of Khazar identity is strongly linked to the downfall of the first Gokturk state. The Gokturk.
Mad. You see what I'm saying? Look at the regions that these men come from.
It's massive.
Yeah, but it's
That's
Eurasia.
massive. You've got Siberia above it. This is a massive area.
It's Eurasia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. India's down the bottom. China's on the other side. Yeah, Mongolia, and you got Tibet and all of that. You can see the corner in China in the corner. That you know what I mean?
This is massive. Where's Khan? Khan needs to explain.
Yeah, this is. You see the other side. While these Greco-Romans or Byzantines, you know what I mean? And remember, the Byzantines come just before the Ottomans, who are these other various groups joined together in a like a religious crusade, in a sense, you know what I mean? Because they've picked up various, some are Christians, some are Muslims, some are, you know what I'm saying? And then boom, they're doing their invading all down here. They're doing their invading. Look, if that is the what do you call it? A Byzantine Empire. Look where it stretches all the way down to Jerusalem, past the thing, and North Africa.
But in terms of Genghis Khan, yeah, this is before or after Genghis Khan?
After, I think Genghis Khan might have been earlier. Yeah, way earlier. Still.
Yeah. But I mean, when you Genghis Khan's a legend, yeah. It's something like 1 in 10 of the population had his DNA or something stupid.
Of Europeans, Eurasians. Look at it, it's one landmass. Like it's not far to get to Germany. It's not far to get to Norway, Sweden, wherever. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not far to get to any of those places from this location. It's just to the east, which they call Eastern Europe. You know what I mean? Western Europe is this bit, really.
Yeah, it's not far away.
No, sorry. Eastern Europe is this bit.
This area we're looking at is massive.
Yeah, it's Eastern. This is Eastern Europe.
You're looking at the whole of Russia or the width of China.
Yeah. Russia's at the top.
Yeah, it's massive compared
to
Europe.
This is all part of Russia, to be honest. Well, but most of this side for the longest time, especially above, has been owned to the Rusk. But you're gonna hear about the Rusk as well. They're part family to these men as well. So makes sense.
Turks had advanced as far as Ukraine in the year 580 CE, and with the help of the also Turkic Oghur Federation, even besieged Cherson on the Crimean Peninsula, Byzantine territory. Over time, the Byzantines and Turks forged an alliance against their common enemy, the Sassanid Persian Empire. In 627, hostilities between Byzantines and Persians culminated, and the Turks intervened into the conflict. The king of the Western Gok Turks, Tong Yabgu, besieged several cities in Georgia and Armenia and sent his general Bori Shad to attack the Persians through Azerbaijan. However, Tong was murdered, and all Turkic armies retreated back to Central Asia amidst political chaos.
Right. So claiming all this Turkic stuff and all of that. Remember they went back home, fam. Went back home. You know what I mean? To the steps of Mongolia.
Do you think he looks like Khan?
Nah. Khan don't look one iota Oriental at all, or Mongolian or anything. Not one iota. You know what I mean? It's mad. But yeah, listen.
It looks like a warrior, though, doesn't it? It looks like a warrior.
But again, it's funny how we're talking about one set of people and we don't know their warrior and thing, heritage and lifestyle, right? You can be all pious now and take on Judaism and, you know, do the Wailing Wall stuff, but your history says, right, you are marauders. You rode on horseback and mash up people, you know what I mean? And didn't give a damn or whatever, you know what I mean? You come from a harsh climate. That's really...
but it's like he looks like a Mongolian horseman. It looks like you're not going to mess with him, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. Of course, they were known to make
that man's strong on his horse, ready to go to battle.
Pause. But yeah, let's move forward.
By 630, the Eastern Gokturk Empire fell into Chinese hands, and the Western Empire was also crumbling due to internal conflict between pro-Ashina and anti-Ashina tribes. Tong Yabgu seemingly had plans to annex the newly conquered territories on the Caucasus. But after his death, the Turkic peoples did not fully retreat from the region. Indeed, his war against Persia laid the foundation of the Khazar state. By 650, as political anarchy reigned supreme in the east, the Turks in the west reorganized themselves. Slowly but steadily, a new Turkic state was formed.
Mad. Yeah? A new Turkic state was formed, fam. You get me? Nah, what's going on? Yeah. What we was talking about? Israel. You know what I mean? I thought we was talking about descendants of the Bible and that. You know what I mean? Israelites and that. Hebrews and that. Hebrews and Jews and that. You know what I mean? Nah. We ain't talking about that. We're talking about Mongolian man on horseback, proper European. Yeah. So when I say Europeans, yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Mad.
In several medieval sources, the Gokturk armies are being called Khazars. However, the use of this term for the war between 627 and 629 CE is purely anachronistic. As the Khazars had become well known as nomadic Turkic rulers of the Caucasus in the 8th century, medieval authors and scholars of that time thought of the Khazars and the Gokturks as congruent. From a certain point of view, they were right. But the Khazars had surely not been independent prior to the year 630 CE, before the retreat of the Gokturks from the area.
See, this is what I'm saying, man. This is just like, in present time, they're telling you that certain groups of Mandem or of Mongolian Turkic origins and all sorts, and I don't even know. Yeah, but it's just gone left over there. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're all not organized. So when we start talking about Turkey and all of that, that's when things are supposedly taken over, flags been put up. That's an institution thing. That's not a cultural thing. You know what I mean? Same in Morocco. The modern day Moroccans is just like, bruv, how is it Morocco now when it was Morocco, the kingdom before? The state, the one that could give out treaties and that. And now it's turned to this other kind of, people who look like these guys. Watch.
After conquering the lower Volga region to the east and an area between the Danube and the Dnieper to the west, and subduing the Oghur Union, a properly constituted Khazar Khaganate emerged between 650 and 670 CE. It was at this time, interestingly, that the Bulgars, also of Turkic origins, approached Europe under leadership of Kubrat Khan and founded the First Bulgar Empire. But more about them in another video. Being surrounded by several nomadic peoples such as the Bulgars, Magyars, Oghur, and Oghuz, the Khazars were...
Bruh. The what? The Ogars and Oghuz and Khazar. What? What is this? Yeah? Which part of this is African? I'm not seeing, I'm not hearing, I'm just hearing stuff that is in Eurasia. You know what I mean? After the fact and all of that. This is, as I said, a long time later. And if you ain't these people, like I'm saying, how can you be? You're a far newer insertion. How did that happen? Well, we might find out.
In a peculiar geopolitical situation. But their military prowess and able leadership helped them establish Khazar hegemony in the neighborhood. For the next 300 years, the Khazars would reign as the supreme empire of Eurasia. But with this new location and new neighbors, including many of non-Turkic origin, the society of the Khazars entered a transformation phase with no return.
See it.
Transformation phase, yeah. Went from horseback to Torah. Doesn't even make sense. Let's go.
Contrary to popular belief, the Khazar state was less centralized than the Gokturk Empire. The Khazar political system was characterized by its dual monarchy, with two main figures ruling the Khazar state, the Khagan and the Bek, the latter also known as Kagan Bek. While the actual Kagan held a ceremonial position and was not involved in day-to-day governance or military decisions,
Kagan, you know. That Kangs. We was Kagans. No. Yeah, we could they could take back the we was kings thing. Cause like they was Kagans. Yeah. Was he Kagan and that? You know what I mean? Let them know. Ask them. You know what I mean? Where's your kingship, man? It's true, man. If you're authentic, you should have some royalty and some kingship. Even the British has got fake royalty. You know what I mean? Yeah. They're from some other origin. It's mad.
the active ruler was the Bek, who managed state affairs, military strategy, and diplomatic relations. This structure was probably developed to balance power among the factions in the Khazar state. The Khagan, or supreme ruler, was the head of the empire, but his power was limited by the presence of the Bek. This was the title of a tribal leader before the Gokturk era. With the disappearance of the Gokturk empires, the lesser nobility, with the Beks as their spokesman, worked to improve their power within the hierarchy of the steppe belt. The Khazar dual kingship of Khagan be allowed for a certain degree of autonomy of the different regions within the empire, while still maintaining a sense of unity and shared identity. However, like the Gokturk Empire and many other states in the Eurasian steppe belt, the Khazar state was originally organized along tribal lines. The empire was divided into tribes or clans, each with its own chieftain. These tribes could be quite powerful and influential within the state, especially if they had a large population or were particularly wealthy or militarily strong. Over time, centralization efforts helped to consolidate political power. As an active ruler, the Bek increasingly took on the characteristics of a conventional monarch, and tribal structures became less important. This was likely due to the influence of the settled, urbanized societies with which the Khazars interacted, including the Byzantine Empire, the Islamic caliphates, and the various Slavic and Germanic kingdoms of Eastern Europe. The Khazars valued military prowess and were constantly engaged in warfare with neighboring peoples. Therefore, the ability to adapt and respond quickly to changing military and political situations was crucial to the empire's success. As skilled horsemen and horse breeders, they were able to maintain a strong cavalry and dominate in battle. Indeed, there are many stories of men of...
Told you there was on horseback, right? I did say that, right?
What's going on here? So
no, I'm saying they rose to prominence in the 1300s or something like that. Yeah, that's what I knew. And yeah, they was gangster on horseback. They was doing their thing.
Oh, it's like Mongolians are good on horseback.
Yeah, obviously, because they're part of that stock. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They ain't parking on Nubian stock, like, you know what I mean? Talking about the Mediterranean or this one or that one or Middle Eastern and all of this rubbish. You know what I mean? This is where these men are from. Look at it, dry desert. You know what I mean? It's just Gobi desert and that. You know what I mean? The steppes of Russia and all, it's bleak out there.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, no one ain't trying to go Mongolia on a holiday.
Khazar descent taking up arms on behalf of other states, most notably the Byzantine Empire. But the Khazar army itself was already capable of fending off its neighbors. which included many Turkic states, tribes, and tribal confederations. But more of that later. In addition to their military prowess, the Khazars were also known for their trade and commerce. They controlled several important trade routes, including parts of the Western Silk Road. This allowed them to tax goods passing through their territory. Their geographical location, between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, made them a strategic point for trade between East and West. The Khazars also had a strong agricultural sector, producing crops such as wheat, barley, and millet. This allowed them to sustain their population and provide food for their army and merchants. This Turkic military power, combined with control of trade routes and a strong agricultural sector, made them a prosperous and influential empire in Eurasia. But who were the rulers of the Khazar Empire? Where did they come from? There is evidence that speaks volumes about a possible connection between the Ashina dynasty of the First Gokturk Empire and the Khazar dynasty in the 7th century.
Very often, the ethnonym Khazar and Turk is being interchanged, and there's a reason for that. It seems that the Khazars were an offshoot of the Western Turk state, and they were ruled by an Ashina dynasty. Our sources don't say that flat out. All of the details that the Arabic sources give regarding Khazar customs and ceremonies and so on, like the installation of the Khagan, is identical to the material that the Chinese sources are giving about the Turks. And we know that the Arabs were not reading Chinese. So they were not borrowing this. This is based on their own observations of this state. The Khazar ruling house is most probably descended from one of the feuding subgroupings of the Ashina in the Western Turk state that went off towards the west and founded their own state. And they were known as Turks or as Khazars, and then finally simply as Khazar. That becomes the more established name. But the name came to encompass a whole range of peoples, especially a variety of Turkic peoples that had come in prior to that, beginning with peoples that probably moved westward from the Shungnu state in Inner Asia, coming the Huns of Iran and Europe.
That's it. Huns of Iran. Like, listen, I'm out, fam. Yeah. This has nothing to do with us. Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean you're out? You're out of what?
No, I'm saying I'm out of this business. Like, it's nothing to do with me, Khazar, whatever. However it goes from after this is not my business. Yeah, but I'm saying
what? Because you're Nigerian?
No, because man are connecting this to some type of African lineage, which is Israelite. See what I'm saying? If you're not of the African phenotype in any shape or form, you ain't the people of the book. So what I'm saying, these people of the steppes, yeah,
obviously,
are gonna go around and they're gonna do certain things, but they're gonna settle all over the place, all over the Mediterranean, North Africa, and all of the regions that some other ones of them were controlling. Do you get what I'm saying? So when they take over the thing, they're gonna take over.
So what you're saying? So what you're saying? It's not your people, but why are you saying you're out? What do you mean you're out?
No, because it's Khan, man. Khan. This is we're still in the Khan bit of their existence. Yeah, before they switch and become what they are known today. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is the root to their existence. Yeah. So from these people, they descend. You know what I mean? So while they're this is them on horseback. You know what I mean? So yeah, why they got the little curls now and walking around with the little Russian thing, because they were Russian.
Yeah, it's all that same area. Yeah, of course.
I keep saying that. That's where you find the most of them is in Russia. I've been saying that.
Of course. It's all the same area.
Yeah, Putin, all of these men. Putin, all of these man, they're Jays. There's just different types of Jays.
Putin's not in this photo, but you can see his ancestors.
He's got that kind of face, isn't it?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
definitely.
Iron face, yeah, iron face, and there. But what I'm saying is, listen, all of the people of Eurasia are a mixed bag of the same people. Do you get it? So later on, they take on different customs, religions, ways of life, whatever, and it seems all a little bit different, but it's not ancient, one. And two, when we go far back, we end up with people who are not the modern people today. This still ain't got nothing to do with anybody who's in. Do you get what I'm saying? They're going to be the descendant of the descendant of the descendant of these people. You know what I mean? That's their ancestry. So in that respect, we know where they come from, right? We know their history. We know their existence. Why are they claiming other people's history that is from the biblical text? Doesn't make sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I still don't know how we're going to get to the J people.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get there. You're gonna get there because they speak Yiddish
All
and.
right. I'm going to
Remember,
mute up.
the Jays people speak Yiddish and German. Yeah, all non-African languages. Bruh, Indo-Aryan, Indo this and Indo that. The Indo is letting you know, bro. Indo-Indian. You know what I mean? Like, yo, listen, Aryan, whatever.
And then Sabir, various Oguric peoples, all of these coming together under Khazar rule. Some of the sources say as much, that the Khazars were the masters of this people or that people. The Khazars are, in essence, a branch of the Western Turk dynasty with their core tribes, and then other tribes over whom they established. So it became both an ethnonym and a polytonym. That is a political name.
Important news. Elon Musk's project has scared the government and...
Shut up. People are doing
Sorry,
AI
what
with
was
new
it? Elon Musk.
Yeah, no, it's like they're using AI.
One of the most
to do adverts. You know what I mean? So that's a newscaster, and it's just ridiculous. You know what I mean? There's one with Elon Musk, and then you can get the voice changer as well. You know what I mean? As an app, and just change your voice to Elon Musk. You know what I mean? I've seen someone use it on their phone. Mad.
Remarkable events in Khazar history, according to Kevin Allen Brooke, author of the book The Jews of Khazaria, was the adoption of Judaism. Brooke points out that the Khazars chose to adopt the standard rabbinical form of Judaism rather than the beliefs of the Karaite.
Okay. Now, Randy.
Yeah.
Who did that?
I don't know. It's suddenly gone from Khazarians to Judaism.
Right. I'm saying, who did that action? Who converted to Judaism?
I don't know. I didn't really understand how we just...
1 second.
Into Judaism.
Yeah. I'm going to explain. Yeah. Because they took it on. It already exists, right? But they took it on, right? This is what I say to people, like, when you look into the history of things or the origin of things, you see that a lot of these pagan societies and had these other ways of thinking and living and whatever, when they conform to, okay, we're going to be Christians now, we're going to be Muslims now, we're going to be Jews or Israelites. You know what I mean? Or Hebrews or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it just suddenly jumped. Suddenly we're on Khazarian.
That's what. Yeah, that's what.
I see a Jew at the Wailing Wall.
Right.
I don't really understand what just
the connection.
happened. Yeah,
the connection. It was too much of a jump, but it's something I've been saying for time. Like, yeah, these Khazars, as I said, Khazars, yeah, they are your modern day J people. Yeah, there's different types of them. Yeah, the ones that are religious, like these guys with the sideburns, right? And then you've got the other ones who just dress like normal people.
They're quite wealthy. This guy here, he doesn't look like the people we were just talking about, the Khazarians. He's not on a horse. He hasn't got warrior features, and suddenly we've gone from that to this J person at the Wailing Wall. I don't really see what happened.
Well, as I said, he jumped. He didn't. He's not jumping to the future. He's just jumping into the mentality and showing you who practices this thing called Judaism, right?
Yeah,
Because
but
it
look
exists.
at him. Look at
One
him.
second.
Does he look like a Khazarian?
Well, we'll get to that because he's not thinging. It's the general understanding, right? That people who practice Judaism are these people, right? Yeah, and these people say and know, and everybody knows that they picked it up at a particular time and said, "Yeah, this is what we're doing," right? And the people who were doing that were called Khazars or Khazarians or whatever. So that's it.
Okay,
Remember, a lot of the images are computer generated.
Okay, we need to press play and see where we're going with this.
Yeah. He's gonna explain it.
Sect, which had been present throughout the Islamic world, especially in Spain, but also in the Byzantine Empire and later Ottoman Empire until the 16th.
See? You see? See where he's going with it, bro.
Yeah, this is starting to make more sense now.
Right. So those Khazars now, over a couple 100 years, start to get a little bit more sophisticated. They're only a wilder version of their cousins on the other side, who are these people. You know what I mean? Or you get what I'm saying? They're just basically the same people. They're just different branches.
Yeah. But we're starting to see the development from the Khazars to the guy at the Wailing Wall.
Because the Khazars became Ashkenazi. You know what I mean? Right. So there's gonna be Ashkenazi and I think it's Sephardic Jews come from that region, from those original sets of people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Press play. Let's see where this takes
no. You can't be claiming biblical stuff when we clearly getting a history of your origin. Do you get what I'm saying? It runs contrary to any biblical thing. And once you say, you took on a thing, it's game over. Do you get what I'm saying? It doesn't originate with you. No. You're a set of people who do that, and Europeans do that, or Eurasians do that.
But it's interesting how they've titled this the Mysterian Khazar Empire, historical Turkic states. But what it's really about is where the J people came from.
Really? Clearly. You know what I mean? Because you can't be talking all this, they're this, they're Anatolians, they're this one, they're that one. This is all rubbish. This is all absolute cobwallop.
Century. Archaeological evidence indicates that Jews have lived in the Balkans, in the Caucasus, along the northern shores of the Black Sea, and in other areas of Eastern Europe since Roman times.
Boom. Since Roman times, bro. Yeah, they even became Romans. They even got their own one. Khazar. Do you know the word and the Tsar of Russia? The Mehmet was also a Tsar, which means Caesar. Yeah. Right. So like everyone was trying to be a form of Caesar. So you can see what's going on there. It's all going back to Rome and to the western part where some of them migrated, integrated, became senators and all of that into the system, into the hierarchy of those situations. You get what I'm saying? Whether it's Greece, Rome, and all of that, they've been doing that from time. And that is where
you have to appreciate when you look at this image, what is that guy carrying on his shoulder? That's the Jewish image of the, I can't remember the name of it.
Menorah.
That half circular thing is a Jewish image.
A candle, menorah.
Yeah, menorah, that's right. Yeah.
That's right.
He's got that on his shoulder.
But everyone's looking, what? Roman, Viking, You know what I mean? Like,
these aren't Jewish-looking people.
Right. So this is my point. You get me? No matter where, you can be in Italy, you can be thing, and I say you're Italian. No, you're not. Just go back into your origin, and you probably from a set of wandering Khazars who wandering into Italy because it would be better or warmer or whatever. It's better climate. Or the northern part of Italy would just be, you know what I mean, the same as where you're coming from. In a sense.
Yeah. But where has he found that menorah from? What's going on here,
bro? This is recent times, because remember, a lot of the statues that we find in these places have only been done in the 16th or 17th century. You know what I mean? Or even more recent than that. So, yeah.
Yeah,
but the most important area responsible for the Khazar conversion were the settlements on the Crimean and Taman peninsulas, including Kerch, Feodosia, and Anapa. These
I'm not involved, fam. Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. They're not on the African side. No, it's like, bro, these men are settling on the other side in their ends. You know what I mean? You can do the Baltic side and all of that, and yeah, Caspian Sea and all the Dead Sea and whatever, mate. That's your business, bro. The natural border is the Caucasus Mountains. Separates you from what is Northeast Africa, or what you're calling Asia Minor now, or whatever. It's just dumb. Yeah. But really, that's what certain parts of Europe on the other side should be called, maybe. I don't know about all this stretching it over. It's crazy. Natural barrier, you know, mountain range.
Mostly Greek-speaking Jews were incorporated into the Khazar Empire.
Whoa, what? Sorry? Greek-speaking Jews? Huh?
What? Who are they?
What? Told you they're everywhere, man.
Greek-speaking Jews?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what that means.
Greek-speaking Jews, meaning they're of Jewish origin or Khazar origin. Yeah. No, yeah, they're of Khazar origin, and they're just, you know, speaking Greek. That's it. Because as I said, they infiltrate, in a sense, as in go and settle in other areas where, you know, life is popping. And when Greece and Rome and stuff were popping, they, you know, managed to get in there, be you know, dealing with gold and jewelry and stuff and all of that, and then work their way up to, you know, senator of this one and and even one of them becoming Caesar.
If anybody wants to know the Arsenal score, it's 3-1 to Arsenal versus Burnley.
No one expects Burnley to win that. So.
Empire during the 7th and 8th centuries. But simultaneously, the empire became a safe haven for a number of persecuted Jews from Europe, but also Asia. The neighboring Byzantine Empire, which we should rather call Eastern Roman Empire, forced baptism several times in the 7th and 8th centuries, which forced many Jews to either adopt Christianity or flee to the north. One of our primary...
Right. You see that? Yeah. Once you get trapped in the Byzantium, that's Turkey, you know. Yeah.
Hang on. What's going on here? One of the primary sources is the Cambridge document.
Mm-hmm.
What Cambridge document? What are we talking about? Cambridge University here?
Obviously.
Okay.
Let's go.
Primary sources is the Cambridge document, originally titled Schechter Letter. It's an anonymous Khazar letter from the Geniza of Cairo, which discusses several events that included the Eastern Roman and Khazar empires, as well as the Kievan Rus. The author implies that at least some Jews entered Khazaria to escape the yoke of the Ido worshippers, and that those who fled through Armenia to Khazar lands intermarried with the Khazars. These immigrants soon learned the customs of the Khazars.
Pause.
Intermarried.
So these people here,
mm-hmm.
Who are we calling these? Are we calling these Khazarians?
No, we're calling them Jays by now. Yeah.
All right.
But they're they're giving different distinctions.
We moved forward and we're introducing the Jays.
Well, no, that's that. We're going back to their original names and that. So Khazars or Khazarians or whatever that's their original title, and they know it fully.
Yeah, I can see. I can tell them. I can tell them from the noses.
Right. So what I'm saying is like one of them looks like a little bit like Julius Caesar-ish, right? Because
Yeah.
that wasn't the Roman look, but I'm just saying he had a big nose still. I mean, that might indicate, and the fact that he was a Caesar, not a king. They've had many kings of Rome, you know what I mean, of the area and that, or the kingdom or the empire, you know what I mean. But yeah, to be a Caesar, you didn't have to have blood lineage to any royalty to get it.
Yeah, I
So
get
that's
that.
showing you, yeah, that's the same thing they're going to do there and have this republic, yeah, is the same thing they're going to do in Russia, yeah, take over the monarchy, yeah, and become a republic or an independent state. Do you get what I'm saying? And then start with their communism, fascism, the ideas. That was the ideas to take over overthrow the monarchy.
Now, if we
There.
read the subtitle just here, these
Mhm.
immigrants soon learn the customs of the Khazars
Right.
and
Oh yes, sorry.
Khazars and, the letter states, fought side by side with the Turks against other nations. Another group of Jews fleeing to the Turkic domain came from Mesopotamia, which is also mentioned in the Cambridge document. What effect did the migrations have on the Khazar people then? According to Brooks' theory, the waves of Jews arriving in the Khazar Empire encouraged the Khazars themselves to convert to Judaism, which was indicated by a statement by the Arab historian Dimashqi, written in the year 1327.
Boom. Boom. You get me? Yeah.
what was that year he just quoted?
Let's see.
17.
No, 13.
1327.
Remember, I said in the 1300s they rose to prominence and that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is way after the Jews started. What's going on here?
No, these are not Jews like that. Do you get what I'm saying? They're not really. They're just that's a title they put on themselves.
Right.
Relating to the religious practice.
So they're not the original J people.
Yeah.
They just migrate to become J people.
Well, the fact that you've got J using the J word, it's not of the original people, not even original Greek. So, you know what I mean? Or Latin. You know, where's yours from? Yours is from the steppes, mate. Yours is Indo-Aryan, Germanic, all of these type of stuff. Turkic, Mongolic, or whatever, you know? That's where these men are coming from, man. They're nothing to do with us, bros. Yeah. Look at the mountains behind them, man. Allow it, man.
Encouraged the Khazars themselves to convert to Judaism, which was indicated by a statement by the Arab historian Dimashqi, written in the year 1327. This theory suggests that the conversion happened quote-unquote naturally over time. A second, more popular theory is that the Khazar elite converted to Judaism in an effort to preserve the political independence of the empire from the Christian, Byzantine, and Muslim Arab empires. The goal would have been to keep the balance of power in the region. As the Khazars were geopolitically situated not directly in between the Roman and Arab empires, but were indeed pivotal for the political stability in the region, this theory seems plausible. We can say for certain that indeed Jewish conversion took place within the empire. But how many people actually converted? Did the Jewish faith spread among the common populace or only affected the ruling elites, the Kagan and the Bek, as well as the members of the royal dynasty?
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dave.
Nothing is, where is your royal dynasty now? Let's see.
Early theories about the Khazar-Jewish connection go back to the speculations of Ernest Renan, among others, in the late 19th century. They proposed that the Ashkenazi Jews of Europe actually originated among Turkic refugees who had migrated westward from the collapsed Khazar Empire into Europe, thereby exchanging their native Turkic Khazar language for Yiddish while continuing to practice Judaism.
Boy, you see what I'm saying, Randy?
Yeah. So
yeah, I've been trying to tell Khan this for time, bro. You know what I mean?
we need him on to discuss this because he needs to be educated.
Yeah, this is
Turkic Khazar language.
Go on. So let's go.
For Yiddish, while continuing to practice Judaism. Their native-graded Wazi, among others, in the late 19th century. They proposed that the Ashkenazi Jews of Europe actually originated among Turkic refugees who had migrated westward from the collapsed Khazar Empire into Europe, thereby exchanging their native Turkic Khazar language for Yiddish while continuing to practice Judaism. Although the Khazar Ashkenazi hypothesis has been intermittently advanced by various scholars later on, it came to the attention of a much wider public with the publication of Arthur Koestler's The 13th Tribe in 1976. Koestler was of Hungarian origin and mostly published books in German and English. His most controversial publication, however, suggests that indeed many Ashkenazi Jews in Europe who became victims of annihilation by the German Empire in the 1930s and 1940s, were not descendants of the ancient Israelites in Palestine, but of the Turkic Khazar descent.
Boom. Boom. You heard that, yeah, Randy? Randy. Ancient Israelites in Palestine, but of the Turkic Khazaria. Yeah, descent, man. That's it, man. Your people, man. Different things. You are not you are not the father. That's it. What's going on here? Why is my thing so quiet? Yeah. Where, oh. Are you there? Randy's there. Everyone's there. You can hear me. Yeah, they're not Israelites, man. Not ancient Israelites in Palestine. Ancient Israelites. Huh? In. Yeah, not from. Yeah. The Turkic Khazari. Ah, mad. So they are Khan as well. Khan, I think is yeah, thank you. When the universe is closed case, man. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's game over. Yeah. Do we have to do this? Is there any more to say? You get what I'm saying? Like, them and his origin is not, biblical or from the Torah. It's just something they took on, and they use it as a shield to protect them in some cases, and other are not religious. They follow the Kabbalah and the other parts of Judaism that they don't tell you about. But no problem. Let's move forward.
Israelites in Palestine, but of the Turkic Khazar descent. Following the collapse of the Khazar state, these people allegedly formed the basis of the Yiddish-speaking Jewish communities in regions that now encompass modern-day Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia.
Done. I'm done. Thank you very much. Yeah. It's plain and simple. I did the paper trail, and I realized all this Rasputin thing that was going on in Russia. And then I looked at the general population at the time, because they did have a little bit of cameras and photos, and early in the century, but they had some black and white. You could see the general people. They were all the same people. The people who outpopulated the so-called Germans in Germany were the J people. They were in Poland. They were in Austria. They was in Russia. The most of them was in Russia. And it's minus 57 certain time in Moscow. So look at that. Would you live there, or would you move to a more moderate climate like the Mediterranean, Greece, Rome? Do you get what I'm saying? Turkey, all of these type of places, Syria, Jerusalem. Do you get it? So this is what we're trying to say, fam. Yeah, we overstand, but These lands have been invaded several times. Several people have come to settle and whatever, but we know they're foreigners. And in most cases, they know they're foreigners. But this claim that certain people have of being anti-Semitic, this is anti-Turkic. You know what I mean? You're self-hating. Yeah. Stick to your Khazar. You know what I mean? That's your history. That's your heritage. No disrespect on them, but that's their thing, innit? You know, it's snipers never claiming it. I'm not claiming that. It's someone else's. Yeah. Those people claim it, but it's just like people don't understand. Now there's a big debate on who has the rights to be somewhere. Yeah. And then when we really peel back the canister, we realize they're all the same people. They've just got different names. They follow different ideologies. Yeah, because some of those same people would take on Islam. Some of those people took on Christianity. Where are the Christian Jews? You get what I'm saying? They just disappear into what? And then just get a title, oh, Arab, oh, Middle Eastern, oh, da-da-da-da. It's not that. It's just we can anything to know that whether you've been there a long time, whether you've got the capability to stay there because it's bloody hot and it's arid and da-da-da-da. But for some of them, they're coming from that, right? Steppes of Mongolia is arid and dry and all of that, but just cold as well. Yeah, that's recovering from an ice cap. Martin, let's go.
Critics, especially in Israel, but also the United States, have classified this theory as basis of anti-Semitic speculations, as it was used by those who negated the right of the Jewish people to inhabit and rule over the country that we know as Israel today. However, Kessler himself was an Ashkenazi Jew, and he actually presented this theory to combat anti-Semitic ideologies based on racial theories of Jewish identity. He hoped that by demonstrating the diverse and multicultural origins of the Jewish people,
It's an L. It's an L.
What's going on here?
I told you.
What is going on here?
This is a nice, juicy L. You know what I mean? Or
yeah,
just like
I've got to jump off actually, but we just seem to be getting to the meat and potatoes of this story.
Right.
But it's been a great stream, Sniper. I've enjoyed it. Sorry I had to duck out of the Grenadian video. I found it quite upsetting. But you have brought a great video.
Come on, man.
It was just a little island in Caribbean, and suddenly I found this dark history of like, what the fuck? This little island.
Yeah, it can be like that sometimes.
Yeah, and it was just upsetting. But anyway, please jump on, people. Support Sniper. Working on a Saturday. Don't forget to get your tickets for Speakonomics.
Yeah.
Press the like button. Drop something in the super chat or the PayPal. Time out.
Yeah, man.
Big up, Sniper.
Big up. Get me. Yeah. That's mad. So this was like man said defend yourself. Defend your Ashkenazi self, Khan. No, it's not Khan's hell. Khan's just I think he accepts part of it because he's got to understand that a lot of the people from the Middle East and what they're calling Turkey and all of these places, they just got bare mixed blood. You know what I mean? But it's mixed Euro blood. All this African, I'm African, you know what I mean? It's just not true, is it? Is it? Because when we're hearing and what we're investigating, it's not that. Yeah, this is real recent and real Euro stuff. You know what I mean? Eurasian stuff. You know what I mean? Different groups of them coming over in different times. Oh, we're not Mongolians anymore. We're not. You get me? We're not Turkic no more. We're Ashkenazi, or we're this, or you know what I mean? We're a thing. We settled down. We've picked up a religion. We're and then in Poland, in the freezing cold, in Ukraine, and all of these places where you reside at. That's most of Europe, of Western Europe, right? It's most of Western Europe, man. So as I said, the biggest place where they're at their most number is Russia. Yeah, small numbers in Israel right now. Small numbers, but yeah, if you've got that warrior history, that history of violence, and now pretend to be pious and all of that, it can clearly show how they can commit serious atrocities on people when they're pissed off. You know what I mean? It's in their blood. That's what I gotta say. You know what I mean? It's a mad thing. Yeah. And the devil should have a seed. It's mad. Pause.
He might undermine such prejudiced views. But the question that we want to answer is, were Kussler, Renan, and the others who proposed such theories actually right about the Khazar origins of the Ashkenazi Jews or not?
Ironically, the majority of the Jews of Israel are not from Europe. They're from the Middle East. But here, the DNA becomes important. And a lot of work has been done on the DNA with all of its problems. First cousin marriages were quite common among Jewish populations.
Ew. What? First cousin marriages? Oh, mate. Oh, mate. Oh, mate. You're going to marry your first cousin. Haha. No, that's crazy. No, it. What? First cousin? Listen, you could be 10th cousin. You're not getting married, man. You're not doing nothing. Yeah, what are you doing, man? So close, so close.
Cousin marriages were quite common among Jewish populations in Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and elsewhere. They're also very common among Arabs. An old Semitic tradition has.
Ooh. Did you hear that shot? That shot. You get me? They even common amongst Arabs, yeah? Mad thing. Mad thing. Yeah, big up the Arab gang. Yeah. Pale Arabs, yeah. Mad thing. Settled in the Middle East and North Africa and all of that. It's cool, man. Safe. Semitic. Right, stop it, man. Stop it. Not with your Yiddish. You ain't no Semitic. Tell you that.
Western Europe and elsewhere. They're also very common among Arabs. An old Semitic tradition has nothing to do with religion. It's just an old Semitic tradition from way back. The studies that have been done with this indicate that the Eastern European Jews, the Ashkenazi Jews, have basically a Middle Eastern origin. Their DNA matches up with other Middle Eastern peoples. Indeed, their closest DNA relatives appear to be Lebanese, Syrians, and guess what? Palestinian. Naturally.
Bam. Bam. What? Palestine. Oh my days. Oh my days. Oh my days. So when man said Palestinians are Jays who converted to Islam, do you get it now? So on top of everything, they're murdering their own family. Yeah, because whether they're Ottoman or whatever, it's still the same people just moving under different titles at different times in history, you would say. But once you start hearing some of these names, you know it's very recent. Because the state of Turkey or whatever wasn't, till very recent. So, yeah, that's why we're dealing with Ottomans, because Ottomans is very recent. It's in the 1900s, you know what I mean? It's like a recent time, like this video and stuff we can pull up on that, you know what I mean? All up into the First World War and past it, almost second as well.
Any population that claims it's not mixed is lying. All population.
Okay, you're mixed, yeah? See? You see? But you're not mixed of us. You know what I mean? Can you stop this? A Middle Eastern is not an ethnicity. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does that mean? Some of you fled, like Bon Rich would say. You lot fled there. So after you fled there, what more do you want to say? Doesn't even.
Populations are mixed. There was Kussler's unfortunate book, which he wrote. He himself was a survivor of the Holocaust and all of that. And he thought in this book he would simply integrate the surviving Jewish communities into the larger European world. But no, the bulk of Eastern European Jewry is very clearly of Middle Eastern origin with some European admixture.
Indeed, most researchers and scientists.
Nah, that Middle Eastern bit, bro. You're gonna have to look into that proper. Yeah, because what is that? Yeah. Because what's this? Keywords: Jewish, Jamon, Ashkenazi. Ashkenaz, Jew, popular. So what? What?
Scientists agree that there would be no evidence for the European Jews to be of mostly Khazar origin. However, a few scientists nonetheless do not disregard the Khazar hypothesis and continue DNA analysis despite some heavy criticism by their colleagues. There are academics.
Yeah, because I heard that they don't allow DNA to be taken on each other. Because they know what's going on, fam. They know. Yeah, but they can be identified in loads of people's DNA. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people get, oh yeah, I'm Spanish, I'm French, I'm this one, I'm that one, but oh yeah, and I'm 30-something% Ashkenazi. So whoa, hold on. Well, that's a tribe of people, right? That's a particular tribe, a particular ethnicity of people, supposedly. Yeah. So again, if a lot of people, especially in them regions, and either them or got a lot of percentage of their DNA, which is also mixed DNA. I told man, keep telling people from before, you're gonna be mixed with Mongolian, this one, that one, Hungarian thing, what do you call it? Transylvanian and all of that. I told people, man. Got nothing to do with the Mediterranean and Africa. This is fraud. For you. Sorry. Let's go.
Themselves of Jewish origin, mind you, that persist on the theory. But if we disregard this Jewish Khazar hypothesis, if we even assume that not a single Ashkenazi Jew in Europe ever descended from the Khazars, we must nonetheless ask, what happened to the Khazars? Where did they go?
Meet the husk, one of the sharpest and most
Where did they go? Where did they go? Where did they go? Where did they go? Oh.
The fate of the Khazars largely depended on their foreign affairs, as did the fate of all other Turkic states of that era. After establishing state-like structures in the 7th century, the Khazars expanded their domain as far as Kiev in the west and the Aral Sea in the east, controlling virtually the entire Caucasus as well as the Don-Volga area, the Crimean Peninsula, and thus the modern-day area of Ukraine. By absorbing the Onogur Federation, the Khazars defeated the newly independent Turkic Bulgars, who had revolted against Avar rule with the help of the Magyars, who were responsible for the defense of the western border of the Khaganate. However, by 800 CE3, rebellious Khazar tribes called Kabars left the empire and joined the Magyars. These Magyars then later came to be known as Hungarians, a term which the Germans derived from the term Ogur or Onogur, the names of the Turkic confederation.
Told you, man. Told you, man. To even get Turkey or Turkic or whatever in the modern time, there was a conglomeration, yeah, of different people groups of Europe, though. Yeah, just because they convert to one religion, it doesn't make them any different. You know what I mean? Just because you take on Islam, it doesn't make you think. Just because you take on Judaism, it doesn't make you Israelite. You know what I mean? It's crazy, man.
Federations that the Khazars had absorbed. Thus, Magyar became Hungary. In any case, Khazar rule over the Hungarians was formal from 800 CE on, and by the middle of the 9th century, the Hungarians had broken away from the Khaganate entirely, now making incursions as far as the Frankish lands in Central Europe. Meanwhile, the Khazar Empire had become...
You see that? You see the distance? We're from one place, and look, there's Italy, there's France, Spain's over there, Britain's over there. Do you know what I'm saying? Scandinavia, all of this, like Norway, Sweden, and all that. You know what I mean? Like, know your map, man. Look, man, this is it, man. All the way, Russia, all of it, all of it. This is the part. Yeah, Germany is gonna be somewhere. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. Slavic, Yugoslavia. You know what I mean? Mad. Saxons, you know. It's crazy, which makes sense. But yeah.
A major power in the region and, as we mentioned, served as a form of buffer state in between the Eastern Roman Empire and the Arab caliphates.
So if you're surrounded by certain people, you're just going to eventually like take on ideas of various different people. This is why we know that these are those men, because no one else took on Judaism. You didn't see anyone around there other than them take on Judaism. Yeah, other than them take on Judaism. Yeah, everyone else is taking on Islam or taking on Christianity or taking on some other stuff or their old pagan stuff. Yeah, let's go.
In essence, the Romans saw the Khazars as valuable allies against their Arab enemies. And since the Khazars themselves had refused Arab advancement into the Caucasus, the Romans proposed an alliance. This alliance was formally sealed with the marriage of Constantine V, Emperor of the Romans, and Tzitsak, or Chichek, daughter of Bihar, who was the Khagan of the Khazars in the 730s, the son...
Ouch, 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 ouch. What is this? Constantine and that? Nah. Khazar. See, everyone wants to be Caesar. Yeah. Constantine is a Roman anyway. Remember the Romans took over Constantinople. Oh, created it, I suppose, and took over the fortress. And then, yeah, boom, for ages, no one could take it over. And then later on, Mehmet and them, yeah, managed to break the defenses. And generations had failed to do it. It was a mad thing. So there was like the 10th, I think it was the 10th or 11th Constantine descendant who ended up taking the L. You know what I mean? Because the first bad man, Constantine, he's the one who set it all up. Started building churches and that, remember? Because he converted to Christianity. A Roman, a pagan.
Son of Tzitsak and Constantine was Leo IV, also titled Leo the Khazar. Therefore, we can speak of at least one Roman emperor who was of half-Turkic descent. In any case, as the Khazar-Byzantine alliance was blossoming, the Muslim Caliphate of the Arabs was still trying to advance into the Caucasus area and expand the Islamic realm. We already mentioned the Turkic states that tried to contain the Arab Empire on their way into Asia, and among these states was, of course, the Khazar Khaganate. From 640 until at least 800 CE, Arabs and Turks fought many battles. The Battle of Balanjar took place in 652, near the eponymous Turkic city that was located near the Caspian Sea, in which the Arabs were decisively defeated by the Khazar defenders. While the Arabs tried to sort their armies and regroup, they were further attacked by local Alan tribes as well as Roman armies from the west. It seemed that the containment of Arab-Muslim advancement was the utmost priority of all neighboring states, tribes, and political entities. As the Arabs brought Armenia fully under control and suppressed a rebellion in 705, tensions rose again. In 721, a Khazar army of 30,000 men defeated the Syrian garrison, but were soon set aback by an Arab counteroffensive. The war was a back and forth of Khazar and Arab armies. On the 9th of December 730, the Khazars annihilated the 25,000 men strong Arab army at the Battle of Ardabil in southern Azerbaijan. As the Arabs were getting exhausted from continuous fighting in Transoxiana against the Turgesh, another Turkic entity, a few years of silence, befell the Caucasus. Despite their attempts to advance north, the Arabs could not consolidate the frontier against the Khazars. Medieval Iberia and Albania, not to be confused with the modern terms for the respective regions in Europe, served as a buffer zone between the Turkic Khazars and Muslim Arabs. By the 9th century, groups of Varangian Rus, developing a powerful warrior merchant system, began probing south down the waterways controlled by the Khazars and their protectorate, the Volga Bulgarians, partially in pursuit of the Arab silver that flowed north. Some scholars argue that the Rus founded a state modeled after the Khazar Khaganate, consequently titled the Rus Khaganate, with a Rus Khagan as the king. By 860, the Rus had penetrated as far as Kiev, which seems to have been founded by the Khazars, by the way. As the Byzantine and Khazar...
Kiev, you know. Founded by the Khazars. You see what I'm saying? They're all over the gaff, man. All in there, Eurasia and all of that. We know who you are, brubs. We know who you are, brubs.
Our priorities shifted. The Romans encouraged both the Alans on the Caucasus to revolt against their Turkic overlords, as well as the Rus to further advance into Ukraine and defeated the Khazars. It seems that the Byzantine rulers thought of converting the Rus, them being capable warriors, to Christianity and treat them as their subjects. Ultimately, the Rus defeated the Khazars and captured Sarkal, as well as the Khazar capital Itil, by 970 CE.
Captured. You know what that means? Once you get captured, you're finished, bros. And when they got you, man, got you locked. Yeah, I told you, man, they got annihilated, man, wiped out, man. As a Khazar, as a power, as an entity. Yeah, man, it's very short-lived. Very short-lived in terms of history. Let's see legacy.
Khazars was sealed by their defeat in 965. However, the Khazars did not suddenly vanish from the map. To the contrary, scholars assume that they generally continued independent rule in certain places along the Black Sea coast. In 1016, the Byzantines and Rus launched a joint offensive against a local Khazar ruler called Georgius Tzul, though he must have ruled over a state that had been devastated by the wars of the prior decades. Indeed, very little information survived regarding the situation in Khazaria. By the end of the 12th century, Patakia of Ratisbon reported traveling through what he called Khazaria, and had little to remark on other than describing its minim living amidst desolation in perpetual mourning. What happened to its inhabitants then? Many, both Jewish Khazars and non-Jewish Khazars, left the area and/or were absorbed by the new powers in the region. The Rus did not gain full control of Ukraine, as now the Pechenegs, another Turkic tribe which we mentioned in our video about the Oghuz Yabgu, now reigned supreme. We can assume that migratory movements occurred mostly to the west, into Eastern and Central Europe. It is also likely that Khazar people remained on the Caucasus, where they had originally established their state. The legacy of the Khazars is certainly remarkable. All the conspiracy theories aside, the Khazar Khaganate left a huge impact on the history of the region and on Turkic history. It was the first and only Jewish Turkic state, and the only remarkable Jewish state between the fall of the Second Temple in 70 CE and the establishment of Israel in 1948. The aforementioned mother of Leo the Khazar introduced into the Byzantine court the distinctive kaftan or riding habit of the nomadic Khazars, and this was adopted as a solemn element of imperial dress. Furthermore, the orderly hierarchical system of succession by scales to the Grand Principate of Kiev was arguably modeled on Khazar institutions, via the example of the Rus Khaganate. And the fall of the Khazar Empire, along the dissolution of the Samanids in the east, paved the way for the rise of the Seljuk Empire, whose founding traditions mention Khazar connections. Whatever successor entity survived, it could no longer function as a bulwark against the pressure east and south of nomad expansions. By 1043, Turkic Kimeks and Kipchaks, thrusting westwards, pressured the Oghuz, who in turn pushed the Pechenegs west towards Byzantium's Balkan provinces. This domino effect is typical for Turkic history. This and much more events and developments regarding the Khazar Khaganate are the reason why Khazar studies are so popular on a global scale. We have many sources regarding the Khazar state, its inhabitants, its culture and religion. But unfortunately, not a single line of the Khazar language has survived to this day. That is the fate that virtually all Turkic peoples of the early Middle Ages, apart from the Gokturks and Uyghurs, share.
Interesting, huh? Interesting. Yeah, man, that was good stuff. That was good stuff. I got next one. So quick breakdown or something. Hit the like, hit the PayPal, hit the super duper chat, jump on
Hey,
the
Martha, pass me that
panel.
big Easy Reach lighter and that
bowl of strawberries.
What is that? What's he doing? The snow bunny
The Eurasian steppe has been a fractious region throughout much of history.
Oh, is
but
it?
It has also given rise to some of the largest and most powerful political empires ever known.
See.
The early medieval period was no exception, as an endless variety of tribes and nations struggled to assert their dominion over the vast plains and grasslands.
Right.
Against this backdrop, the Khazars emerged north of the Black and Caspian Seas, establishing a powerful state with a decentralized administration, becoming rich off the Silk Road trade caravans which passed through their realm. Curiously, the Khazars were also notably religiously tolerant, and it appears that they even converted to Judaism.
Oh, is it?
If true, this would make Khazaria one of only 2 Jewish states to exist from the fall of the Second Temple in 70 AD to the foundation of Israel in 1948. Origins.
So why don't you do? Huh? If Khazaria is your home, then how is Israel your home? Do you get it? Right. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, we know where you're from, bro. Europe, Eurasia, Eurasia, man.
The Khazar state emerged from the far larger Turkic Khaganate as a result of political infighting. The Turkic Khaganate, also known as the Gokturk Khaganate, was a loose collection of tribal confederacies which exerted political control across vast areas of the Eurasian steppe, from Manchuria
Eurasian.
to the Black Sea.
You know, they would think Sniper was making it up when I say Eurasia and that. But it is what it is, man. It's all the same landmass. We can't get away from that. You know what I mean? You ain't us. That's it. Yeah. This is lots of people's home origin. You get me? Talking about you African. Stop it, bro. Stop it. You know what I mean? Everyone came from Africa, but it doesn't seem so. And might not even go back as far back as this. You might be just a descendant of a descendant of a descendant of a descendant of a man who mixed with another man who mixed with a Khazarian, it's Khazarian mixed with the Chinese and mixed with the Turkic. You get what I'm saying? To now come to me and say, in there. So I don't know. Yeah. It's levels to this shit. Take your DNA in it. Mad.
Sea. Civil wars led to the breakup of this enormous empire in the first years of the 7th century, splitting it into Western and Eastern Khaganates. The Western Turkic Khaganate existed for many decades afterwards, even providing military support to the Byzantine Empire in its wars against Sasanian Persia. However, the advances of the Tang dynasty in the east placed such political pressure on the Western Khaganate that it eventually dissolved in the mid-7th century. Against this fragmentary and unstable backdrop, 2 nomadic states established themselves to the west in the steppe north of the Black Sea, the Khazars and Old Great Bulgaria. Conflict between the 2 groups quickly followed, resulting in the Khazars asserting their military supremacy and expelling the Bulgars westwards.
Right.
Under Aspara, the Bulgars crossed the Danube, creating the first Bulgarian Empire around the year 681. Thus, the Khazar Khaganate rose from the ashes of the once mighty Turkic Khaganate. By around 670, the Khazars had conquered both the lower Volga region and the lands between the Danube and the Dnieper regions, firmly cementing their position around the Black and Caspian Seas. It was this strategic position, along the all-important Silk Road trade route, that would bring Khazaria great prosperity and influence in centuries to come.
Where's the Silk Road going? See, there's the spice route and there's the Silk Road. Yeah. So where's the Silk Road going? It's going to China, man. I mean, that's why they knew certain pharaohs had silk, and silkworms only come from China. So it's like, bro, there's been that passage open for the longest time, man. People been traveling up the Khyber Pass through Syria, through all of these places, Jordan and all of that, you know, with their camels, and they're traveling straight to India from that northeast African point that you're calling Arabia or Middle East. Choked it. Jokes.
You get up early because there's always so much to do.
Can you show some route, please?
You strive to deal with all the demands,
This is madness. One second.
but there's always something else to handle. Little emergencies keep cropping up.
Done it once, do it again.
And
I can't. What is this? I can't even see the screen. I can see his food. Someone cutting something. Give me a sec, people. I don't know what's going on for a minute. On the right screen. What are we doing out here? Give me people technical difficulties right now. What's going on? Frozen up. I've frozen up. Come on, back on.
Increasingly. Big ones too.
Hey, Dad.
Wow,
It's me,
pros, boy.
Fiona.
What the hell is going on
Events you
here?
hoped you'd never have to cope with.
This is so embarrassing. Don't be embarrassed, Dad. Just get you in the bath.
Mad.
Who were the Khazars?
Hmm.
Although we in the modern world tend to conceive of nations and states as coalescing around a certain ethnicity or ethnic identity, Khazaria appears to have been ethnically extremely diverse. Dozens of distinct ethnic groups inhabited the Khaganate. A study of remains found at Sarkal reveals Slavic, European, and Asian DNA. Literary evidence suggests that there was a social division within Khazaria.
What DNA? What, Mr. Elio? You get me? Slavic thing, no African, no Middle Eastern, and all of this nonsense. What is this? No Arab. What is that? Get me? Right, bruv, people just be honest. Yeah. People who are residing in really hot places, yeah, they got a little bit of a melanin and that. It might be from the Asian side of the family. You know what I mean? And some of them even say it. They know the language is Indo-Aryan and Indo this and Indo that. You know what I mean? Told you, man. You're all on the same continent. How are you not going to have the same kind of different dialects? You know what I mean? All giving you all the way to Latin. Latin to Sanskrit. That's what we're dealing with on one side. You know what I mean? Before that's nothing to do with the Semitic languages and that. It's just crazy. Yeah. And the fact that these men speak Yiddish and German and that, like, allow it, man. Told you, man. Weirdos, man.
Between white Khazars, known as Ak Khazars, and black Khazars, known as Kara Khazars. However, what is unclear is whether this divide was racial in nature or simply social. Many Turkic nations had a similar social stratification, which was not racial, between a ruling warrior class referred to as white and a class of commoners referred to as black. However, Muslim geographer...
Whoa, that sounds like race to me. Sounds like racism to me, mate. You know what I mean? Or is it just black the term? You know what I mean? I'm not defending the word still. I'm just saying that what are we talking about here? Yeah. Did they know the meaning of the word or something? To be black or swaffy or whatever they're gonna say. I don't know. It's just the madness. What's me like? Let's go listen.
Al-Istakri, writing in the 10th century, noted how white Khazars tended to have paler skin and blue eyes, while the black Khazars were of a darker complexion. As Khazars...
Alright, darker complexion don't sound like black. Darker complexion sounds like they got a little bit of tan. You know what I mean? Or dirty looking. You know what I mean? Yeah, like a Khazar would. You know what I mean? You see them people up in Mongolia, man. They got a little bit of melanin and that, but bruv, it's dirty up there, man. Dirty face people. Afghanistan, dirty. There's bare dirty face, man. Man who look European, but their skin's dirty. You know what I mean? That is not a tan. That is not melanin, like, over. Yeah, it's a mad thing. But anyway, let's move on.
Society was multi-ethnic. Deciphering what language may have constituted the lingua franca is rather difficult. No records in the Khazar language survive, so any attempts to establish what the Khazars spoke are therefore necessarily theoretical. However, it would seem likely that the ruling elite spoke some kind of Shaz or common Turkic language, while the rest of the population spoke a branch of Turkic known as Aliyah Turkic or Ukuric. The only surviving Ukuric language today is Chuvash. The Khazar state. Like many other Turkic peoples, the Khazars were ruled by dual kings. The greater of these two kings, known as the Khagan, fulfilled a primarily symbolic and sacred role, while the lesser king, known as a Bak or Bek, would deal with the day-to-day affairs of state and control the military. Recruited from...
Don't know, this orchestral music was going to come back and haunt me, man. You know what I mean? I know how these people stay, bro. And I'll start saying, like, yeah, this video has been... got to change the music because it's Fifth Symphony and all that. Beethoven. Yeah, someone put Beethoven. stop doing that though.
Amongst the ranks of the greater nobility, the Khagans qualified for particularly elaborate burial rituals upon their deaths. A palatial complex would be built around the body, and rivers rerouted to hide the burial place. Arabic sources describe how a Khagan could declare how many years he wished to rule upon his coronation. If he lived beyond this age, he would be killed. The reasoning for this appears to be to prevent aged and infirm kings from ruling beyond their years. Although, of course, this story may be legendary. As with many other Turkic Khaganates, such as the Golden Horde, Khazaria was ruled by a linguistically separate elite.
It's not us, Khaz. Yeah? Khazars come from, yeah. They come from the other side, bro. We over here, down here. You know what I mean? Or down here, should I say. Originally, all of this is us. You know what I mean? And then other people came and settled and over later times. That's cool. But just know who you are, innit? Stop trying to claim other stuff and Syrian and Libyan and, you know what I mean, Nubian and whatever, Arab and like I don't know what this is, man. Yeah. People need to start identifying with their heritage and that. I mean, this has been an established situation for years that they've accepted it. They're arguing about it or whatever, you know what I mean? But look, the argument still stands. Like, what is this? Who else converted to Judaism under King Bulon and that? Who did that? You know, silly, man. Come on, man. Let's go.
Khazar rulers would, however, take wives and concubines from among their subject peoples. Able to maintain a standing army of around 7,000 to 12,000 men at its height, Khazaria also made use of Muslim mercenaries, such as the Khwarezmian Guard Corps, known as Usiya, who protected the Khagans. The size of the Khazars' army could increase greatly in wartime, when nobles were obligated to provide the service of their retinues. Although medieval military figures are always murky, what is clear is that Khazar military strength was such that they were able to control vast territories between the Aral Sea and the Ukrainian steppes. Governors, known as Tuduns, controlled settlements and acted as administrators.
See, Ukrainian steppes, it didn't matter what religion they took on. Yeah, they were still them. That's what I'm trying to tell you now. So when you're saying about Israel and Palestine, and this is what we're talking about. The same people, but just different theology. You know what I mean? Like, we decided to follow a caliphate. We decided to follow Byzantine or Christian or Constantine type situation, and the rest of us were just like straight up wild Mongolian horde men who just weren't on a good thing at all. You know what I mean? So yeah, you get different types and different peoples, but perhaps, yeah, the behavior then and the behavior now is what we're saying. Like, is there a pattern? Is there a connection there? Let me just sip my Liptons in that.
Famed 10th century Arab traveller Ibn Fadlan described lower level officials, although their duties are unknown to us. This system allowed the Khazars to control the formerly wild regions of the Ukrainian steppe, guaranteeing safe passage to trade caravans. This has led to some historians to label the period of Khazar ascendancy as Pax Khazaria, the peace of the Khazars. Economist Lawrence Reed has noted that the decentralized organization of the Khazar state, along with their ethnic and religious tolerance, was one of its great strengths, allowing its rulers to exploit the economic opportunity of Silk Road trade caravans. Trade was central to the power of the Khazar economy. Thanks to its position on the east-west trade routes, which snaked their way across Eurasia, Khazarian rulers were able to levy tolls on caravans in return for safe passage through the vast steppe. Tributary levies were also extracted from among the subject tribes of Khazaria. Although semi-nomadic, the Khazars established a varied economy based off pastoralism, that is, grazing herds across large grasslands, exploitation of regional abundance of fish stocks, agricultural production, craft manufacture, and crucially, revenues derived from the control of trade routes. The Khazars were also an important supplier of slaves to the Muslim world, capturing Slavs and Eurasian tribesmen to be sold in slave markets further east and south. Atil, the capital of Khazaria from the mid-8th century, stood at the Volga Delta north of the Caspian Sea. As a major trade center, the city was a melting pot of peoples and religions. Jews, Muslims, Christians, pagans, and shamanists inhabited the city, each with their own places of worship. The court in Atil, which handled trade disputes, reflects this diverse population. 7 judges presided over the court, 2 to represent the Jews, 2 to represent the Christians, 2 for the Muslims, and 1 for the pagans of the city. Outside of Atil, meadows and vineyards, irrigated by the Volga, formed a heartland of agricultural production. Religion. Although sources are scarce, it is highly likely that the original religion of the Khazars was a variety of Turkic paganism based on the worship of the sky god Tengri. Ritual sacrifice was practiced, with offerings being given to fire, water, the moon, a variety of gods, and the ancestors. As Tengri was a sky god, anything struck by lightning was considered to be a sacrifice to the heavens. The afterlife was probably considered to be similar to life on Earth, as warriors were buried with their equipment. There is also evidence to suggest that warriors were occasionally buried along with their Kargans upon the death of the ruler. As noted previously, Khazar society was not only...
What in the Den Kargan is going on here? All this soft music, man.
multi-ethnic, but also host to a variety of religious practices. Khazaria stands out for its apparent tolerance of Judaism, a rare occurrence during the medieval period in which Jews regularly suffered expulsions and persecution across Europe. Even more curiously, both external and Khazar sources attest to the fact that Khazar leadership converted to Judaism en masse sometime during the 9th or 10th century.
Oh, is it?
How this may have occurred, or even if it occurred at all, is subject to a great deal of debate, particularly since archaeological evidence of worship appears to be somewhat lacking. However, what is clear is that groups of Jews from Byzantium and the Islamic world had been migrating to Khazaria during periodic persecutions for some centuries. Pagan Khazaria offered a more welcoming environment, and the diverse...
Pagan Khazaria, you know, told you. I mean, there was pagans before they took on different forms and, you know what I mean, things before they took on Judaism. One thing. And they're still the only ones today. So, like, I don't know what's going on.
Diverse and tolerant Khazar society allowed Jews to worship freely. Historian Simon Sharma postulates that Jews from the Balkans and Crimea formed a large number of those who migrated to Khazaria. Traditionally,
from the Balkan and Crimea, like, listen to the places where they come from. Like, come on, family. How are these men from Israel? Like, stop it, man. Stop it. I don't know why they don't go back to Moscow. Mosque, get it? See, those are the ones who are Islamic. Those are the ones who, you know what I mean? Like, there were European different groups that we know are like Coptic Christian and, you know, Georgians and shit, and people from, you know what I mean, who go into the old school thing of when it was brought to them or when they converted. That's all this is. Yeah, but this particular one was very strange because, like, no one else weren't doing this, making up stuff.
Accounts hold that the Khazar ruler Bulan was the one to convert Khazaria to Judaism.
See, didn't we say King Bulan? I mean, yeah, we told you, man. King Bulan of Khazaria, man. Yeah, converted them, man. So yeah, we're taking on Judaism. So you weren't that before, as we explained many times. But yeah, have to hand out these L's, man.
Bulan had angelic visions which exhorted him to find the true faith, after which he travelled to a desert cave previously used by Jews to celebrate the Sabbath, where he was circumcised. Interestingly...
Ouch. Circumcised as a grown man. As a king. Yeah. Guess you could have been King Bull less. You know what I mean? Not King Bull on. Like, what the hell's going on? And he's riding a horse after that. Nah, don't think you can do that, bro.
A Turkic myth concerning the Ashina founding dynasty features an ancient cave in which the dynasty was conceived from the mating of their human ancestor and a wolf ancestress.
Oh, no, listen. Right? A wolf, cuz. A wolf. What is this, Rome? What is this? Romulus and Remus stuff. She-wolf, yeah? Man had sex with a wolf and then created Bulon and them, man, there. Ah, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is European stuff. Told you I'm not invested.
Him to find the true faith, after which he travelled to a desert cave previously used by Jews to celebrate the Sabbath, where he was circumcised.
Right.
Interestingly, a Turkic myth concerning the Ashina founding dynasty features an ancient cave in which the dynasty was conceived from the mating of their human ancestor and a wolf ancestress.
The human ancestor and a wolf ancestor. Yeah, allow it, man. What are we doing, man? Yeah, she-wolf, werewolf, whatever, man. Yeah, man. That way the women shave their hair and wear wigs. Stay out of it.
Bulan's cave conversion may therefore be an attempt to rationalize Khazar pagan mythology with their new Jewish faith. Subsequently, Bulan is said to have invited representatives of the three Abrahamic faiths to hold a debate at his court. Judging Judaism to be the greater of the three, Bulan confirmed his conversion, and his nobility followed suit. Such an account is likely to be a semi-legendary tale, as it is generally recognized that large-scale conversion takes a considerable period of time. The Shechter letter.
Oh, does it? Large-scale conversion, yeah. Not really, fam. You get me? You are what you take on according to these individuals. You know what I mean? How you've gone from Khazars to Jews who follow Judaism, that this is clear. You know what I mean? Khazars did it.
Letter from the Cairo Geniza, a collection of some 400,000 manuscripts covering Jewish history throughout the medieval period and beyond, describes Bulan's wife as being Jewish, which may have influenced his conversion. That said, there is written evidence, including an exchange of letters between the Spanish Jewish leader Hazadi ibn Shaprut and Joseph, king of the Khazars, to support the theory that the Khazar elite converted to Judaism. Khazar coins from the 830s have been discovered, inscribed with the phrase, "Moses is the messenger of God," and the Christian monk Christian of Savalot referred to the Khazars in the 870s as being circumcised, and omnem Judaismum observat.
Whoa, he observed what? I don't speak Latin, lad. Yeah, what did he say about another man's what? He saw these men were circumcised. How? What, are we stupid or something? Is that what we're doing now? Huh? That statement should have never been made out of anyone's mouth. Or let alone put on a ring or something. Like, what is this? Pause.
That is, observing all the laws of Judaism. The names of Khazar rulers markedly changed from names such as Urbis to Zachariah, Aaron, and Benjamin. However, it is important to recognize that the evidence for the conversion of the...
You see that? Zachariah and Benjamin and all of these type of stuff there. You see what they're doing? Yeah? Mad thing. From Khazars to something else. Whatever, man. Just to hide their identity. Fuckery.
The Khazars is fragmentary and at times appears contradictory. It is possible, of course, that the Khazars never converted to Rabbinic Judaism at all, a view held by historian Shaul Stampfer.
When you're out for a ride, you can't lose your focus.
When you're out for a ride, can't be on the bike.
Foreign relations. The strategic position of Khazaria did not simply provide economic benefits. It also meant that the Khazars were sought after as allies by neighbouring powers, giving the Khagans a great deal of political influence. The Byzantine Empire generally encouraged steppe peoples to fight amongst themselves, as well as offering payments and marriage alliances in order to incite Turkic Khagans to attack these. The Khazars were no exception. Leo III brokered an alliance against a common enemy, the Arab Muslims to the south. As part of this alliance, Leo's son, the future Constantine V, married the daughter of Khazar Khagan Bihar. They had a son, Leo IV, who ruled as emperor from 775 to 780, and was known as the Khazar. The Byzantines regularly used the Khazars as a bulwark against the threat posed by Rus raiders in the 9th century. Although relations with the Byzantine Empire were generally cordial, the Khazars fought extensive wars with the Umayyad Caliphate and its successor, the Abbasid Caliphate. The first of these came in the 640s and 650s, with the first phase of Muslim wars of expansion. By 642, the Muslim armies had reached Armenia and began to launch raids across the Caucasus. In 652, a large Muslim attack on the Khazar capital, at that time Balanjar in the North Caucasus, was repelled, ending the Arab threat for a time and bringing an end to the First Arab-Khazar War. However, the Second Arab-Khazar War began in the early 8th century, with an increase in raiding across the Caucasus. In 722, a large-scale invasion of some 30,000 Khazars convincingly defeated Arab forces in Armenia, and the Caliphate responded by sending a similarly massive force northwards to besiege the Khazar capital of Balanjar, which was eventually captured by the Arab army. Ongoing conflict through the 720s and 30s saw the contested regions of the Caucasus change hands on multiple occasions, before Caliph Marwan ibn Muhammad forced the surrender of Khazar forces in 737 through a surprise attack deep in Khazar territory. However, the ensuing peace agreement was short-lived, and within 3 years the Khazars were able to assert their independence, thanks again to Byzantine support and Umayyad internal political instability. Aside from sporadic raiding, Khazar relations with the Abbasids were generally cordial, owing in part to the less expansionist tendencies of the Abbasids. However, the greatest threat to the Khazar...
The Abbasids are bastards, man. You know what I mean? These were another set of European men. Like the Umayyads are the real Arabs in a sense, are the real in the time of the Prophet and that. You know what I mean? These are black folks, man. Black Arabs on horseback and all sorts. You know what I mean? But out here, we know who these men are, man. Look, man. Yeah, looking Viking looking and all of that. Crazy.
And the cause of their eventual demise turned out to be the Rus peoples, who sought access to the waterways controlled by the Khazars. Desiring access to the Arab world for the purposes of trade, the Rus states increasingly resented the levies extracted by the Khazars on their trade fleets. The construction of Sarkel fortress by the Khazars in the 830s or 40s attests to this increasing unease over their worsening relations with the Rus. By the 880s, the Khazars increasingly faced pressure from hostile neighbouring states, in particular the Pechenegs, another semi-nomadic Turkic group, and the Rus warlords, who had wrested control of the Kiev region from the Khaganate. Still, an uneasy peace was maintained as the Khazars allowed Rus raiding parties to use the Volga to travel through their lands. However, in 913, a particularly large Rus raid into Arab territories led to a request by the Khwarezmian Islamic Guard units of the Khazar army to be allowed to avenge their fellow Muslims. The subsequent destruction of the Rus forces upon their return led to war between Khazaria and the Rus states. To make matters worse, the Khazar alliance with Byzantium broke down in the early 10th century, and instead the Byzantines began attempting to cultivate relations with the Rus and the Pechenegs. A series of raids over several decades culminated in Sviatoslav of Kiev fighting a massive campaign which saw the fortresses of Sarkel and Tamartaka fall in the 960s before Atil itself was captured and utterly destroyed in the year 968 or 969. The fall of the Khazars. Although it has been argued that the Khazar state remained until 1224, albeit in a greatly reduced territory, it is generally agreed that the Rus campaign left Khazaria devastated, and only a minor rump state remaining in its stead. References to Khazars in written sources persist up until 1106, when they finally fade from the record, although it is worth mentioning that many of these references seem to be misattributions. Despite their tragic fall, the Khazars left their mark on history. From the 13th century, they entered Russian folklore as Jewish heroes in the land of the Jews. And today they are distinguished as one of only 2 Jewish states to exist between the fall of the Second Temple in 70 AD and the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948. The Khazars have also been noted for their successful policy of religious and ethnic tolerance, seemingly a rare thing in the early medieval period. Along with the decentralization of their state and their exploitation of trade routes through their territories, it has also been hypothesized that the remnants of the Khazar population migrated westwards and went on to form the core of the Ashkenazi Jewish population in Europe, although it must be noted that most scholars are skeptical of this view. The theory gained...
The Ashkenazi, mud thing. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna crop up. It's gonna crop up in all conversations with the Khazarians. Just makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Whenever people are postulating and speculating and all of that type of stuff, that's their business. I mean, it's not man's business. Man's business to tell you what it is, mate. What they've been postulated for the longest time. All right.
Traction in the second half of the 19th century and was brought to the attention of the wider public in 1976 with the publication of Arthur Koestler's The 13th Tribe. However, the theory has also been used to discredit or deny Jewish nationhood, and as such has also been taken up at various points by writers or groups with an anti-Semitic agenda.
Anti-Semitic agenda, you know. Yeah, they are not Semitic. Just in your video explanation, they are not Semitic people. Right. He doesn't even get it. He must be biased. Interesting. Yeah. Next. Ooh. Yeah. I think this one's a good one. Quick one. Yeah. Before I go back for you. Arabs was next. You know what I mean? Arabs was next at peak. Who is this? Okay.
The annals of history are often adorned with the grandeur of noble figures.
Hit the like button, people. Hit the like button, people. Hear this one, hear this one, hear this one. The levels of disrespect. Yeah. You think what the Khazars is doing Palestine? Well, listen to this. Two prominent figures of history. That's why we say F certain men and certain Asian men say the same thing. I mean, stuff like this. Watch.
Celebrated for their visionary leadership and profound impact on the course of human events. Among these towering figures stand Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi and Winston Churchill, both remembered for their indelible contributions to shaping the world as we know it today. Their names are etched in the annals of time, immortalized through monuments, literature, and commemorations that speak of their greatness. Yet, as we delve deeper into their lives, a startling revelation comes to light, a facet of their character that has remained shrouded in obscurity, their deeply rooted racist beliefs and hatred towards Black people. It's a story that has been hidden for far too long, and it's time to bring it to the forefront. Mahatma Gandhi, an embodiment of nonviolent resistance and the champion of India's struggle for independence, is revered across the globe as a paragon of righteousness. Likewise, Winston Churchill, the stalwart British Prime Minister who rallied his nation during its darkest hours in World War II, is hailed as a symbol of courage and resilience. These are the narratives that have echoed through the corridors of time, shaping the collective memory of nations. However, the hidden underbelly of their legacies reveals a disturbing truth, one that challenges the romanticized perceptions we hold of these icons. The purpose of this article is not to diminish the substantial accomplishments of Gandhi and Churchill, nor to discredit the pivotal roles they played in history. Rather, it aims to unearth a lesser-known aspect of their lives,
Don't lie,
a facet
Craig.
that complicates the simplistic narratives we have woven around them. In this video, we shall delve into the historical record, examining the writings, speeches, and actions of both Gandhi and Churchill, seeking to shed light on their troubling perspectives towards Black people. Before we get right into the video, please smash the like button and subscribe to
Tommy.
the channel to keep informed of our eye-opening Black narrative. Let me take you back to the 1940s, where Churchill was serving as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and Gandhi was leading India's fight for independence from British rule.
Right.
During this time, Churchill made several disparaging remarks about Black people,
Referring
to them as savages and barbaric in his private correspondence. Meanwhile, Gandhi, who is often hailed as a champion of nonviolence and equality, made his own racist comments calling black people kafirs, which is no different from the N-word. These revelations are shocking, to say the least. We've been taught to view Gandhi and Churchill as paragons of virtue, but the truth is far more complicated. It's hard to reconcile their achievements with the fact that they held such hateful views towards a particular group of people. What's even more concerning is the fact that this history has been largely erased or ignored. There are numerous biographies on Winston Churchill, but close to none exposes his racist views on black people. The same can be said of Gandhi, but it's time to acknowledge their racism and the harm that it caused. Mahatma Gandhi. Let's start with Mahatma Gandhi, the leader of India's independence movement. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, widely known as Mahatma Gandhi, is a figure of great reverence and respect across the world. His tireless efforts to promote nonviolent resistance and lead India to independence from British rule have earned him a place in history as a visionary leader and a champion of civil rights. His campaigns of satyagraha, or passive resistance, left an indelible mark on the course of history, inspiring countless movements for social change. Gandhi's commitment to justice and equality was evident in his efforts to dismantle the oppressive caste system in India, his advocacy for the rights of farmers and laborers, and his dedication to promoting harmony among religious communities. His philosophy of ahimsa, or nonviolence, remains a powerful guiding principle for those seeking peaceful solutions to conflicts. However, recent revelations have shed light on some aspects of Gandhi's life that have raised uncomfortable questions about his attitudes towards certain racial groups. While Gandhi fought against British colonialism and sought justice for his own people, there is evidence to suggest that he held prejudiced views towards other marginalized communities. Simply put, Gandhi never liked black people. One of the lesser-known and troubling aspects of Gandhi's legacy is his documented statements and writings that reveal racist attitudes towards black Africans. Gandhi's racist views on blacks are not just a product of hearsay. In fact, there have been numerous affirmations that the anti-colonial nationalist was in fact racist. South African academics Ashwin Desai and Ghulam Vahed, who spent 7 years exploring the complex story of activists who lived in their country for more than 2 decades, and campaigned for the rights of Indian people, released a controversial book detailing his acts of racism. In the South African Gandhi, Stretcher Bearer of Empire, Desai and Vahed write that during his stay in Africa, Gandhi kept the Indian struggle separate from that of Africans and coloreds, even though the latter were also denied political rights on the basis of color and could also lay claim to being British subjects. While working as a lawyer for Indian immigrants, he also advocated for the segregation of Indian and black people in public facilities. He even wrote in a letter to a colleague that the Indian is being dragged down to the position of the raw kafir, kafir being a derogatory term for black people. In 1893, while Gandhi was living in South Africa,
boy, my Asians, yeah, man, I know, man, this is the L. Yeah, some of you got to take it, but boy, is what it is, man. That's why we don't look up to these leaders and that, man. These politicians and that. These gurus and that. Some of them are dangerous, man.
He wrote in a letter to the natal parliament that the Indians are undoubtedly infinitely superior to the Kafirs. In another letter from 1904, he described black people as savage, raw, and uncivilized, and claimed that the white race in South Africa should be the predominating race. Gandhi's hate for black people continued to be on full display in many of his letters.
When the AV is going on here, man, I don't get what. Yeah, man. If you didn't know this, you know this now. Yeah, these are things that some of us have known for a while still.
In a letter to a health officer in Johannesburg, he said that the council must withdraw Kafirs from an unsanitary slum called the Coolie location, where a large number of Africans lived alongside Indians. He also said, about the mixing of the Kafirs with the Indians, I must confess I feel most strongly. The same year he wrote that unlike the African, the Indian had no war dances, nor does he drink Kafir beer. When Durban was hit by a plague in 1905, Gandhi wrote that the problem would persist as long as Indians and Africans were being herded together indiscriminately at the hospital. But Gandhi's racism wasn't just limited to words. In fact, he actively fought against the rights of black people in South Africa. In 1906, he supported a law that required all Indians to be fingerprinted, photographed, and carry a registration certificate with them at all times, a law that did not apply to white people. He even went so far as to organize Indian volunteers to help the British Army fight against the Zulu rebellion in 1906. Gandhi's actions towards black people were not just limited to words and speeches. He also actively worked against the interests of black people in South Africa. In 1906, he led a campaign against a proposed law that would have granted voting rights to black people in South Africa. Gandhi argued that black people were not civilized enough to participate in the political process, and that giving them the right to vote would lead to the degradation and lowering of the Indian race.
Wow.
And it wasn't just in South Africa where Gandhi displayed his racism. In his own homeland of India, he fought for the preservation of the caste system, which placed Dalits, formerly known as untouchables, at the bottom of society and subjected them to horrific discrimination and violence. Gandhi believed that the caste system was a divine law and opposed efforts to abolish it. Gandhi's views on race and caste have been criticized by many, including civil rights leader Malcolm X. In fact, when asked about Gandhi's philosophy, Malcolm X famously said, "I admire the Mahatma very much, his philosophy, his discipline, but I have to reject his philosophy of nonviolence because I don't believe in letting anyone who attacks me just walk away from the consequences of their actions." Gandhi's own writings, including his newspaper Indian Opinion, contained passages that belittled Africans and expressed a belief in the superiority of Indians over them. While it is important to view historical figures within the context of their times, Gandhi's views on race are undeniably inconsistent with his larger message of equality and justice. Mahatma Gandhi's legacy is undoubtedly complex and multifaceted. While he is widely revered for his teachings of nonviolent resistance, civil disobedience, and his role in India's struggle for independence, it is essential to acknowledge the uncomfortable truths that also exist within his life and writings. Gandhi's racist words and attitudes towards black people cannot be dismissed or ignored. It is indeed surprising and disappointing that a man who advocated for love, peace, and equality could harbor prejudices against a particular group based solely on the color of their skin. This aspect of Gandhi's perspective challenges the idealized image that many hold of him, and it underscores the importance of critically examining historical figures in their entirety, rather than selectively focusing on their positive contributions. Winston Churchill. Now, let's move on to Winston Churchill, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Winston Churchill is widely used as an inspiration example and a model when talking about great leaders or examples of great leadership. This is because he provided himself, showcasing outstanding leadership skills during critical moments in history. His indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve have earned him a place of honor in the annals of time. Churchill's contributions to world affairs are notable, from his resolute stance against...
I hope you're listening, Tommy. You get me? Because this is your time to take an L now.
Nazi aggression during World War II to his eloquent speeches that rallied the British people during times of crisis. Churchill's legacy is marked by his remarkable achievements, which have led to monuments and praises that stand as testaments to his impactful presence. His strategic prowess and determination were instrumental in guiding the Allied forces to victory against the forces of tyranny. His speeches, etched in history, continue to inspire generations, resonating with the ideals of freedom and democracy. However, it is essential to acknowledge that beneath the surface of Churchill's remarkable feats lies a complex individual with flaws and contradictions. While history often lauds his accomplishments, it is equally important to confront the uncomfortable truths about his attitudes and beliefs. Recent revelations shed light on his racist views, particularly his attitudes towards people of African descent. Churchill was no friend to black people. He held deeply racist views and made no attempt to hide them. In fact, he made several public statements that reveal his disdain for people of color. In 1901, Churchill wrote about his experiences in the Boer War, describing the native people of South Africa as a raw Kaffir crowd, very little above the animal. He went on to say that he did not admit, for instance, that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the black people of Australia. In his words, "I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place." Churchill also supported the use of chemical weapons against uncivilized tribes, including the Kurds and Afghans. In a memo to the British Colonial Secretary in 1919, Churchill wrote, "I do not understand this squeamishness about the use of gas. I am strongly in favor of using poisonous gas against uncivilized tribes." This statement is particularly disturbing given the fact that chemical weapons were later used by the British against the Iraqi people in the 1920s. The same Churchill also opposed granting independence to India, stating that he did not want to see that this magnificent country should be reduced to the level of the barbarous native states of Africa. It is important to note that Churchill's racism was not limited to his words. He actively supported policies that oppressed people of color, including the forced repatriation of black people from the Caribbean. In 1948, the British government introduced the British Nationality Act, which allowed people from the Commonwealth to enter the UK freely. However, Churchill opposed this law and supported the repatriation of Caribbean immigrants, stating that they were a burden on the UK's economy. During his time as Prime Minister, Churchill oversaw policies that resulted in the death of millions of Indians. The Bengal famine, which took place in 1943, was one such tragedy that was directly caused by Churchill's callous and discriminatory policies. At the time, India was still under British colonial rule, and Churchill had little regard for the lives of the Indian people. When the famine struck, Churchill and his administration took no action to alleviate the suffering of the people in Bengal. In fact, he actively prevented aid from being sent to the region, which resulted in the deaths of an estimated 3 million people. Churchill's racist beliefs were evident in his attitude towards Indians, whom he referred to as a beastly people with a beastly religion. He believed that they were inferior to white people and that they deserved to suffer. This is not the only instance of Churchill's racist actions and beliefs. He also played a significant role in the brutal suppression of the Mau Mau uprising in Kenya, which resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of Kenyans. For those who don't know, the Mau Mau uprising was a rebellion against British colonial rule that lasted from 1952 to 1960. The Mau Mau fighters, primarily from the Kikuyu tribe, sought to reclaim their land, dignity, and freedom from the British settlers who had taken everything from them. Churchill saw the Mau Mau as barbaric and savage and believed that they needed to be whipped into submission. Churchill's government ordered the arrest and detention of thousands of Kenyans suspected of supporting the rebellion. These detainees were subjected to torture, rape, and murder by British soldiers and prison guards. The atrocities committed by the British during this time were so horrific that they were later referred to as the Kenya Emergency. Churchill himself was aware of the brutality being inflicted on the Kenyan people, but he did nothing to stop it. In fact, he actively encouraged it, famously saying, "I am not prepared to accept the position that the Mau Mau terrorists should be treated as martyrs." It's estimated that between 20,000 and 100,000 Kenyans were killed during the Mau Mau uprising, many of them at the hands of British soldiers and officials. And yet, Churchill remained unrepentant, even years later, when evidence of the atrocities began to emerge. For years, we've been taught about Gandhi's peaceful resistance and nonviolent approach to fighting for Indian independence. But what we don't learn in schools is that Gandhi was openly racist towards black South Africans during his time in South Africa. In his writings and speeches, he referred to black people as savages, and even advocated for their segregation from Indian communities. Winston Churchill, on the other hand, is widely remembered as the prime minister who led Britain through World War II. However, Churchill was also a staunch imperialist who held extremely racist views towards non-white people. He believed that white people were superior to other races and openly expressed his disdain for black people, calling them savages and barbarous tribes. To him, people from India were the beastliest people in the world next to the Germans. And he also admitted that he did not really think that black people were as capable or as efficient as white people. Churchill's policies led to the deaths of millions of people in British colonies, including India, where his policies contributed to a famine that killed millions. It's time we stop glorifying these men and start acknowledging their hateful views and actions towards black people. It's not enough to simply say, that was a different time, as racism is always wrong, no matter the time period. We cannot continue to sweep these ugly truths under the rug and ignore the impact that these men had on the lives of black people. We need to start having honest conversations about the problematic figures in history and acknowledge the harm that they have caused. Only then can we move forward and create a better future for all people, regardless of race. As always, if you enjoyed this video, please make sure to subscribe to stay on the channel and get more videos like this. Thanks for watching.
Mud. Yeah, man, that was good shit. Good. Yeah. See what man was on, fam. Yeah. You ain't got no friends out here, mate. No friends. The reason we got. Hold on, mate. Yeah. I got one for you Scandinavians as well, mate. All right.
The timing. Bless up.
Jump on. Oh, we saying Axel?
You're good, yeah?
Yeah.
Scandinavian pop up.
Boy.
Wow.
Yeah, but I can't do you like that before the Arabs.
Yeah. Big up, people, man. Jump on. Don't leave my crew hanging like this alone. Sorry, man. I have to do stuff like, yeah.
Okay, got you. It's all right, man. You know what I mean? There's no pressure.
No, I'm here now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna do the Arab thing, yeah? Cool.
Yeah.
That's why I'm gonna do the Ethiopian Jewish thing.
Yep. Okay. The real ones.
The real ones, exactly.
Not only for Lasha. But we know that, as we've been saying before, we know that these Turkic type people had to go somewhere. These Ashkenazis and all of that. He's a Gandhi hater. Oh, you think? No, Gandhi was involved in South Africa. He was a member of the Nazi Party as well as Nelson Mandela. You got to understand that the Bolsheviks, you know what I mean? Communists, separatists, all of this type of stuff. That's the ideas that are floating around from these Ashkenazis in Russia. Remember, to take over their monarchy. That's what they did. They sat down and they thought it out. What kind of society will we like after we've taken over the monarchy? And then that's exactly what they acted out. You know what I mean? And then them ideas spread.
Hello? Maku? Guys, is the stream still on? The timing, man. Okay, jump on, people, man. Don't leave me here alone. I don't know what happened to Sniper. Yeah, Born. It looks like it, kinda. Jump on, Born. I will let you in. Don't worry. Mr. 80 something. Okay. Maku!
Who said I'm taking a nap? No, my internet. My internet went out in mid-conversation, man.
Mud.
You get me? I said like it, you know. Just man. That's your people, man. Yeah, I'm gonna call you phone shop mood best. Let's allow it now. I mean, you always want to bring yourself in. Yeah, you're always ready for For
Shut your face, sleazy Randy. What do you always want to know my business for? Like, where? Yeah. Anyways. Uh-huh.
Yeah. What in the Pan Arab is going on?
It's Bunna time, people. Bring out your Bunna and drinks and all that good stuff. Come on.
Okay.
The man himself.
Who that?
Born Rich is here.
Big up, Born. Big up, Born.
Wagwan, me there.
Me there? Okay, Wagwan. You good?
Yeah, bless up, sister.
Blessed me brethren.
me brethren. Me brethren. Big up, Born. Big up, Born.
What's up, Snipe?
Yeah, I'm there, man. They call you brethren, you know. Me brethren. Big up, me brethren.
I tried it. Yay. So what's he saying, Born? Well, I haven't seen you for a while, man.
Yeah, man, I've just been chilling, working. But yeah, man, I don't know. You already know how I feel, y'all. That fucking last video, not surprising at all. We always knew that about Gandhi, you know. These figures that they put in front of us and tell us that they wanted peace and non-violence. It's crazy how everybody wants peace and non-violence except when it comes to black people. Like you can still be peaceful and non-violent and still hate black people. Like it's crazy, right? You can be the biggest Christian. Like even this country I live in, like this country claims it was born and raised and founded on Christian values, but you still think black people are savages.
Yeah.
Like, I don't believe none of that shit, man. None of that shit was like, yeah, he tried to look out for black people. No, he didn't. In his private time, he called us savages. Publicly, he called us savages.
Yeah, and privately. Like what? What's going on? Like what? This is levels of disrespect I can't tolerate. Like why would you do that?
What are you here, Randy? What do you want to say?
Bigger Paxton.
What is it, Randy?
I was just inquiring about your social life.
Wow. What are you doing? That sounded creepy.
You just haven't been away. I don't know if you know I went to the Caribbean, but
oh yes, I know. You were a sub to Goddess, you said, kinda. So yeah.
So I haven't been following Axon's love life. The last I heard, there was a guy coming on to her at work, and she refused his date.
Coming on to her? What is this?
Oh, that's a long time ago. Where you been?
Yeah. Well, I'm not updated, Axon, so that's why I was inquiring about your social life or
why now?
Dating life. Let's say dating life.
Why not dealing with Winston Churchill, your ancestor, and that? Right? What are we doing?
Yeah. Winston Churchill got nothing to do with me. It's much more more interesting.
You ruled the country, no, and your ancestors would have supported
nothing to do with me. Anyway, let's get back to Axon.
Yeah.
No, don't let's go back to Axon. We're talking about big stuff now, yeah. We're talking about your ancestors, yeah.
Racist.
Yeah, the racist piece of shit.
The racist.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Winston Churchill. Man went to fight for statues for this guy. You know what I mean? Yeah. Tommy Robinson and them, and then now they've gone today to do the same for the people who we were looking at in the first segment. Mantic. This is crazy. Everyone needs to wake up and smell the coffee, man. I don't know what's going on. Let's go.
Over the years, global focus and discourse on slavery has concentrated on the transatlantic trade that featured American and European merchants. The British, Portuguese, Dutch, French, Spaniards, and Danes of Denmark were involved in the oceanic trade in Africa.
Whoa. Axon?
No. I'm Eritrean, remember? I'm Eritrean. Let me just put it out there for people who doesn't know. I'm from Eritrea. Habesha. Yeah,
know.
from Tigrinya tribe. That's
Right.
me.
Living
Living in Norway. And born in Sweden. Leave
right.
it.
We're around the corner. It's all around the corner. You know what I mean? Yeah. All right, let's go.
American men, women, and children, which lasted from the mid-16th century until the 1860s. At this time, more than 15 million Africans were enslaved and transported to the Americas. Only 10 to 12 million would make it through the sea to face a life of harsh labor, discrimination, and abuse. While the transatlantic slave trade is well known, taught in school, another form of slavery that was just as devastating has been kept secret. This other trade remains largely ignored, and at times has even been treated as a taboo subject, despite being a key component of African history owing to the devastating impact it has had on the continent, its generations, and its people's way of life. In this video, we are going to talk about the Arab-Muslim slave trade. We will take a look at the trans-Saharan slave trade in particular, where Arabs would raid, capture, and enslave even fellow Arabs and Muslims just because they had black skin. How Arabs justified these deeds using verses from their holy scripture, and how the slave trade still exists today. Before we get right into the video, please smash the like button and subscribe to the channel to keep informed of our eye-opening black narrative. The Arab-Muslim slave trade, also known as the Trans-Saharan trade or Eastern slave trade, is noted as the longest slave trade, having occurred for more than 1,300 years, while taking millions of Africans away from their continent to work in foreign lands in the most inhumane conditions. Scholars have christened it a veiled genocide, attributing the tagline to the most humiliating and near-death experience slaves were subjected to, from capture in slave markets to labor fields abroad and the harrowing journey in between. While official figures on the exact number of slaves captured from Africa and the Trans-Sahara trade are contested, most scholars put the estimate at about 9 million. Records of slave trading and transportation in the Sahara date back as far as the 3rd millennium BC during the reign of the Egyptian king Sneferu, who crossed the 4th cataract of the Nile into what is today modern Sudan, to capture slaves and send them north. These raids for prisoners of war, who subsequently became slaves, were a regular occurrence in the ancient Nile Valley and Africa. During times of conquest and after winning battles, the ancient Nubians were taken as slaves by the ancient Egyptians. The Garamantes, an ancient civilization based primarily in the southern region of Libya, relied heavily on slave labor from sub-Saharan Africa. They used slaves in their own communities to construct and maintain underground irrigation systems known to Berbers as Fogara. Ancient Greek historian Herodotus recorded in the 5th century BC that the Garamantes enslaved cave-dwelling Ethiopians, known as troglodytes, chasing them with chariots. In the early Roman Empire, the city of Lepsis established a slave market to buy and sell slaves from the Bantu African interior. In the 5th century AD, Roman Carthage was trading in black slaves brought across the Sahara. The empire imposed customs tax on the trade of slaves. Black slaves seem to have been valued as household slaves for their exotic appearance. Some historians argue that the scale of slave trade in this period may have been higher than medieval times due to the high demand for slaves in the Roman Empire. However, the slave trade through the Sahara in antiquity may have been small and rare, as Saharan trade didn't reach large dimensions until the Arabs and Berbers introduced large numbers of camels into the desert. The trans-Saharan slave trade, established in antiquity, continued during the Middle Ages.
The ancient Egyptians understood that they could use sound to reduce their weight and the gravitational effect.
Through archaeoacoustic research, we are now close being
Look
able
what
to
they're
duplicate
listening.
those megalithic temples.
Yeah, that's what they're dealing with.
In combination with technology, would produce gravitational effects.
If they knew the correct resonant frequency, they could have used sound in that manner.
The ancient people possibly had a way to reach sympathetic resonance with each other and with stone.
We are in constant communication with this field. When we create coherence,
sound will create geometric patterns that you find in nature.
From the electron moving around the nucleus of an atom to this.
They're late, man. You know, our ancestors knew this thousands of years ago, and look, they're just getting into it now. Yeah, but they would consider this pseudo. You know what I'm saying? Pseudoscience and that, esoterical and that. You know what I mean? That's what they're into, spending billions on reconstruction videos and all of this type of stuff. Like, bro, it's not a game. Anyway, move on.
Regions. Following the early 8th century conquest of North Africa, Arabs, Berbers, and other ethnic groups ventured into sub-Saharan Africa first, along the Nile Valley towards Nubia, and also across the Sahara towards West Africa. They were interested in the trans-Saharan trade, especially in slaves, as there was a constant demand for slaves in the Eastern Arab nations and Constantinople. The Muslim slave traders distinguished themselves from the peoples on the other side of the Sahara, referring to these African populations as Zanj or Sudan, meaning black. Arabs would routinely acquire slaves through violent raiding, followed by capturing them and sending them on dangerous forced marches across the Sahara to slave markets where they would be treated as chattel, which is personal property that can be bought and sold. In North Africa, the main slave markets were in Morocco, Algiers, Tripoli, and Cairo. Sales were held in public places such as...
Interesting, isn't it? Interesting. All the same places we're saying. Yeah. They've been there for a while now as Europeans and doing their thing. You know what I mean? And then they settle, some of them settle if they can, because if malaria catch you, you're finished. Yeah. That's why it was very difficult for them to settle for long periods of history. They had to have something that could combat malaria. Where we would get it and probably survive, they would get it and probably die.
Yeah, true.
Crazy.
Souks. Aside from raiding, slaves could also be obtained by purchasing them from local black rulers. In addition, some would steal the children of the Zanj, luring them with dates and lead them from place to place until they seize them, take them farther in the country, and transport them to their own countries.
Mad. Nah. So from East Africa, the coast, we will lure them with some dates. The kids.
Yeah, I love dates as well. Not anymore.
Dates is nice, man. Depending on what type of dates you're eating. Well, yeah.
And who's offering it to you? Coming on Jimmy Savile looking guy wrapped up in a sheet because it's too hot. You know what I mean? Pretending to be one of us. Mad thing.
In 1353, the Berber explorer Ibn Battuta would record accompanying a trade caravan to Morocco, which carried 600 black female slaves who were to be used as domestic servants and concubines.
Bibi!
Correct your L, Bibi, in Hebrew in the chat, man. Yeah, both of you Hebrew, Berbers, Amazigh. Moroccan even.
Talk about Morocco. You're not Tuareg. Silly.
When Battuta visited the ancient African kingdom of Mali, he recounted that the local inhabitants vied with each other in the number of slaves and servants they had, and was himself given a slave boy as a hospitality gift. The routes taken by slave caravans transporting slaves depended on their destination. Slaves headed to Egypt would be carried by boat down the Nile, and slaves headed to Arabia would be sent to ports on the Red Sea, such as Suakin and Asab. Slaves headed to North Africa would have to take the Saharan trade routes.
What?
Asab.
Yeah.
It's here in Eritrea, in the coast, in the Red Sea.
Man.
Yeah. He said a ports. Yeah. There's a port. Yeah.
So we know who was getting kidnapped as well.
Mad, isn't it?
Wow.
That's crazy.
But very, very, very familiar. We're getting attacked on both sides.
That's the maddest part, you know. It's like from the whole West Coast and then the whole East. But the East one is before the West, though. So
yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Longer.
Much longer.
Even when they stopped on the West, they're still doing it in the East.
Exactly.
Up to modern times. Now in the north, they're still doing it.
Yeah, crazy.
They're badding us up in Israel.
Which had been in use since around 1000 BC. These include routes connecting modern-day Libya to Nigeria, the Tripoli-Fezzan-Bornu route, connecting Libya to Aria, what are today Chad, Niger, and Cameroon, and the east-west route connecting Egypt to...
Whoa. I didn't even like the way he said that.
Niger. Niger. Oh my days. Niger. Niger. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. I don't know.
Yeah, mate. It's Injera time. It's Buna time. Exactly. Jump on.
Slaves headed to North Africa would have to take the Saharan trade routes, which had been in use since around 1000 BC. These include routes connecting modern-day Libya to Nigeria, the Tripoli-Fezzan-Bornu route, connecting Libya to areas of what are today Chad, Niger, and Cameroon, and the east-west route connecting Egypt to Ghana, Mali, and Songhai. Kanem-Bornu Zawila was another route to North Africa, as the Kanem-Bornu Empire in the eastern part of Niger was an active part of the trans-Saharan slave trade for centuries, and the trade formed the basis of the empire's prosperity. Passage through the Sahara required the expertise of ethnic groups whose lifestyles were uniquely adapted for survival in scorching, arid environments, namely the local Berber tribes and the foreign Bedouins from Arabia. For example,
Bedu
from Arabia.
Right. Thank you. Well, you know, Arabia has been saturated with all different Byzantine, you know what I mean? Turkic, Mongolian, Asian, you know what I mean? Like all different types of groups have been there and settled there and warred over it and all of that. And then on the other side, look what's happening.
Let me address
the
Mr.
local
Aliyah,
Berber tribes and the foreign Bedouins from Arabia.
Mr. Aliyah, he said Arabs. Arabs, Berbers. Did you hear that? He said it a couple of times still. So it's not only Berbers, it's Arabs too. Okay. And Bedu. And who are the word Bedu? The Arabs. Yeah, let's continue.
Arabia. For example, the Tuareg and others who are indigenous to Libya facilitated, taxed, and partly organized the trade from the south along the trans-Saharan trade routes. Various nomadic peoples played critical roles.
And the Tuareg are black. That's it. No argument there. Yeah. No other type of Berber. Tuareg are not Bibi or anyone like that. No. Everyone knows this.
Yeah, Bibi is not Tuareg. It's not Hebrew. Not Hebrew even in the chat. Yeah, but who? Oh my
roles
gosh.
as guards, guides, and camel drivers.
Sorry, what?
No, sorry. I'm not looking at the chat no more. Just continue the video.
As a result, they were granted autonomy and treated as allies by governments of North Africa. Oases were vital way stations for caravans, and those such as Aujala, Gadames, and Kufra in Libya allowed both north-south and east-west travel. Even with expert help, the passage could still prove deadly to merchants and slaves. Sometimes whole
The whole thing froze. I don't know if it's me. Born, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. It froze. I thought it was I thought it was my.
Yeah, I think it's Maku again. What are you saying though? What do you think about this video?
Hold on. But you know, it's dope. It's dope. It's breaking down. Like I always knew about the Arab slave trade, but it's putting more context to it.
Right? Yeah, from the both sides, like the roots and stuff.
Yeah. Hold on real quick. But yeah, I like it though. It is. It's just putting more context to it.
It does.
So what is Mr. Aliyah saying? What's the difference? The Berbers and the Arabs. What is he saying? That the Arabs?
Nah, he doesn't want to take the L. That's an issue. Yeah, he's an Arab, but yeah, he's not really listening to the videos. So just thinking they're only talking about the Berbers, but nah, it's about the Arabs too. So, don't know.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Sorry. Bless up, MA.
Yeah, big up you lot. I'm just in a restaurant at the moment, but yeah, before I jump on. See what I'm going.
What's up, man? You're in the Arab. You're in the Arab restaurant, brother.
Eritrean.
Way repping my people, I see.
Yeah, they always think that I'm from the Horn until I tell them I'm not.
What are you eating? Injera, zigni, subhi?
No, Zigni. What's it called? The Anes.
Ades? Okay.
Anes.
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 Okay, what are you eating? Explain.
It's like a red lentil dish.
Oh yeah.
Ades.
Yeah, thank you. Ades, yeah.
Yeah, and Catania, which sounds like an Italian word. Still, can't lie.
I don't even know what it is, but okay.
It's fried. They fried the injera in like some sauce. It might be a zigni sauce or something.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, it tastes incredible, boy.
Don't. Yeah, I haven't seen.
Yeah, big up, Born.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, what's with the pressure about the Arab thing, lad?
Shit. Basically, we ain't got no friends. We never had friends.
Are we friends with the Eritreans then?
Basically, what I can say, we ain't never have no friends. Some of them are cool. But some of them are cool. I'll be honest. Some of them.
You see, London, yeah, it's difficult to eat out and not touch base with some type of Arab cuisine. It's hard.
Why you say that? Because
there's not enough black restaurants, black owned, restaurants, takeaways, these types of things. Depends where you are in London, innit? But in the main, like, yeah, man, it's the Middle Easterns are running things as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, I can understand that. I see that happening here also. You know what I mean? Mainly the corner stores and a lot of the restaurants. They'll even take black dishes and they'll even the restaurant and cook black dishes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I said, Nashville is known for hot chicken. So me and one of my lady friends, we pulled up to this hot chicken spot. We wanted to try it out. It was just all Arabs in there. I was like, what the fuck? They didn't even have a black cook.
Why, I would do anything for some injera now, man.
Hey, Unique was coming for you, man. Did you see that?
Yeah, I heard it. I saw it.
Nah, what's good? What did you say?
I told him, don't try it, Unique, man.
Nah.
But I made you pronounce it better than me.
Thank you very much, yeah. All right, I'm out, you lot.
Okay.
All right, peace, mate. Peace. What the hell happened to Sniper?
Don't know. I think it's his connection.
So what I guess religious beliefs did these Arabs were they practicing back in these days?
Yeah, depending on what the time we're talking about, probably. But pagans or Muslims, I guess.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. That's the religion they were practicing, but I don't know about, they're not actually allowed to have slaves, so I don't think they give a damn about that. So, no, I like this video, man. Michael, return so we can play it. Otherwise, come on. Cactus, say! Jump on. What is Hebrew saying? Ask him, the Arab defeated them. Defeated who? Really? Tuareg, the slave black Arabs from Sudan had battle. What? Do you understand Moroccans English, Born?
No, I don't. It's a couple people that I don't understand what the hell they're talking about. For real. I'll say old times. I know he's saying bond rich, but then I don't know what he's talking about. I don't understand that shit. Like speak regular English to me, man. I don't. I don't know what Moroccan. I definitely don't know what Moroccan be talking about. And the other one, what's the other one? Are you correct? Forget about it. Forget about trying to understand what the fuck are you correct talking about.
It's like once in a while I do understand, but it's like the rest of it is just like cryptic, It's just like, oh, bro, I'm trying. I'm really trying. Yeah.
I just stop even trying, man. Some people you just gotta let them do them.
Yeah. But I'm thinking, like, isn't it hard for him to type like that? Like,
right? You gotta be going out of your way to type like that. I know your autocorrect hates you. Just let autocorrect work sometimes, guys. It's not that hard.
It's really hard for me. Like, it's too much effort to put, like, yeah, are you there? Yeah. Man, you do this, like, write regular English sometimes, I hope, are you? Sometimes.
Yeah, okay. You would not know about it. Yeah, I don't, Moroccan. I don't know about it, brother. I don't even try to know about it, man. Do your thing, Moroccan. You are an African tribe, but you live in the UK, right? You fled your African tribe to go live up under Winston Churchill and the Queen, and then never mind. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Talk about your tribal battles. You're not fighting them. Like, you're in England, bro. Relax. You fled. You fled the tribal battles. That's why you fled, because it was tribal battles, right?
Probably.
Yeah, so, like, what are you talking about? Go back and fight, Moroccan. So, yeah, I don't know about it. Not only do I not know about it, you don't know about it. You research and read the same shit I read. Like, stop, man. Talking to me and you a fleer.
Fleer. You're a fleer.
A professional fleer. You fled for a living. Stop, man. Oh, I got that one the whole time. I mean, let me translate it the way I would say it. I speak patois language to you, born rich. Got you. I got that one. Let me try. Let me try how you typed it. Me talk patois language to you, born rich.
Born rich.
Born rich.
I'm back.
You returned.
Arabia. So what's going on? Yeah, the Arab slavery sounded fuckery, man. It was just getting juicy, and then it just cut out, man. I was thinking,
yeah, you got the Arabs. Cut out, man. Yeah, the Arabs in the chat pointing the fingers like, nah, it wasn't us. That was the Berbers. The Berbers said, no, it's the Arabs. There's a lot of finger pointing. When it comes to disrespecting and mistreating black people, it's always a lot of finger pointing going around.
I know.
It ain't us. They do that over here. Like, man, these white people be, no, it ain't us, man. It's the J people. And then J people said, no, it ain't us, it's the Caucasians. Like, man, shut up. Y'all in the same fucking boat. Shut up.
Same boat, man.
Same boat. When it's time to, one thing y'all do agree on is mistreating black people. That's one thing. Y'all beef about everything else in the world, but when it's time to mistreat black people, y'all like, all right, let's go handle it.
We're in agreement. Yeah, you could be Israeli or Palestinian. It don't make no difference. I mean, they'll fight each other like they have been fighting each other, and still find time to fuck up black folk. You know what I'm saying? It's not a good look. Sort that shit out. Okay. Right. Let's get back a bit. Let's get it. They can't escape. They can't escape.
We got scripture.
We got scripts. When the Raskanazi is going on. The Raskanazi.
These figures on the grounds that they are too low. They suggest over 50 million Africans were shipped out during the Atlantic trade alone. According to some researchers, another 4.1 million Africans were shipped.
Oh, that was it. There was 12.
The Arabs. The 19th century represented the highest point of the Arabian trade, where 12,000 Africans were shipped out every year. The total figure for the 19th century alone was 1.2 million slaves to Arabia. Thus, in terms of numbers, Arabia's 9.85 million is not far behind the conservative estimate of nearly 12 million African victims of the Atlantic slave trade. Some African historians, though, reject these figures on the grounds that they are too low. They suggest over 50 million Africans were shipped out during the Atlantic trade alone. According to some researchers, another 4.1 million Africans were shipped across the Red Sea to the Persian Gulf and India. This trade also, with the notable exception of some Portuguese involvement in the area of Mozambique and of 18th and 19th century French exports to islands under their control in the Indian Ocean, was largely conducted by Muslims. Throughout the 19th century, the Omani Arab rulers of Zanzibar shipped hundreds of thousands of African slaves to work on clove plantations on the island. It was this trade that gave Europe and America so much satisfaction, after abolishing their own trade in African slaves, to highlight the wickedness of the Arab slavers, who continued to enslave Africans well into the first decades of the 20th century. Even to this day, Arab slavers are still at work in Sudan and Mauritania, buying and selling black Africans. Like the Atlantic trade, the Arabian trade's Middle Passage was equally as horrible and terrifying. The Middle Passage describes the harrowing journey lasting several months from Africa's west coast to the Americas, during which millions of Africans, packed like sardines in the slave ships, died of thirst, hunger, rough seas, and sometimes from the sheer brutality inflicted by the European slavers. In the Arabian trade, the trudge across the Sahara in leg and neck chains, and necks in large forked sticks and hands tied with bark thongs, was particularly harsh on the African slaves. The hardships of these long marches across the desert were considerable, and much later travelers reported that the routes were lined with the parched skeletons of those who succumbed to exhaustion and thirst along the way. The Arab slavers did not only march their African captives to Arabia, they also sometimes sold them to European slavers. Enterprising Arab merchants and middlemen would gather in Zanzibar for raw materials, including cloves and ivory. They would then buy black slaves who they would use to carry the raw materials and also work in their plantations abroad. Slaves from as far as Sudan.
I just don't like his voice, man.
Yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, hey.
Like he's too excited about it. Like you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like you're winning a prize or something. Hello, today you're winning a prize. Yeah. Step up to the plate. Yeah. We've got some black Africans. Like, wow.
You sound too happy, bro. You sound too happy.
Just a little bit too happy. Maybe I need to turn down the volume or something. Maybe it was that. But yeah, I just don't know. But anyway, let me listen.
Ethiopia, and Somalia would be availed at the Zanzibar.
No, this is not a Lily situation, yeah? Shipped them through the Indian Ocean to the Persian Gulf and Arabian. So, yeah, so some of my Somali family did say before that they never were slaves, yeah? And look at this. Just saying. Just saying.
But some say they did enslave Bantus and that, and and took them down to places like Zanzibar and was it Tanzania or whatever?
Yeah, it's Zanzibar, yeah. But the ones who were controlling Zanzibar that times was the Omani, right?
The Omani, the Somali, I don't know. Could be. I mean, because some say that, some don't. I say.
Yeah, well, if you go to Zanzibar, if you've seen some documentaries about Zanzibar, you can see there's a large population of Omanis there. Yeah, mixed with some Indians and people from actually Tanzania. They're mixed. Yeah.
Loads of Bantus over here as well. Lots of barrier. Bad thing.
And shipped through the Indian Ocean to the Persian Gulf or Arabic Peninsula, where they worked in Oman, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq. African Muslims were, however, never captured as slaves due to the Islamic legal views, but this changed very quickly. On the other hand, the trans-Saharan caravan...
I kind of skip over it.
Yeah, like nothing. Yeah. So, okay. So they were not captured as slaves, but they were servants? Yeah.
No, they wouldn't capture African Muslims. You couldn't touch them.
But that's not true, though. There was a lot of Muslim Africans. Yeah.
Because this is what we're saying. Those Muslim Africans would be considered Arabs. Would be considered the first set. You know what I mean?
But what doesn't Okay, so you collecting people, from East Africa, the Horn. Somalia were like Muslims back then, fully.
Everywhere.
Yeah. And then you were shipping them out to India and then the Arabic Peninsula to Iran and to Iraq. So you were shipping them out. You were selling them. So they were slaves.
Yeah,
and then
some of them were free. Yeah, some of them were. Because of Islamic rulings, they couldn't enslave them, innit? So I'm saying that's why I'm saying.
They were enslaving them, but call it something else then.
Free my people, man. Free my people. Stop enslaving us, man. At least pay us some money, man. What's going on?
Reparations and that.
Reparations, man. Hey, US Africans, get out of the way, man. I want my reparations, man. Shut the hell up, Bon. Big up, everyone.
Min lillebror.
Big up, min bror.
Your Bon didn't even say nothing.
He knows, man.
I don't pay them no attention, man.
Nah, man. We're old reparations, man. You're the back of the line.
Yeah, we'll go get them. Why you won't go get them?
We can't get them, man. We broke.
Yeah, why you sounding like Afro? You sound like Afro there.
We broke.
Why are you not doing anything about the plight of the black Africans? You got me in your
checkmate.
Yeah. Checkmate. Go back home.
Now don't say that 3 times. He's gonna appear.
Oh,
Why ain't you help?
And concentrated on the West African region, straddling the Niger Valley to the Gulf of Guinea, along the trans-Saharan roads to slave markets in Maghreb and the Nile Basin. The voyage that could take up to 3 months involved inhumane conditions that saw slaves die along the way due to diseases, hunger, and thirst. An estimated 50% of all slaves in this trade would die in transit. Other 19th century European explorers recorded their perilous experiences traveling through the Saharan desert alongside slave caravans. The explorer Gustav Nachtigall reported finding numerous bones at desert springs that had run dry. Nachtigall estimated that for every one slave that successfully arrived at the market, 3 or 4 had either died or escaped. Cold could also kill in the desert, as the explorer Heinrich Barth relayed a story that the Vizier of Bornu had lost.
Notion has been the centerpiece of my workflow. It's quite literally an extension of my brain. I can take notes, create folders, manage tasks, projects.
Lost 40 slaves in a single night in Libya. A British account described 100 skeletons. In modern times, the popular image of African slavery springs from the vision of a tormented male suffering under the lash of unceasing labor on some New World sugar plantation.
Right.
Yet the real face of servitude finds its focus in the forced migration of millions of girls and young women across the Sahara and the Horn of Africa into the institutions of Islamic concubinage. While in the European New World, the measure of a
Hey, I just want to quote Randy. He said, "Fuck reparations, man. These arguments never stuck up."
Wow.
God damn, let's go, Randy.
Of reparations would say
Come
that.
on, man.
You
I
know
think
what
Randy's
your
been
people
to a counter march.
You know what your people owe? Yeah, you just brought up something about Grenada or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's just a small island. But yeah, you're still saying British ancestors went there with their fuckery. You know what I mean? You got to accept that L. Like, yeah, man. Let alone what you lot was doing in India. And then we got Gandhi caping for you and being disrespectful, calling us Kafir and all of this type of stuff. Like, what are we doing here, man?
Is that where it came all the way to South Africa? Because them man be calling each other Kafirs, even though it doesn't mean like a non-believer, but oh
Yeah,
shit,
it means different. It has
shit, that
different
makes
connotations.
sense now.
Yeah, Gandhi saying it, you know, but Gandhi was in South Africa. You know what I
The
mean?
one and them
Supporting-
RSS man smoked him.
Yes, supporting apartheid and that. Like, yeah, man, we should be separate, man. I wish my country was like that. You know what I mean? Why can't everyone be Hindu? Like, what?
How's
What
he
you
saying that
doing?
on an empty stomach?
Yeah. And starving yourself is that fair? It's like
That's
we can't
definitely not fair.
retaliate. We can't retaliate to someone who starves themselves. So it's an interesting tactic, but it's a cowardly one. You know what I mean? It's very AV-ish. You know what I mean? Them type of people, yeah, man.
Yeah, but AV is starving himself of the punani.
Mud.
He's in self-celibacy.
He said
like, for no reason. You know what I mean? He's taking a vow for no reason. It's like, yeah. It's just there is no woman. There is
no
guru.
pom pom.
There is only guru. That no, we can't do that. Let's go.
A man's stature was mapped out and calibrated on the physical dimensions of empire, built upon the sinews of forced masculine labor. In the Islamic Orient, wealth, however, it was a reflection of prestige, young girls, the vessel of male hubris. Thus, women slaves in the Arab world were often turned into concubines living in harems, and rarely as wives, their children becoming free. A large number of male slaves and young boys were castrated and turned into eunuchs who kept watch over the harems. Castration was a particularly brutal operation with a survival rate of only 10%. These eunuchs, who were around 7 times more expensive than non-castrated males.
These eunuchs, sorry.
Eunuchs, man, fuck.
Yeah, these eunuchs. Yeah. Oh, Salvador.
You can't chop off my balls, it's Salvador.
Huh? You picking them in the jar, that's Salvador. You know what I'm saying? I got to carry my own balls. Yeah, that's
Can I mix
Nah, he finished himself. You know what I'm saying? Eunice. That's all we're saying, Eunice. It's funny.
So these man were chopping off balls so these man can watch girls getting piped in a room without feeling anything. That is so peak, man.
Yeah. Best of servants. That's what a eunuch is. You could put in charge of a harem, anything. As a soldier, what's he got to lose? Yeah, all you got is your word and your. Oh well, maybe.
Oh wow.
Could also be used as administrators, tutor, secretaries, commercial agents, and even concubines. Due to strictures within Islamic law, slaves would not usually be castrated within Muslim territory and, therefore, would be castrated before being sent across the Sahara. Sometimes slaves were castrated after purchase in North African slave market.
You saw that, yeah? Because religiously, it's not prohibited, but culturally, it's blood clot, the culture of the slave system at the time. Magic. So men are doing it outside the borders. What in the Guantanamo Bay is going on here?
In it?
You know what I'm saying? Like off the mainland, international waters and that. That's what men are doing. So before they get to the destination, it's like, oh shit, we're just gonna cross this line and then we're gonna be in like Islamic territory. So you know that castration thing can't work. But ready made, duh. Let's do it at the border. Mad thing.
While the Europeans paid a higher price for male slaves than females, the reverse was the case with the Arabs. Moreover, while the European slavers profited mainly from male labor, the Arabs saw profit in sexual satisfaction and reproductive potential. Slavery unquestionably checked population growth in Africa, and consequentially placed tremendous pressure upon gender and marital relationships during the Arab slave. In this sense, the feminine-oriented Arab slave trade, though neither motivated nor executed with economic benefits as prime objective, caused far greater demographic damage and consequently greater economic decline with its excessive poaching of the reproductive potential of the harvested areas. The Arabs raided sub-Saharan Africa for 13 centuries without interruption. Most of the millions of men they deported disappeared as a result of inhumane treatment. This painful page in the history of black people has apparently not been completely turned. In the Muslim culture of the Middle Ages, blackness became increasingly identified with slavery. This was justified by appeals to a specific interpretation of the biblical story of Curse of Ham that posited Ham had been cursed by Noah in two ways. The first, the turning of his skin black, and the second, that his descendants would be doomed to slavery. Muslim slave traders would use this as a pretext to enslave blacks, including black Muslims.
But it was Canaan who was albino. You hear me? It wasn't curse. It was curse the seed of Ham. Or curse be Canaan. That's what the words are written in the biblical text. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
You're telling me this guy is saying that the Muzis took a scripture out of the Bible? Okay. Mud.
No, the Europeans.
The Europeans, okay.
Who are
I got an idea who was behind this.
The Europeans, no, who are pretending to be, not pretending to be, but they're saying they're Muslims as well.
Yeah, exactly.
They're Jews, they're everything right now. You know what I mean? That's not really the point.
The shapeshifters.
You know what I'm saying? Right, but you're saying when you're carrying man into Muslim territories, yeah, you know what the rules are. You can't be doing them stuff. But
you gotta do it outside
before. Yeah, you're just gonna do it just before you get there. That's fucked. That's fucked, man. Mad.
In the late 14th century, a black king of Bornu wrote a letter to the Sultan of Egypt complaining of the continued.
Yeah. So does he look like a black Arab to you?
I mean, he looks like Mezzo to me, just a little bit, just the nose.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Now, as I said, if you don't look like these man or me or you or whatever accent and that, bruvs, you came there later, man. It's far too hot and far too thin for you to have originated there. That's rubbish. With blue eyes and pale skin in that region. No,
wait, man's got a fat chain on, right?
Balling. Just because man's in the desert. Yeah, but just because man's in the desert, it don't mean like man's backward in that. You know what I mean? Them desert dwellers, they know how to live in the desert.
True.
That's what Islam is about. You know what I mean? Like knowing these practices and fasting and all of that. 2 Zamzam water and that. You know, you need to find the spring in the desert. No, you need to find a spring in the desert like Hagar.
And eating dates. Even was it oddly?
Yeah. Don't eat dates from any guy though. Later on, it becomes a trap. You know what I mean? That's where you
become a eunuch.
Like 7, like the Prophet did. Peace be upon him. You know what I mean? Like, 7 dates or something is good for you, your health, or something like that. But not waiting on the corner talking about, do you want a date? Do you want a date? No, come out. That's Ghaznazi. That's Ottoman. That's different peoples. You know what I mean? Because real nobles don't do that. You know what I mean? They keep it noble, man. But yeah, look, man, we're getting turned into the N-word soon.
14th century, a black king of Bornu wrote a letter to the Sultan of Egypt complaining of the continual slave raids perpetrated by Arab tribesmen, which were devastating his lands and resulting in the mass enslavement of the black Muslim population of the region. In Al-Andalus, the area of medieval Iberia under Islamic control, black Muslims could be legally held as slaves. This all occurred despite the orthodox Muslim jurist position that no Muslim, regardless of race, could be enslaved. Even as late as the 19th century, many of the common people in Islamic society still believed that enslavement based on skin color, rather than based on religion, was approved by the religious laws of Islam. In Central Africa during the 16th and 17th centuries, slave traders continued to raid the region as part of the expansion of the Saharan and Nile River slave routes. Captives were enslaved and shipped to the Mediterranean coast.
Bobcat Gallery sell affordable art. They got a website from GoDaddy and built an online shop to launch their business and sell online.
Europe, Arabia, the Western Hemisphere, or to the slave ports and factories along the West and North Africa coasts, or south, along the Ubangi and Congo rivers. Even though the slave trade was officially abolished in Tripoli in 1853, in practice, it continued until the 1890s. And even as Europe, one of the key players in the African slave trade, abolished the practice hundreds of years ago, and the United States officially ended it in 1865. Arab countries continued the trade, with majority ending it late in the 20th century. In Malawi, slavery was officially criminalized in 2007, with mentions of some Arab countries currently being involved, albeit clandestinely. By 1858, the British consul in Tripoli had recorded that more than 66% of the value shipped across the Sahara was made up by slaves. The British consul in Benghazi wrote in 1875 that the slave trade had reached an enormous scale and that the slaves who were sold in Alexandria and Constantinople had quadrupled in price. This trade, he wrote, was encouraged by the local government. By the mid-19th century, it's possible that nearly 10,000 slaves were being transported to North Africa yearly. After the establishment of the British and Foreign Anti-Slavery Society in 1839 to fight slave trading in the Mediterranean, Ahmad I Ibn Mustafa, Bey of Tunis, agreed to outlaw exporting, importing, and selling slaves in 1842, and he made slavery illegal in 1846. In 1848, France outlawed slavery in Algeria. Slavery was not abolished in Mauritania until 1981. Since the beginning of the Libyan Civil War of 2011, that saw the overthrow.
Abolished 1980 something. Well, we all know it's still happening in Mauritania. So I don't know about that. Yeah, maybe officially, but yeah.
But where these men are just reaching there as well. As I said, like these new men are just reaching these places in these 1840 somethings and 1900s. Do you get what I'm saying? They're like, a lot of them coming from, as I said, France and all of these places and settling in North Africa, and now they're a lot of the population. Because once you're the boss or once you're the ruler, you're gonna invite your people, it seems. Yeah. So that's why now the Tuareg are in the south, in the Sahara, and everybody else is living in the major cities who's European looking. You know what I mean? So here's what it is.
Slavery was not abolished in Mauritania until 1981. Since the beginning of the Libyan Civil War of 2011, that saw the overthrow of Muammar Gaddafi's regime by NATO-backed anti-Gaddafi forces.
They look so African, man. It's unbelievable.
They did me dirty. They did me dirty. His own
he
people.
did people dirty. He did people dirty. So like, they don't call him the Mad Mullah for no reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He killed thousands. So.
It was like, I feel sometimes I think that he was bipolar. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's a crazy man. He's a madman. Madman. Mad Mullah. You don't get that title for just looking Arab. You know what I mean? Remember, this is a pan-Arab, pan-African. When a
Yeah,
Kale and them
exactly.
lots, when a Kale and them lots people still, you know what I mean? And
Yeah, they
MA,
love
where's
them.
MA, man? Where's MA hiding? Yeah, this is your guy, man. You know what I mean? Did you know he was pan-African and pan-Arab? What the hell is that? But let's move forward.
Libya has been plagued by instability, and migrants with little cash and no papers have become vulnerable. Libya is a major exit point for African migrants heading to Europe. The International Organization for Migration, or IOM, published a report in April 2017 showing that many of the migrants from West Africa heading to Europe are sold as slaves after being detained by people smugglers or militia groups. African countries south of Libya were targeted for slave trading and transferred to Libyan slave markets instead. According to the victims, the price is higher for migrants with skills like painting and tiling. Slaves are often ransomed to their families, and in the meantime, until the ransom is paid, they can be tortured, forced to work, sometimes to death, and eventually executed or left to starve if they can't pay for too long. Women are often raped and used as sex slaves and sold to brothels and private Libyan clients.
Wow.
Many child migrants also suffer from abuse and child rape in Libya. After receiving unverified CNN video of a November 2017 slave auction in Libya, a human trafficker told Al Jazeera that hundreds of migrants are bought and sold across the country every week. There were other confirmed reports of slavery in Libya by Arabs in the 21st century. A Libyan group known as the Asma Boys have antagonized migrants from other parts of Africa from at least as early as 2000, destroying their property. Nigerian migrants in January 2018 gave accounts of abuses in detention centers, including being leased or sold as slaves. Videos of Sudanese migrants being burnt and whipped for ransom were released later on by their families on social media. In June 2018, the United Nations applied sanctions against 4 Libyans, including a Coast Guard commander and 2 Eritreans, for their criminal leadership of slave trade networks.
What? What was that?
I know about this, I know about this. Yeah, it's mad.
To
It was,
irritate
yeah. Yes. Yeah. I know. Imagine this. Yeah, a lot of people go through that Libya, to get in the Mediterranean Sea. Yeah, so it's a lot of Eritreans there.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm not surprised that there are some demons doing this. Yeah.
Yeah. Smart. What? Well, what can we do? What can we say?
Yeah.
Everyone just hold this L.
Even as the rest of the world realized the harm slavery did to an entire continent and made a declaration to abolish it, the Arabs protested it, and it took a lot of international trade and revolt by the slaves for them to end it. Most of the African authors have not yet published a book on the Arab-Muslim slave trade out of religious solidarity. There are 500 million Muslims in Africa, and it is better to blame the West than talk about the past crimes of Arab Muslims. Looking back at history, you can tell of the horrors of the Arab slave trade, the millions that died on the journey through the desert, and the torture that waited for them once they reached their destination. What's surprising is that not many people talk about this part of history. It's like a secret that's not shared. But we need to know about it because it still affects people today. Shockingly, the echoes of this cruel past continue to reverberate in modern times. In some Arab countries in Africa, the legacy of slavery persists, with migrants looking for a better life being greeted with bondage and been shipped off to the highest bidder. We all need to work together to change this. We should learn about this hidden past and talk openly about it. By doing that, we can start to make things better. We have to teach others, be aware, and speak up so that no one is treated like a slave anymore. We must remember the people who suffered because of the Arab-Muslim slave trade. They were strong and didn't give up, even in tough times. By understanding this history and promising to end slavery everywhere, we show that we care about fairness, equality, and making the world a kinder place for everyone. As always, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to our channel, and share our videos to let more people know the truth about blacks and to hear their own part of the narratives. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, that's very, very good video.
But that zoo one looks interesting. Someone could take it out for that. Yes. So let's deal with accents one now.
Yeah, 1 second. I need to find it again.
Big up everyone in the place, in the building. You get me? Yeah, all those who went out on March and to fight Tommy. Yeah, big up, bro. You know what I mean? Where's my Uncle T at? And that. You know what I mean? I hope they got home safely and that. You know what I mean? These worthy causes and that. And we got to fight. Fight for Israel, man. Or fight for Palestine or something. Do something. Really. Really, where we're dying all over the planet. It's mad. So, yeah, we know the Arabs ain't Arabing. The J's ain't J'ing. You get me? What's next? Yeah. Oh yeah, the Turks ain't Turking. But the Turks be twerking, be Hungarian, be Slavic, and all that. We done told you these things, man. It's mad. The whole of them is bad mind, man. All of them is bad mind. So yeah, while people are fighting or marching in the street for them, you know what I'm saying? This is their history. So your history sometimes reflects your behavior. And if you're still exerting the type of behavior that you was how many hundreds of years ago, not that many to be honest, but yeah, a couple 100 years ago, yeah, then there's a problem. There's a problem. You need fixing up, man. You need proper fix up, man. Hit the PayPal, hit the super chat. You know what I mean? Show your appreciation, man. You know how we do, man. Yeah. We trying to get around to the same thing. We know what's going on. I don't really want to like pull it out and see what happened today because I know it's just gonna be like politics. Well, maybe tomorrow we'll see. We'll see what's going on. You know what I mean? But these freedom rallies and that. Please, man, they gotta have respect for us, man. As I said, there's plights for many people around the world. Yeah, and their beef has been ongoing for time. You know what I mean? As demonstrated. You know what I mean? We can't keep going on like this and walking around with blinkers and have to be careful to talk about certain people and this is their origin, this is their thing. The reason they don't want it to be their origin is because it refutes their claim. You know what I mean? And under the claim, they can do any atrocities, man. And they have. You know what I mean? I've seen stuff that I shouldn't have seen. You know what I mean? About how they treat people, man. It's crazy. So you can talk about Hamas all you want, but to be honest, it's small potatoes to what they're facing. I mean, it's what they're facing. No one ain't condoning no type of violence, but at the end of the day, people got to defend themselves. If they're constantly getting oppressed by a far superior entity that has backing of most of the world, it just doesn't even make sense. Well, it does because it's like, gotta understand they've like positioned themselves in the holy sites. So then, like, no one's gonna bomb or no one's gonna do anything to the holy sites. So therein that you're never gonna have that. So even anyone who's gonna be on your side is gonna be against you because that's the holy sites, man. That's the holy place, man. Doesn't matter who's there, you ain't bombing it. You ain't, you know what I mean? Because that will force us to get turned against you, even though you're our neighbor. And even though you might be our brother in faith or whatever, it's not that. You know what I mean? Even though these lot have been fighting around it, and like that's why it will always look like the Palestinians are the worst. Because like, yeah, you lot, they're like we're throwing stones. Because if we start shooting rockets over borders and that, yeah, start hitting some holy sites, and people start getting upset. You know what I mean? It's an international thing then, and You know what I mean? You're involving all countries and all people who follow these faiths, you know what I mean, who consider Jerusalem to be their holy site. But in a matter of fact, if it weren't the people who was there originally, they should just allow it, man. Oh, damn. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Just a little history checkup. Yeah.
Civil War.
A desperate cry for help reveals a lost community of Jews in Ethiopia.
Almost immediately, the mission took on the status of myth. Everyone came out looking good. The Jewish state, which stopped at nothing to bring its people home, the Mossad agents who risked their lives to save fellow Jews, and the Ethiopian Jews themselves, who trekked thousands of miles across the desert in the hope of reaching Zion. It's a good story, but it's also incomplete, because this version leaves out the broken promises, the secret agreements, and the tenacity of an ancient community in the face of unimaginable danger. So what really happened to bring Ethiopian Jews to Israel?
Let's go.
No one is entirely sure how Jews ended up in Ethiopia. Some claim they are from the tribe of Dan, who made their way to Africa sometime during the First Temple period. Others say they are the descendants of Egyptian or Yemenite Jews, and some will tell you that they are the children of the Israelites who accompanied the son of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba back to
Boom, 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 boom,
boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. There you go.
Yeah, quite interesting, right? So it's quite it's true though. Some say
we've been saying that though. We've been saying
we've been saying it for time.
Yeah.
We've been saying that for time. And I can also see this King Solomon descendants thingy.
Yes. Remember, the Queen says she's a descendant. This is where she places her lineage as well. But we know Ethiopia is the mother. And they know that too. So, like, to attach yourself to a particular part of the royalty is making your thing official. Do you know what I'm saying? You're in Europe, you're in England or whatever. You come over to Ethiopia, get that endorsement, get that thing. You know the riches of Ethiopia and all of that, the wealth. Now you've got an ally on side. You know what I mean? To fight the Arabs, the pale Arabs away at certain times with the Zanj and all of that. That's the British. British just getting involved. You know what I mean? Like, we'll help, but you're gonna owe us. What do we owe you? It's like doing a deal with Shaitan.
In it. Jump on, Zuderman. Me, your brethren, you know.
Ethiopian Jews, let's go. Trevor Dan and that. Come on.
For you, Zulu. Only for you, Zulu, yeah. See?
From the tribe of Dan, who made their way to Africa sometime during the First Temple period. Others say they are the descendants of Egyptian or Yemenite Jews, and some will tell you that they are the children of the Israelites who accompanied the son of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba back to Ethiopia. No matter their origin, Ethiopian Jews are proud of their heritage, which is why they call themselves the Beta Israel, a house of Israel in the mountains of East Africa, preserving an ancient form of Judaism.
In our consciousness, we have who is a Jew, what is a Jew, and never we stop to see Ethiopian Jews from their perspective, from their language, from their paradigm.
Because of their near total isolation from other Jewish communities, they believed that they were the only Jews in the world. Some didn't even know that the first temple had been destroyed. They continued to observe Shabbat, keep kosher, celebrate Jewish holidays, circumcise their sons. For over 1,000 years, the Beta Israel practiced their faith freely. But when Christianity swept through Ethiopia, the Beta Israel's newly Christian neighbors tried everything to destroy the Jewish community. Massacres, forced conversions, enslavement, isolation. And they gave the community an ugly nickname, one that has followed them to this day: Falasha, stranger, invader. It's an ironic slur for a community that had lived in Ethiopia since before Christianity even existed. And yes, it's a slur, because it was explicitly meant to remind them of their status as an unwanted other. But the Beta Israel fought back. Their history is rich with legends of Jewish power, like the story of the mighty Queen Judith who sacked Christian kingdoms. And though there is no explicit evidence for the legend of a Jewish monarchy in Ethiopia, the historical record is clear on one thing. The Beta Israel were mostly autonomous until they lost a major battle against their Christian neighbors. An eyewitness described the battle as the Beta Israel's Masada, a reference to the mountain fortress where Judean rebels made their doomed last stand against Rome. The Beta Israel warriors chose death over slavery or forced baptism, but those that remained clung to their faith. They prayed to return to Jerusalem and make sacrifices in the Beit HaMikdash. This vision sustained them over the next 3 centuries of persecution. Today, we think of Zionism as a political movement, but the global Jewish community has been yearning for Zion since the first exile. In 1855, a small delegation of Beta Israel put those prayers into action. They trekked through the desert until they reached Jerusalem. Once they arrived, this small group was greeted by a council of Jerusalem's rabbis. It was supposed to be a meeting of equals. Instead, to the Beta Israel's surprise, the meeting ended with a strange declaration. After some discussion, the rabbis pronounced the Beta Israel to be quote-unquote authentic Jews.
It's not meeting between, sorry to say, black and white, or between new immigrant and veteran. It's a meeting between 2 categories, 2 models of Judaism. We don't say that he authentic and he more authentic. We are human beings.
This was the first time, though sadly not the last, that the Beta Israel community was forced to confront the fact that even their fellow Jews might see them as strangers. Despite this odd reception, the rest of the Beta Israel community was determined to reach Jerusalem. But their next journey ended in disaster. Many Jews died en route from starvation and disease. Jerusalem seemed farther away than ever. But then a Frenchman came to visit. See, when the first Ethiopian Jews arrived in Jerusalem, prominent rabbis began calling attention to this unknown community. Who were these Jews, isolated for centuries, practicing Judaism in the East African mountains? So a Jewish organization sent a representative to Ethiopia. At first, the Beta Israel dismissed him, afraid he was a Christian missionary sent to trick them. But they changed their tune when he mentioned Jerusalem. Halevi returned home impressed by the Beta Israel's profound faith. When he asked his organization to send more resources to Ethiopia, they declined. Sure, the rabbis in Jerusalem said the Beta Israel were quote-unquote authentic Jews, but they still saw them as different from other Jews. Now that their curiosity was satisfied, most Jewish organizations moved on. But not everyone shared this apathy. In 1923, one of Halevi's students teamed up with Beta Israel leaders to establish a Jewish school in the Ethiopian capital. Boys and girls alike flocked to the school, eager to soak up as much knowledge as they could. Some even left their villages to study in Europe and Jerusalem. Previous generations had tried and failed to make it home to the Promised Land. Finally, it seemed that the Beta Israel's moment had arrived. For over 20 years, the Beta Israel studied, prayed, and waited for the opportunity to come home. But the Promised Land was busy fighting for its life. The new state of Israel was already surrounded by enemies and buckling under a tidal wave of Jewish refugees.
2 former American vessels.
How did they just skip? How did they just skip forward to the day of
No,
war?
no.
Like there was nothing going on.
No. I'm saying that's what was going on. It's clear what was going on for the Ethiopian Jews, and when the other ones come to that region. Remember, after the Second World War is when they come in large number. They're already there.
Yeah, they were killing the British and the Palestinians at that time with the Haganah, which it's on the ship right there. Haganah ship. That's a terrorist ship coming to dock on your land. Crazy.
Straight from Poland and that.
This is like ISIS. Like if ISIS was written on it.
But these are meant to be refugees from serious
all over Europe, right?
No, from serious atrocity.
No, man.
Right?
I mean,
No,
there's go on.
Wait, from the Holocaust, right?
Oh yeah.
Right. So if they were in Poland and Austria and all of these places that the Russians invaded or the Germans invaded, and Russia, but that's where Hitler lost the war, innit? Because he's fighting in North Africa and all of these places.
He's fighting everywhere. He's 3 different continents.
He's fighting everywhere. You get what I'm saying? And he's bombing everyone.
And he's doing his thing. Mad.
He lost 1 million troops. He lost 1 million troops trying to march on Moscow.
Yeah. And they turned it around. Yeah.
So then what he did, he sent for 1 million conscripts from North Africa.
Yeah.
So the ones in North Africa, the British or whatever, they said they won, innit?
Yeah.
Not realizing man retreated to take some men back and take them to go on the second assault of Moscow, which ended up in failure again. So from then he was at a handicap, and then everything started to crumble after that. So his grip of the world, in a sense, you know what I mean? Because he was basically taking over. He had it strategically planned out, yeah. But the Russia thing and the hate for the Russians, yeah, because he knows that's the home of these people. You know what I mean? The original home. But press play, Axel.
Yeah.
Carrying nearly 4,000 Jewish refugees arrive at the port of Haifa, Palestine. Jammed like cattle on the rusty craft, the fugitives end their bleak voyage, which began at a Black Sea port.
Ben-Gurion knew that the Ethiopian emperor didn't want any Jews leaving the country. So because he wanted to maintain good relations with Ethiopia, he didn't insist that the Beta Israel be allowed to come home. But no one asked the Beta Israel what they wanted. So they took matters into their own hands. Some young, healthy Jews made the grueling trek to Israel. But not everyone could risk the 2,000-mile journey. Anti-Jewish persecution was getting worse. The Beta Israel were caught between two very bad choices.
Yeah, remember when I said the other day to Kelby about the persecution of the Beta Israel in Ethiopia, yeah, that he doesn't want to admit? Yeah. This is a big thing going on, like in Ethiopia. Not now, but it used to.
It was. Yeah.
It was. They didn't want to recognize them at all, so they were like onto them, genociding them, and all sorts, right? It was really mad. It was really mad. I'm just So this is where I get it from too.
Yeah. I get you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Stay put and suffer, or walk to Israel, risking death with every step. Beta Israel leaders begged the emperor to do something about the constant persecution. He didn't. So they turned to any Jewish organization that would listen.
You see that? Haile Selassie didn't give a damn. You see?
Right. Yeah. Because he's a Christian.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a Christian. Coptic, whatever thing. Yeah, he's a Christian. So, but he shouldn't even be like that, to be honest. But
he's the ruler of the whole place.
And they're in the fold, as it would be said. They were in the fold, definitely. So I don't know. That is just politics again.
And some did, sort of. Jewish institutions sent money and doctors. They established schools and agricultural settlements. But Ethiopian Jewish leaders had had enough of these half measures. They wanted one thing and one thing only: to return to Zion. But Zion didn't want them.
How can Zion not
Some
want
in the Knesset believed that these poor immigrants would be a drain.
What was it, Michael?
How can Zion not want you? No, it's the people who've migrated to Zion who don't want you. You know what I mean? But at the same time, they have to accept it will rubber stamp their claim. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you get some of the real people there and allowed to come there, it will rubber stamp their claim. So it won't be a state. At some point, it'll end up being a country because you've got indigenous. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, when they say, all right, we know where you came from. Where's the indigenous people there? Look, there's loads of them. Do you get me? Our brothers, our thing, the real Beta Israel, you know what I mean? All of that.
Yeah.
So it's like a ploy, you know what I mean? Because to build up your population. Yeah, your real population, you're going to still have to migrate more, or there has to be a constant migration from Western Europe and all of these type of places. You know what I mean? Or Eastern Europe, should I say? Yeah. So unless you've been doing that, and they've been doing it, but not as much. It's just trickles now. It's not like how they were mass migrating at certain times in history. You know what I mean? Can't afford to be doing that. Like, otherwise, Russia will be empty. But not everybody can leave and go to the promised land and all of this type of stuff. It's a joke.
Yeah.
Your promised land is Khazaria. And then the funny thing is, they said they're picking them up from the Black Sea. The Black Sea, that's where between the Black Sea and Caspian Sea is where they come from. That's where Khazaria is.
Khazarians come, the whole region over there is Khazarian.
Right. You know what I mean? So they didn't even say Poland and thing. They said they just came on a from.
So they're saying like they're coming from that region, yeah, and then entered Eastern Bloc, I would say.
Yes.
Afterwards. Okay, cool.
No, into the Mediterranean kind of, yeah.
Yeah, they entered the Mediterranean, but they were in the Mediterranean or the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea, and then they went into Poland and Belarus.
Right,
and all
right. Yeah. That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Brain on Israel's resources. Others were concerned that the Beta Israel weren't really Jews. In 1973, Israel's Minister of Interior even tried to deport the handful of Ethiopians who had braved the dangerous journey to Israel.
Why you telling me that I'm not Jewish?
Hello?
We can hear you. Oh, sorry. Why are you telling me I'm not Jewish? Yeah, that's what you people always be doing, man. Told you, man, there's real and fake out here. Bum, bum, bum. Not my business. You want reparations too for what, Randy? Huh? You can never get reparations. You have to give reparations. Yours is a giving. Yeah, you've been receiving and taking. Pause. Well, maybe not pause for you, but yeah, for a long while still benefiting. The beneficiary. You know what I mean? Of what your ancestors was doing. Hmm? Yeah, man. You're the beneficiary. You benefited from it. Now you're doing Airbnb. Beneficiaries doing B&B. You know what I mean? It's mad. Yeah, your ancestors doing the Raj thing now. When they was at the Raj level, the India level. And we saw what a mess that was. You know what I mean? 2 famines and all sorts. Like, it's disgusting. I mean, the British Empire. Stop it, Randy. You know what I mean? You know you've got to pay reparations, especially to our Asian brothers out here, bro. Mm. Mm? Especially to our Asian brothers, man. You know, oh, what's that to do? Put it on the phone, like, yeah. Unkaka! So you're like, Unkaka! Yes, that's what I said. Yes. Put them on to boil.
No, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the third generation.
Fuck's sake. One sec, yeah. I need to do something. One sec. Shut away.
Cool. Yeah. Da-da-da-da-da. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, well, the aristocracy is already subservient. Yeah, they're students and studiers of Aristotle. That's why they call it aristocracy. You know what I mean? So again, all naked Greek guys in togas and stuff. Like, allow it, man. Told you, man, all the philosophies before that, you're scratching for history. Yeah, you just got communities of people riding around on horses and doing other stuff, and you know what I mean, like just trying to get themselves together. Told you, man, it takes thousands and thousands of years of history that is not you lot, because you lot wasn't organized. You lot was just like on the Mongolian steppes doing whatever you was doing for the longest time, bro. Wrapping yourselves in bare animal skin, yak skin, all of that. You know what I mean? Blitzing it out all the way to bloody Moscow, all the way to bloody Norway, Sweden, and all of that. That's your business, bro. Our thing's hard. And then, yeah, I can't wait to see the rest of this video, man. It's looking good, man. It's juicy, man. We'll see who the real ones are, man. Other than this fake stuff. Come on, family, hit that PayPal pic. Randy, you're in trouble, man. You know you shouldn't have even have opened your mouth. You should have just kept quiet. And you know what I mean? Big up for the Grenadian thing and all of that. You know what I mean? But right now, yeah, you're just a tourist, mate. Yeah. Again, benefiting. Yeah. Who was there doing fuckery? The British. Who was there on holiday? The British. Randy. Your ancestors. You see what I'm saying? So you do benefit. Like, you don't even see it. You're there opening, oh, what happened here? Who's got a history? And rah, rah, rah. Yeah, French motherfuckers first, then the British. Normal. You know what I mean? Your peeps. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah, and
they are very proud. They know who I am. They know I am Jewish. I know I am. I never can feel inferior about my identity, about my masoret.
It was only when Israel's Sephardic chief rabbi declared the Ethiopian Jews to be fully Jewish that the tides began to turn.
פברואר 1973, בתגובה לשאילתה הלכתית, הרב עובדיה יוסף, אז הרב הראשי הספרדי, פוסק. יהודי אתיופיה הם יהודים, צאצאי שבט דן.
2 years later, the Jewish state officially adopted the position that Ethiopian Jews were indeed Jews and entitled to citizenship. In not a moment too soon, things in Ethiopia were getting dark. Emperor Selassie was deposed in 1974. His replacement banned all minority religions, including Judaism. Ethiopian Israelis watched the situation deteriorate with growing alarm. They insisted that world Jewry and the State of Israel take action. American Jews matched their efforts. So Israel sold weapons to Ethiopia's new leaders, hoping they'd allow the Beta Israel to emigrate. But when news of the arms deal leaked, the Ethiopians backed out, afraid of alienating their Arab allies. The Beta Israel were now stranded in an increasingly hostile country. Boys as young as 12 were taken from their families to serve in the army. Jews were harassed, monitored, and tortured for the information if they tried to leave. Things were bleak, but the Beta Israel had an advocate. Freddie Aklum spent years trying to raise awareness of his community's plight. The Ethiopian government was not a fan, so he fled to Sudan, where he contacted the Mossad.
והוא יצר קשר עם המוסד, ומשם בעצם נשלח איש מוסד לחפש ולפגוש את פרדה.
He had a crazy idea. He'd bring Jews to Sudan, the Mossad would take it from there. Easier said than done.
When the Israelis decided that the Ethiopians were indeed Jews, one of the 12 lost tribes of Israel, they realized that they're going to have to smuggle 20,000 people out of East Africa, a region almost universally hostile to Israel. It was an almost impossible task.
The Beta Israel walked through the African desert for months. The route became a graveyard. Thousands fell to disease, starvation, and horrific violence. Parents buried children. Sisters buried brothers. And then, grieving, orphaned, and exhausted, they kept going. There was nothing left for them in Ethiopia. If they could just make it one more step, one more mile, one more day, they'd reach the promised land at last. They had one more challenge before they could reach Israel. They had to survive the Sudanese refugee camps. But Sudan was Israel's enemy, so the Mossad had to figure out how to smuggle thousands of people out of a hostile country without anyone noticing. They found their solution in an unlikely place, an abandoned resort on the coast of the Red Sea. What happened next is the stuff of Hollywood thrillers. No, literally, there's movies about this. Mossad agents set up a fake diving school on the Sudanese coast. The wealthy tourists who flocked there had no clue that their friendly European instructors were smuggling thousands of Jewish refugees out of the country on rubber boats. The mission wouldn't have gotten off the ground if not for Beta Israel operatives like Freddie Aklum, who volunteered for a highly dangerous job. The refugees couldn't walk from Ethiopia to the Sudanese resort without instantly blowing the Mossad's cover. So they waited in Sudanese refugee camps for fellow Beta Israel to lead them to the diving school under the cover of darkness. At times, it seemed that the only thing keeping the mission going was a heavy dose of Israeli chutzpah.
Serious crime and putting together a case review team.
An Israeli politician blew the Mossad's cover, forcing the team to abandon the resort in the middle of the night.
We will not rest for a while until all our brothers and sisters from Ethiopia will come safely back home.
The Israeli agents that remained in Sudan were smuggled out of boxes labeled U.S. diplomatic mail. The Mossad had to find a place to transport the Beta Israel by air. 8,000 Ethiopian Jews arrived in Israel this way.
After 2,000 years, a dream has come true. They have arrived in the promised land.
But many more Beta Israel remained in Ethiopia, which was now racked by famine. Only the young and strong could make the trek to Sudan. Once in Israel, they became known as orphans of circumstance, separated from their families back in Ethiopia. But they weren't helpless. With the support of the larger Ethiopian Israeli community, they pressured the Israeli government to bring their families home. The Israeli government finally okayed the mission. For 36 hours, Ethiopian Jews, American Jewish activists, and Israeli pilots worked non-stop to airlift more than 14,000 Ethiopian Jews to Israel. Today, the story of the Ethiopian Aliyah is presented as a triumph, proof of the Mossad's cleverness and daring, of the Israeli government's insistence on bringing every Jew home. But this version of the story leaves out the contribution of the Beta Israel themselves. They organized and protested. They reached out to the Mossad and led their fellow Jews through the desert. They sacrificed everything to make it to the Holy Land. So yeah, this is a story of courage, of endurance, of deep faith and love for the Jewish homeland, of struggle and hardship and sacrifice. It's also a story of the struggle for Jewish unity. 3 communities had to work together. The Beta Israel did everything in their power to come home. North American Jews advocated tirelessly on their behalf. Israeli agents risked their lives behind enemy lines for their fellow Jews. In a way, the real story of the Ethiopian Aliyah started thousands of years ago, and it's one that we're still writing today.
Beta Israel members want Israel to give them a visa to immigrate, but some in Gondar have been waiting more than 20 years.
This isn't an easy story to write. Jewish identity is complicated, and Israel isn't a perfect country. The Jewish state is still figuring out how to build a society that embraces all Jews without discrimination, disparity, and racism.
We know what that means. Exactly. We know what that means. Racism. Yeah, we know you're one of them. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why you was caping. It sounded like you was caping, innit? Axel.
Sorry. No, I was talking while I was mute.
He tried to make the end sound nice. Like it was like, yeah, you know what? And if it wasn't for the help of the what? The Jews in America and other places, yeah, but they're not. They're not that. So how does that make sense? As I said, it's just part of their claim, innit? So if they seem to be doing the right thing,
it's very interesting the way they've been treated, like all of that, yeah, exactly, everything. And look now how they've been treating the Jews in Israel, right? You did everything in your power to bring them back to the home, to the promised land, you say, and then sterilize them. Make it make sense.
Terrorize, yeah. That's mad. Demons, huh?
Yeah, it is.
Demonic behavior, man. So, like, as I said, as we said many times, like, we don't say these things lightly. Like, oh yeah, who's the Israelites and who's this and da. Like, listen, we know this African stuff. Like, if you're not African, like, we welcome you to take up our faiths and way of life and all of that. But just know them stories are about us. That history and that bloodline is about us. You know what I mean? We're not faking it. We're not thinking it. You know, that's the hidden parts of world history that they're hiding. You know what I mean? The connection between all these ancient civilizations in Africa. And once we say civilization, it's different than saying marauding or Western hunter-gatherer. These are different concepts. Yeah, one, the latter can build cities and settlements and temples and all of that stuff, and then the other ones, yeah, Just jumping in your grave and that. You know what I mean? Rent. You know what I mean? Straight up. Rent. You jumping on? Big up, Bibi, man. Yeah, man. Bibi's the criminal, man. Telling you, man. These are your peeps, man. Some of them. Yeah. Along the way, you picked up some of these people along the way, you know. Yeah. Do you ever see a black person and just clench your fist, Bibi? Squeeze it, squeeze. Just for no reason. You're like, wow, why would I do that, man? Hey, man, I'm in Belgium, man. We relaxed over here. We don't do that, do we? Yeah. Well, you got Leopold to worry about, mate. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Bips? Yeah? Got King Leopold to deal with your clout, mate. Yeah. And big up Big Ed Mood Best. What was his name? Kata something. What was it? Was
Who?
it Kata something? No, Mood Best. He tried to get man with a stray cat.
Oh yeah. What was that? What was the word?
I can't even remember, man. Kakata. Oh, Akata.
Akata.
Mm.
Yeah. It was Akata.
Mm. Yeah, man. I've ridden on a Akata. That's all I know. Yeah. That's a motorbike, man. You jump. It's like a motorbike cab. You know what I mean? Taxi. Yeah, you jump on the Akata. That's a motorbike taxi, man. And I see people on there just on their phones, you know, got food on their head or whatever they're carrying, or they got the Sunday best going church. You either take the bike or you take the freewheeler, yeah, or you're in your whip, or you're in your car or truck or whatever. So yeah, there's different modes of transport, but yeah, I don't know about no Kata being a slur for Americans. Like, that's mad. That's crazy.
Stop Zillow, you there, bro?
Mm. Especially when the Americans are us as well. It's mad. Yeah, they be carrying Nigerian DNA and that. You get me? We can look at them and say that they are cousins, man. Easy. You seen Born Rich, man. Yeah? We can like cousin Tunde. Yeah. Like cousin Tunde. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Yeah. So just admit it. Yeah, well, you admitted it before that you're Israelite. We know this. You know what I mean? Yeah, but
I
the
mean,
rest, man.
must be something. Yeah. I mean,
Mhm.
better Israeli. Oh, you're from no, because they reside in the mountains, right, in my region, and
Right.
the guy who was defending them, like, there were two people speaking each other. They were actually speaking in Tigrinya.
Right.
So there's the Tigrinya region up there in the mountains.
Way.
Mm.
Way to Israel, yeah. So you're not really from there. That's it.
Huh?
That's it. You're not really from the hills, as you said. You're not really from there originally. Probably from Jerusalem and that. Proper.
Yeah, some say we come from Solomon. Yeah, so who knows? Who knows? And the names they were dropping in the video, the places is all in the mountains, like Gumdo, them places. So yeah.
Come on, man. Big up Kemo, man. You know me? Kemo Ben Israel, you know. That's your cousin, you know.
My brethren, Kemo.
That's our cousin, you know. Our cousin, you know what I mean? Because you Ben, you tribe of Dan, I'm tribe of Judah, man. Or Yehuda or Yoruba. That's it. There you go. Yeah, proper things. And we rolling through, man. We fell off the path, man. You know it go. Yeah, but we can still build. We're master builders, man.
Jump on, family, man. Let the girl eat some. I need to eat. 1 sec.
Yeah. That was cold though. Yeah, I like that video though.
Yeah, it was a nice video, isn't it?
Yeah. That proved the point still. You know what I mean? Everyone want to talk about Israel, and all of that, and you know what I mean, Palestine. We've just proved that both the latter is fake news. These men are fake news. They're not from there. They just came there recently in the last couple 100 years, as I said before. You know what I mean? Man are from Mongolia, all of these type of weird places. You know what I mean? Nowhere, no Israelite ends at all. Yeah. So for the J people, the Khazars, we know where they came from.
Oh my
You get
god.
me? They'll tell you the Caucasus Mountains, and you get me? The book will tell you the Caucasus Mountains. Everything could tell you the Caucasus Mountains for them. Yeah. Caucasians and all of this type of stuff. They know the Asian origin of themselves. All right, man. Here's what it is, man. For these Jebusites running around talking about the what? Jews. It's just Jews is just like saying Hebrews, really. It's just an abbreviated word of the Hebrew. Yeah. Not thing. But they're talking about jewelry. I told you, man. They made jewelry, man. Yeah. They said they learned that in Babylon with Nebuchadnezzar and that when they was taken into captivity. Man, stop your nonsense, man. When you was running around on horseback with King Bulon. Fish him out, blood. Huh? He's a pagan first. All of them, man, there. Yeah. Roman, Greek, whatever. Yeah. Hungarian, Mongolian, you're all blood clot, pussy clot pagans, mate. Yeah. You have to take the black man's religion, the black man's way of life or history, and turn it into religion. It's mad. And you talk about worshipping and idol worshiping that. Yeah, you've idolized black folk. Yeah. Before you hated us, you idolized us. That's the reality. You know what I mean? It's mad. But big y'all up, man. You get me? We understand the hate, man. There's nothing wrong with it, man. Yeah, we understand. If you're the most favored by the creator, by the sun, by everything, by nature, by location, by everything. You know what I mean? By just virtue of being, yeah, you can understand that other people who came after you, yeah, is gonna be pissed at you. They ain't even gonna know why they're pissed at you. It's just like when a black man opens a business, man. Black people don't wanna support. They just get mad. Something in them says, no, let me go the opposite way and go and do whatever I'm doing with some other people. So why? Yeah, it's just a natural hate for your own people sometimes. So. Hmm? No, man. Jew. How can I be a Jew? If you say I'm a Hebrew, yeah, I'm a Hebrew. You know what I mean? Anyone of the Abrahamic is a Hebrew. Should be. You know what I'm saying? Should be. If they're not a Hebrew Ishmaelite or Hebrew Israelite or you know what I'm saying? Like, and then when we go before, you can go to all sorts, man. Like the names for them are in different languages now, so it sounds strange to you. But for us, we done worked it out already. You know what I'm saying? We understand that even some places that was us, the idol worshippers or the idol builders. Yeah, because we still build idols today. Kemet, they still build idols, you know what I mean? Or statues and all of that. That's master building stuff. You don't just get up in the morning and be a bum and a fucking pagan and then start making statues. That takes precision mathematics and all sorts. You know what I mean? It takes an acquired skill. You have to go and learn that somewhere. So it's different looking from the African perspective of places like Kemet. And I'm thinking, yeah, they used to idol worship when it was more a case of reverence. Like if I'm a king, I'm going to build loads of statues to show my greatness. Do you know what I'm saying? To show my glory or whatever. You know what I mean? But that's all it was. It wasn't meant to be worshipped, but it eventually became that. I can't lie to you. Eventually became that because some people had that concept in their head already. They're coming from that before they're taking on the Abrahamic and all of that. They're coming from that. Where they got Christoses and all of this type of stuff. Yeah. Where they got people who died for their people and all of that, and martyrs and all of this type of stuff in their Hellenistic culture. Yeah. And then we go to the Hellenistic culture, based on their Greek or Roman pantheon. That is just a copy of the ancient Kemeton. Zeus is Osiris. It's just it is what it is. You know? It's a mad thing. Big up the family. Yeah, man. So yeah, the fake Israelites, sit down, man. Sit down, man. So yeah, I wonder how that thing went today, man. Must have been a mad thing. Anyone got any links for me? See what happened. Maybe look. Maybe look. Ago, 6 hours ago. What is this? Thousands rally in DC to support Palestine. Cease gunfire in Gaza. Palestinians in London 4 hours ago. Wait. Arnie. People get arrested. Oh, that was the other day. 7 days ago.
What happened today, Maku, in London? Or
Large pro-Palestine protests.
Oh, again, yeah.
Let me
Yeah.
see.
How many people did go out?
A lot, it seems. Let me see what's going on. So I can just quickly. Yo. Yeah, man. So show people. This is what some want to see. Oh boy. That's a lot of people still.
Oh, wow.
What is this? It's a lot anyway. What's that speaker's corner? Or was it the embassy or something? If it's the embassy or whatever, it's not far from speaker's corner.
Oh, okay.
Like the Libyan one is on the other side.
Oh, Jesus. That's a lot.
Still going, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Still going, boy. Right. Are we saying that people are pro-Hamas?
But
Huh?
300,000 moved best.
Huh? Is that what people are saying? Are they pro-Hamas? Because it's kind of looking like that still. You know what I mean? And then that would bring them into the realm of maybe they're not terrorists like that. Maybe they are just a freedom fighting force trying to defend themselves against a unstoppable force that's against them. Look at that. Bury them. Fled to England, innit? You fled. Where's this blimp? Or something? Let's see.
أنا دمي فلسطيني أنا دمي فلسطيني. I just had to sing it.
What are you doing?
Yeah. You haven't seen it, yeah? It's been all over the YouTube thing. That song. My blood is Palestini, they say.
Raw. That London Bridge. Damn, look at that.
Wow.
Hey, listen, if Tommy and them went down there, they wouldn't stand a chance. They wouldn't stand a chance. No, man, I've seen them. Their numbers is big compared to people at Speaker's Corner, but in a real
No, but this
rally
is
or
like
a real gathering, these are different type of numbers. These are like astronomical numbers out here, biblical. You know what I mean? If they had a quarter of that, that would be Tommy and them. I mean, it wouldn't be necessary. It'd just be like, yeah. Why are you here? Let's stand to the side and wave your Union Jacks or something, because like, that is a lot of people still.
yeah, Mubese and Tommy was there, but nothing did happen.
Of course, nothing's gonna happen. What effect is he gonna have? He's not gonna have no effect. I can see in this situation, it's not about you, Tommy. Yeah. Whether you support Israel, you can't support Israel in this rally and be confident. You're gonna be a little twitchy. You know what I mean? You're surrounded by people who support Palestine. It's a lot. You know what I mean? It's a lot. And there possibly will be some Israelis there as well. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there'll always be Israelis there as well.
Obviously,
Contrary to belief that like everybody's agreeing what's going on over there. Nah, they're hippie like us. They're aware like us. The next generation, they see the news, they see you know what I mean? Around the world, the opinion of their country and all of that, or their state. You know what I mean? They don't want that stigma on themselves. They'll protest against their parents. You know what I mean? It happens in every country, like Rome or Italy and all of that. The next generation, they're not religious. You'd expect them to be religious, isn't it? Home of the Vatican and that. Nah, man, them man are gothic. They do Ouija boards, like your mates. Yeah.
Do Ouija board.
Your mates, sorry. New Covent Garden, you know. Wow, that is crazy.
Oh.
That's crazy.
Akuya mood best, man. Big up.
Big up people though. Can you lot hear me though? Can you lot hear me properly?
Big up, mate.
Yeah.
Big up, mate.
Big up the family. Big up
Big up,
Mercury.
man.
Axel, my sister. Big up yourself.
Yeah.
And everyone in the chat and all that.
Body.
Nah, none of that Akata stuff and all that. But you know what? You know why I jumped on though?
Go on.
I swear to God, I have to rate the Jewish community in Stamford Hill today, bro. Imagine, because it's Sabbath or something like that. That's why I spoke to one of them. I got to him like, how come you lot are walking from Stamford Hill to Hyde Park? They said, because it's Sabbath, we're not allowed to use no machines, no cars and all that. So them man walked from Stamford Hill all the way to Hyde Park to protest.
To do what?
What, to
against
protest?
These guys?
Against the Israeli occupation of Palestine and all of that, bro.
Oh, but they were
the Orthodox,
Israelis.
They were Jews.
I get
the
you.
Orthodox ones.
So you're agreeing
Bro,
to what I was saying, that some of them don't agree to
some of them
what's going
100%
on
don't.
in Israel.
No,
even though
they don't.
Their people are from Israel or whatever.
Bro, it's not necessary. All of that bloodshed and all of that, and you man are like, they're not killing no Hamas. Who is dying, bro? It's only kids and women, pregnant women and all of that, bro. Like, it's sad, bro. You get me? It's very sad.
I'm saying, what set of people? As I said, like a lot of these organizations, terrorist supposedly organizations or whatever, or freedom fighting groups, can you hire them as the people? We can't hire them. It's only governments and stuff that can hire them or talk to them or have conversation with them. Taliban.
Bro, but that's the thing, bro. With a touch of, bro, they were calling Taliban a terrorist organization. They're not a terrorist organization no more. Like, come on. They're not. They've got officers in Qatar and all that. You can go and speak to them directly, bro.
Man's in the UN with the flat cap and that.
With them, You've seen it. So it changes every day. Hamas was friend to Israel once upon a time, but now they're a terrorist organization because they said so. This world, bro, is just messed up, bro. Just messed up. Right. And the only thing that we can do and all of that is just people them, like, just donate, donate to these people that are dying and all of that. Try to do something, bro.
Well, we'll try, man. But we're dying out here too.
No, 100%, yeah. Yeah, we are,
got
bro.
our own type of war. And we understand that, or overstand that, they've been fighting a long time.
Yeah,
they've
bro.
been having that situation. It ain't nothing new for them. You know what I mean? It's been going in. You know what I mean? So like anyone who didn't acknowledge that or think that, oh my God, look at this situation. No. Trust me. Back in the day, it was 100 times worse. Yeah. Buildings were just shut up. It wasn't like, what was the point of doing an interview in Gaza back in the day? Like, bros, Beirut and all sorts, like, bro, allow it. Yeah. All we know, those places are synonymous with war. You know what I'm saying? Growing up. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, no matter where you are, you could have been in Somalia, they would have been like, listen, you think we get into tribal beef? You see this beef over here? Yeah.
It's mad.
It was even before your father was born, they were fighting. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, what the hell? You get what I'm saying? So that's how long. Man said 56 years, fam.
Bro, not even forget that. Like for the last 2 years and all of that,
yeah,
there was a group of for the last 2 years and all of that, bro. There was that tribe. What I don't even know the tribe. It's Tikray, the Axum. Help me with that. It's a Tikray tribe, bro. They had 600,000 people dying. You don't see no one marching on the roads for them, bro. 600
in Israel.
In Ethiopia,
No, did you true? You know?
Oh, in Ethiopia.
In Ethiopia, bro, 600,000 people died, bro. In the past 2 years, you don't see not even a single soul on the road crying for them or doing anything for them. Not like no one even knows about it, bro. That's how bad it is.
That's true. That's true.
So,
but we all know, though, with best, like blackface is not important to the white man's world. So
yeah, but the amount of black faces I saw today, Axum, like the amount of black faces I saw today and all of that, the black brothers that were there and all of that, they didn't even care about that. They just cared about the humanity. Bro, it's humanity. They were there. But on the other hand, when 600,000 people died, no one is there, bro. No one is on the road for them. Just this world, I told you, the world is messed up.
Yeah, that's serious. There's a lot of people still. So I don't know where certain men think they're gonna stand out in. You know what I mean, what's that flag? Is it my eyes or something? I don't know what is it?
I don't know. We're pointing.
They're all
right
Palestinian
here.
flags. I see that.
This. Is it
that's
Palestinian.
a Palestinian flag. Yeah, that's a Palestinian flag. Yeah.
Okay. Say that. Busy. There's a lot of them, boy. What's that? Pictures of people who passed away or something?
Maybe.
Wow, people just getting slaughtered and that. Munty. But I remember, what Jupiter said. You know what I mean? It rang in my ears because it's like, it's kind of true what she said. It's like,
what did she say?
Look what they've done now. They're gonna do this to them. They're gonna do that to them. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the obvious though. Yeah, but what she's negating is that man could have set that up. Man could have set that up to look like it was the Hamas or whatever. You know what I mean? To have an excuse to go in and do what they've been doing. You know what I'm saying? Just on a larger scale now. Yeah, you could do it under the guise or unbeknown to the Western world, because media is not allowed in some of these countries like that, foreign media. So no one really knows what's going on. We only get snippets, and it's not good. Never been good.
Yeah, but they are allowed to bomb bare hospitals. Like, nah, I'm done. I'm just and the world is just watching. This is why I don't believe in democracy or the top leaders or none of them demons. Yeah.
Look, but look how many people
You're watching what's happening in the world. You're not doing shit about it. Yeah. Your so-called brethren, Muslimic, like Shifa says, Muslimic people, Muslimic countries. Yeah. What are they doing? Not a damn thing.
Well, it's politics, isn't it? As I said, like no one wants to bomb the Holy Land.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
but at the same time, you just want to let the people die off like that. Egypt is not doing shit because, they don't really like Hamas, so they're closing the borders. Also, like, it's all a fucking I don't know, man.
It's a pantomime. It's a game. It's a game. Cause like,
Yeah,
what do you mean
exactly.
close off borders? And you got an army, yeah, of course. Egypt's got a massive army. You know
Like
what I
one
mean?
of Africa's biggest armies, and they cannot do shit. Are you mad?
Yeah.
Shush your faces, all of you.
It means they don't want to.
Exactly. They don't like. Yeah.
Silence. Silence sometimes is like saying yes. You know what I mean? It's like saying yes. You accept something, not returning a letter or something. You've accepted the responsibility of that. You've received it. You know what I mean? Now the rest is up to you. Nah, this is crazy. What's going on? It's loads of people, you know.
A lot. Yeah, exactly, Cameron. This is what I've been saying about these people. Yeah, this neighboring country to Palestine. I haven't seen them doing nothing. Yeah, okay. The woman from Jordan, she did talk a little bit. The queen, but that's about it.
Queen ain't got no power though.
Yeah, but in Jordan, come on now.
It's the king of Jordan. Yeah, the king of Jordan and the princes that run things over there. You know what I mean? You know what it's like, man. Yeah, they're falling into to different type of people's hands. I keep telling you. You know what I mean? Who's the sultan? Who's the leader? Who's the king? Who's the khalifa? It's all these Euro-looking, Turkish-looking brothers. You know what I mean? With bad intentions. You know what I mean? Well, the one in Morocco is the most outstanding one because he's in control of everything.
The monarch in Morocco. Yeah, the
Yeah,
king.
yeah. He owns everything.
Mm-hmm.
He's the president. He's the prime minister. He's everything. He's just like you're one guy. He's the most has the most businesses, richest man in Africa. Like it's taking the piss because you've got the accumulated wealth of the whole nation in your pocket. Of course, no one can beat you. You know what I mean? There are nations more wealthy than you, but it's spread
And
out.
still, people from his country is fleeing. Like, you know what I mean?
And then
Yeah.
you're shooting people at the border. Shooting at Africans at the border. Like, stop it, man. You know what I mean?
And all the Moroccan kids who displaced in Scandinavia on the street and not even living in homes, living out in the fucking cold ass winterland. Like, nah. Sorry. Morocco? Yeah.
I know about prostitution in those places from a long time ago. Nigerian women from all of Africa, just there in Morocco, just being abused, mate. You know what I mean? Just there on the street, like, whoa. And then the levels of racism that was already exist. Some of my Moroccan friends, it's like, like they have to downplay it because they know. Lower their gaze on that when we start talking about the country.
They know.
Yeah, just lower their gaze, like, yo, I can't lie to you, Mike, man. It's not what you think, man. They're not all like us here. Once you say us here, I know what you're saying. I'm like, okay, I get you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're not like us urban people. How we should say it, but
It's like a defense mechanism.
Mm.
And it's also an indicator to show your origin. Because as I said, these Khazars, these Khazars, these other peoples, they have a history. And if you have a history of violence and taking over people's ends and doing all this type of stuff, even now when you think you've settled, yeah,
Mm.
you still got these things in your blood. You still got this way of bias or thing against a certain people. You know what I mean? You're going
Yeah.
back to your tribal or your cultural ways in that sense. You know what I mean? It's like this is madness. Yeah, and these men are family to each other, so that's what's crazy. They're different in faith. That's it. You know what I mean? And that's a choice, right?
True. It is.
That's
It
a
is. It
choice.
is.
That's the choice. That's the choice. So that's why I said religion can't be the main thing for me personally that I think it is. It's more than that. You know what I mean? Because a lot of them are hiding behind the guise of that to garner more
No,
favor.
obviously, it's not only about the religion. I mean,
It's not. It can't be.
no, no,
It can't be.
no. It's
But
about
I'm gonna
controlling
fight for
that
you.
area. It is a
Yeah.
very like, how should I say this? It's a very strategic place in the world to, you know what? If you control that area, you could actually control the whole world.
Yeah, you
If you
could
have
trade.
a
You could do everything.
trade,
Yeah.
you can do everything exactly. You have the waters, you have the,
Right.
you know what I mean? You have a lot of things.
You're
So.
like the gateway to loads of places. Yeah.
And the same goes for the horn. Yeah, if you control the horn, you control the sea. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? In
Yeah.
the Indian Ocean.
They called it the Ethiopian Sea before, but it's the Indian Ocean now.
Yeah, the Indian Ocean. Then you have the Red Sea, and then the Suez
Yeah.
Canal. And they're trying to build another canal.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean? They're doing bits and bobs, and that's why I said what I said the other day at Jedi's panel, right, or Jedi's show. We need to go in more and discuss more about geopolitical situations in the world, and
Yeah, I hear
then
you.
we will have more understanding about this.
Yeah.
You see? Yeah.
Yeah. But as I said, when you study these things, it's definitely like they're definitely trying to take that information away. But before it was standard to know that they signed this peace treaty early
Yeah.
and separated the two factions and sides, and ever since the Israeli sides have been trying to gain more ground that have been fighting each other for the longest time. But actual claim, nah. Both of them need to stop. You know what I mean? As we've discovered, both of them need to stop that, man. It's not fair. You know what I mean? Because as you've seen, the people who deserve the land, they're still getting violated. How
Yeah.
is that showing that we should feel sorry for one side or the other when both of you are violating the original people? It doesn't even make sense. The people who you say are holders to the land and have the keys and, Ethiopian Jews and that. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
say Africans, man. Why can't you say Africans? Does it hurt that much? Do
Obviously.
you get what I'm saying?
You just played a video earlier about the Arabic slave trade and the Arabs
Yeah.
doing bits and bobs, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, it would always hurt them, like the whole region, if it's like
Yes.
black man's land. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it will never be acknowledged. Never.
I'm saying all of them men are the same man. So if they're the same people from back then, especially the last set Ottomans, you know what I mean, who are really just a mixed batch of different types of Europeans, you know what I mean? And they've been settling there, they've been thing there, and they're still carrying their bias ways, still carrying their slavery type ways, you know what I mean? Because your predecessor or great grandfather was a slave trader, Arab slave trader, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And as we said, Arab is just a colloquial word, man, for someone who travels in the desert. It's not that deep. What tribe are you, though?
That's the most important thing in that region
That's the
still,
most
and
important thing.
in Africa, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what is your tribe? You go by
What's
your
your tribe,
tribe.
man? What's your tribe, bro?
But like there was the other day when we watched the indigenous, African Arabs. Yeah, how I should say it. Yeah, you will never have the land. I mean, if you to be called this is your land in Arab world, you need to be from that land. It's not that easy to claim a land in them regions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
especially
when we saw the paperwork, yeah,
Mhm.
for the old man, yeah, the uncle, that this is his grandfather's land, la 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 la. And I was like, yeah, okay. If you got that, you've been there for time. for
You have
time.
to.
Yeah.
Because, like, that paperwork is a new thing in
Mm.
some parts. In that sense, like, we don't keep records like how we keep records of certain things like birth certificates. We don't do that.
No.
In some
no.
parts, like Sudan
In
and
some
all of
parts,
that, they
no,
don't do that.
we don't do
They
it even. No,
They do it on request.
Mm.
You know what I mean? They do it on request. Like, yeah, I've had people had to go back to thing because they were born in 1950 or something, or 40 something, and yeah, they've had to go and get one drawn up to prove that they're not American or whatever. They're actually Sudanese. You know what I mean? It was like, rah, that sounds deep. But yeah, there's a lot of people's great grandparents who don't have a birth certificate or don't even have a birth date. Don't know how old they are, you know what I mean? Depends on where they are. But yeah, the ability to write for Africans shouldn't surprise anyone.
But the thing is also, Marco, during wartime in Africa, and if you were born during the wartime, that's not the thing you think of. You know what I mean? For my grandparents and stuff, because every time I used to ask my grandma, yeah, when is my mom born, or my aunties and uncles, she didn't know. She didn't know. You know what I mean? So they were just going by the seasons, really.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Or how many New Years?
Exactly.
How many New Years? Yeah, I think I've done about 80 of them. You get me? Maybe somewhere around there. Maybe I'm 17. Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, so my
Grandmother,
parents
yeah.
don't know when they're born. None of them.
Yeah.
So it's a guessing game, but yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Plus minus 5 years or something like that, maybe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, either way. Yeah, I
Yeah.
get you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, my mom, I think she was a year older than what said on her birth certificate. When she came over here, yeah, I mean, she had to go and get that changed as well.
Yeah.
She had to go to Nigeria and get that changed. Like, okay. I mean, she was like, no, I don't want to walk. I don't want to walk anymore. You know what I mean? She was 1 year off her pension. She was like, hold on a minute.
Oh, now I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, so she went and got it done. So then she made the quota. She's like,
Cool.
yeah, man, forget all this. You get what I'm saying? I'm going to Nigeria. Let me go and get my paperwork and then come back.
Paperwork instead, yeah.
But some places in Nigeria are still rural. If you came from a rural place, then it's going to be a little bit more difficult to get the paperwork. There would be no paperwork. Pretty word of mouth. Ask his grandmother. What, his grandmother still alive? Yes. She's there in the house. You go and speak to her. She speaks great English, multiple languages, and that. You know what I mean?
Come on, Granny.
Yeah, but as I said, yeah, even all the women in my family had to do their pilgrim to Jerusalem.
To Jerusalem, yeah.
Yeah, man. My mom's done it several times. You know what I mean, like, yeah, that's homeland for them. So, like, yeah, what can we do?
Yeah.
What can we do?
I would love to go there, but yeah. Yeah, for the archaeological
My dad
reasons.
has done his Hajj. You get me? He's done his Hajj.
Yeah.
So like both of them, they've done their pilgrimage. You know what
They've
I mean?
done what they're supposed to do. Yeah,
They've
yeah.
done what they're
Come on.
supposed to do. That's how they do it. I mean, as I said, Africans are super religious.
Yeah, but they're not like fundamentalist, or you know what I mean? They're like religious in their own way type of thing. It's different. I don't know.
No,
I
it's
don't
to
know
the
how to explain
letter. It's definitely to the letter. You know, like to the letter of what the text or whatever they're dealing with said. It's the spiritual aspect, like they're trying to squeeze out God or something out. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I swear you're right.
People, they're going to trances. They do all sorts of stuff. You know what I mean? To show you that they're committed to the Creator or whatever they believe in. You know what I'm saying?
Trust me.
But I overstand it. I never knock it because I know there's also another side that they talk about. You know what I mean? People changing into animals and people doing magic on people and all of these type of stuff. You got what I'm saying? That's why they're so heavily religious.
Yeah, they're seeing all of that, yeah, and I don't. Yeah, so I can't like say it's fake or you know what I mean. I cannot deny my ancestors or my grandparents or my great grandparents. You know what I mean? Like I don't think they taught chat shit. That's the thing.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's hard when
it's
your
hard. It's hard.
grandparents say it, then your parents say it, then your uncles and aunties say it to verify. It's
Exactly.
like a couple generations. You're like, wow. So the guy really jumped into a tree and changed into a cat. Yes.
Yes, it is.
All
Yes.
right, cool, no problem.
Yeah, yeah.
Who am I? Who am I to argue with you and tell you you're lying or something? Never.
Never that. Never, never, never. And the conviction is so strong. No.
It's like my stepdad. He's as I said, he's a Sunni, right?
Yeah.
But because he was a prince and he was destined to be king of his region. When it came to doing the ceremony, he said it went against his Islamic faith.
So he didn't do it, yeah?
They didn't do it. So I call him the runaway king. He just ducked out, went to another part of Nigeria. Yeah, well, they're still calling him king. You know what I mean? But he's far away from the
yeah, because it's going against it's like a jujitsu stuff or something like that. Yeah.
Stuff that it's gonna go against the man thing. Even if I'm sure it's the same in Ethiopia. Like to become king, it depends. It might go against his Islamic or Christian faith or Coptic faith, or it might be part of the Coptic. You know, like the deep part of it that we don't know about. You know what I mean? That's in those temples in the hills.
In the hills,
right. It says yes, we have to circumcise you if you're not circumcised. Chineke God. Or we're gonna have to cut a chicken's neck and you're gonna have to drink the blood. Excuse-moi. You know what I'm saying?
No. It will be like demon, go away. I'll rebuke you immediately, you know.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine man's a Muslim and he's like, no. This is shirk.
Yeah.
Definitely shirk. You know what I'm saying? No.
Yeah.
So if I do this though, I'll be a king. It's like, yeah, man, it's your turn. Come on, let's do this. Man's like,
but this is like really like testing your faith though. Like if you go through it or not. Like, yeah.
Right. So to know that the thing is kind of ritualistic anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like there's rituals, there's other side, but that's not the bad stuff.
I mean, every culture has their own thing, and from Nigeria
that's the
to
ritual stuff. Yeah, that's the
ritual stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but the bad stuff like the judge and the thing is different.
Yeah, that's totally different. You're
different.
going against God. You're not going against God. Then you're doomed. Like,
nah, their thing is like they got different gods and all of that. So different. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, we're ready for you. We'll pay on whatever god and and make a statue and do real stuff. You know what I mean? Scare the living daylights out of you. Yeah. But when we make statues or make carvings and all of that, which it seems that we've been doing from the longest time. Yeah. We always make them of people who, you know, or representations of the tribes or whatever to get it. That's it.
Yeah.
We didn't represent God or anything in the personification of any person. You know what I mean? And that is throughout Africa. You get what I'm saying? Throughout Africa. Like, yeah.
I am so little I don't know so much about this, you know, when it comes to what you just said. Yeah. I just know that my people used to believe in or some people still do, like they pray to the moon, sun, and nature. Yeah.
Right. So is that it's different than personifying it as a
exactly. It's different. They're totally different. Yeah. So that
you get what I'm saying? Like those. No, think about it. Those are symbols or things that the creator made.
Yeah.
So like you could look at the sun and say, yeah, the sun gives us life to sustain us. Yeah. But the sun didn't create us. something created the sun behind the sun.
Exactly, behind it, yeah.
Created the sun. You get what I'm saying? And that's how they understood it. Where other people took that and just took it as, yes, it's true. The sun gives us life, so then the sun is God. You can see how there's a change.
There's a big difference. There's a big difference. They change
Right,
it like
in the philosophies and the understanding of it. That's why you got to be a studier of nature rather than a worshipper of the elements. That doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? Why would you worship water? All right, we understand that without water, you'll die quicker than anything. You can go without food, but you can't go without water.
Yeah.
So
true.
we know the importance of water, but yeah, it's not a thing that I'm gonna be worshiping the water. You know what I mean? That would be silly. Yeah, like worship every glass of water I drink. Like, yes, thank you, water, God of water. You know, it doesn't make
sounds
sense.
nuts still.
Yeah, it doesn't make. But in the minds of European scholars and anthropologists and archaeologists, that's exactly what was going on. It's their interpretations of what they thought we were doing. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, this is the god Osiris. No, Osiris was a great king. Huh? Nagus.
Probably
You know what I'm
Nagus. Yeah.
Yeah, like no pharaoh business. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, let's use the words that were thing, and then how come the words match from Kemet to Ethiopia to other places? You know what I mean? Nagus or Nasut. Yeah, that was the name. Yeah, and most of them mean king. You're a king, man. The person was a king, so that's the king, the greatest king of that tribe. You know what I mean? Or the one that the people raised to be in authority to get it. He didn't get there by chance. He ain't like special, super special. He's just, the most, responsible, most respectable king that we had of a particular generation. That doesn't mean he's the first man or anything. That just means he's great. You know what I mean? Because his son is going to be the king that everybody is going to want to be like. The boy king, Haru or Horus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So every pharaoh or every, every king after that wanted to be like not Osiris, but Horus. You know what I mean? Or Haru. Yeah. He was the boy king and he was, so excellent and all of that. He was just like, superstar, basically. Michael Jackson when he was young. You know what I mean? He was like that guy. You know what I mean? So his reign was nice. Everything went smooth, and then it moved on to the next one. But in that, they're saying, nah, his reign was so good, and everybody will try and model themselves off that after that, which made sense. When we get down into the dynasties and keep going down now, when we get to like past the 18th or 19th dynasty, different sets of people are coming into the region. Yeah, and now it becomes a worship thing. We've got the Greco-Romans at the top of the
Alexandria, them places. Yeah.
Right. Who settled there from a while ago.
Yeah.
Who definitely are putting out this information because they're seeing the walls and the temples and interpreting their way, writing it down because now they have a language. Yeah, Ethiopians have given them Greek from Coptic, and ancient Greek. Let's get that right.
Yeah, and then the Coptic is there.
Because modern day Greek is not from the same root. You know what I mean?
No, it's Germanic, isn't it? Or something like that.
Yeah. I noticed that modern day, but I knew the difference. There was also ancient Greek and modern Greek. Yeah, because they got different codexes, Codex Britannica and a Codex this one and Codex that one. Any of that codex stuff, I know it's Greek. You know what I mean? So it's guys who interpreted what the language is and where the language came from. So yeah, modern Greek, it could be definitely from Germanic or Indo-Aryan sources. But ancient Greek, nah, that's from the Coptic.
I think it's a mixture from all the countries there. Yeah, like around the Mediterranean. I would I would guess.
Yeah, but they
But they
weren't
had
no
their
countries.
own. But they did have their own, the ancient Greek.
They weren't their countries before Greece on the one side. You remember? Greece is the first civilizations for the Europeans. That's what they say, not what we say. Yeah.
Yeah.
They say Egypt
Yeah,
is the
they
oldest.
say the Greek civilization. Yeah, yeah.
Is the
But
oldest for them. They definitely rate the Greek philosophers, the
oh yeah,
aristocracy,
yeah,
and the
100.
followers of Aristotle. Do you get what I'm saying? It's all Greek.
Yeah.
It's all of that.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And a
Mm.
lot of the stories and some of the information is coming from them. You know what I mean? Atlantis, all of that is coming from them.
All of them, Maku, man. All of
Right.
them. We had to
Yeah.
learn this in school, man. Everything
Mm.
come from the Greeks. All the great
Yeah.
philosophers are from the Greeks.
Homer.
First,
Yeah. This one.
democracy is from
Right.
where? La
Yeah.
la la la.
Yeah.
La.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Mm. So there's no backing out now, especially when
Mm.
a lot of them wrote their memoirs in Alexandria.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Josephus, this one, that one. They're writing their memoirs from Alexandria.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's showing you the connection of that this is Alexandria place where there are Greeks and later on Romans and Greeks and Romans together. You know what I mean? Yeah, these pagans came into Africa, set up a colony on the coast, which is obviously going to be easier for them. If you go
Yep.
inland, you're just going into the Sahara and the Giza Plateau. We're down the Nile in Memphis, Heliopolis, and all the other places that are down the Nile, basically, that are Egypt, right?
Mm.
Real Egypt. So all of this Cairo, remember, Cairo don't exist yet.
Oh yeah, no. They come
Yeah,
later.
Cairo don't exist yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we
So
have like Memphis and the Giza Plateau. Then you have the Saqqara. You know what I
right,
mean? We go.
and it had to be dug up. Remember, I think
Oh
someone was
yeah,
saying that.
a lot of them. Yeah, a lot of things was like under the Nile still, like monuments
Yes.
and stuff.
Oh yeah. The Aswan.
Oh yeah,
Aswan.
and then we have
Aswan
Aswan, of
Dam.
course. Yeah.
Aswan Dam. So the dam caused the Nile to flood and cover some of the monuments, so they moved them.
Yep.
Huge monuments as well. Some of the ones of Ramses and his wife and all of that. That big one where he's sitting down. Yeah, they moved that. And I'm saying like, but now it can look like something else that it's not. If it was put there, it's put there. But the point we're trying to make is that when you're a great king, you've got to show your greatness by what you leave behind, like the monuments you build, the statues. You get what I'm saying? It's not worshipped. Yeah. But it is to be respected and saying, rah, this guy's got temples and things everywhere, man. Big statue of him in the side of a mountain. What the hell, man? This guy must have been
They're
great.
huge statues, you
Right.
know. They're
Right.
like a couple of meters high. Like it's massive. When you see that, you will understand. But because when I was in Memphis, yeah. Also, they got up a huge Ramses II statue from the Nile River that they put it up, and it was like a couple of meters long. You know, Michael. It was huge. Yeah, and then, there's a lot of monuments in the Nile still, and
Yeah, there is.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So as I said, it goes all the way down into Nubia, into
Yeah.
Ethiopia. All of that was Egypt, as we know, and that was Lower Egypt. Yeah, from you lot down is Lower Egypt.
You mean
You know
upper?
what I'm saying? Well, they say upper, but yeah, they mean lower.
Yeah, I know
You know
what
what
you mean.
Because it's,
Yeah.
because as I said, the rivers go down. So how can it be upper if the water goes downstream? So where's
Yeah, the
downstream
water.
from?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just
Right.
that's coming from Uganda all the way up.
Right.
Yeah.
You're gonna join, the two rivers are gonna join at some point, Khartoum or whatever, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna join and then become the one Nile, right?
Mhm.
But before they split, they're still Nile. You understand? One's just the blue, and one's the I think it's the red.
White now.
Or white, yeah, blue and white. Yeah.
Yeah. So the blue Nile is from Ethiopia, and the white one
Right.
is from Uganda,
Right.
and they meet up
On the
in
mountain.
Khartoum, In Sudan, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? To become one. So yeah, you can see that's how we transported. That's our greatest superhighway is the Nile. That's how
Yeah,
we
yeah, yeah, yeah.
transport.
100%, 100%. They were using it for every type of transport, man. Everything,
And you can
up and
go.
down.
They don't even realize you can go across the continent by the rivers that run off it, going the other way. You know, the Great Lakes regions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, down
Past
there. Yeah,
Uganda
yeah,
and all of that. It's all yeah.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Some people telling me they're in Uganda and they're like 2 rivers away from the Nile.
yeah, yeah.
Do you know what I'm
Mad,
saying?
isn't it?
That's how close they are to it. It's like, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Right, that close. And they're like, yeah. So I goes, any rivers, you know, they're gonna be tributary of the main source river or the like Lake Victoria, where Niagara Falls is or whatever. Is Niagara Falls? Yeah.
Think so. Oh my God, sorry, I'm so mesmerized by the people, man. There's a lot of people out there.
I know.
Big up, people, man. Jump on, like, share, and subscribe. Hit the
Nah,
PayPal.
a lot of them tired from walking. Look.
Oof.
Yeah. AV's there, Bad People's there. You know what I mean? Uncle T, all the gang.
So what part of
I mean,
London is this? Like where? Where is this?
I don't
Where?
even know. It look like the city, but I don't know.
In central London, no?
Them buildings are looking derelict.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what bridge that is as well.
I'm just happy that bridge is holding. Boy.
Nah, they can hold more than that, yeah. Whatever bridge it is. That takes hundreds of cars every day, trucks and all sorts. A couple of people walking up and down. No, but if you fall into that water, you're finished. I'll tell you that. Don't
Yeah,
play
it's
with the
nasty,
Thames.
yeah?
And it's got strong current. It'll take you
Oh,
down.
okay. Okay.
It's like one current's going one way, one current's going the other way. You're never gonna get out of that.
Oh my God. Okay. Whoosh.
Once you're lost in there, you're lost in there, man. It's finished. I was like, ugh. No one wants to get caught in the Thames.
Do you think people care so much about the Palestine thing because the exposure from the news all the time on the media?
I feel, you know what it is? I feel that the Israelis are always trying to do good press. And sometimes like
it backfire.
when your feelings and people's protestations towards you have been suppressed, things like this happen. You know what I mean? If you can't say nothing because it's anti-Semitic, if you can't do you know what I'm saying?
Everything is like no, you're not allowed to.
You're not allowed to. Your career's ruined. Your panel, your channel, your whatever. You know what I mean? It's blocked or whatever. You're banned from Twitter, whatever, mate. Yeah. But you just make sure that you ain't working for them, or you ain't on their platform when you're trying to slide diss them or whatever. It's mad. No one else has got that.
No, that's true. No other group has this.
Not even the white man. The white man could be called all sorts of names. You know what I mean? And he's just like, yeah, whatever, mate. I got all the power. Fuck you. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're a cunt. Yeah, you a cunt. You bastard. You a bastard. Black cunt. Go on. Say it again. Yeah. But yeah, I'm saying, yeah, he allows all that. You can diss his God, you can do anything, this, you can diss Jesus, you can do that, the Queen can get this, all of that. They don't care. Yeah. But if you see white folks roll out, no say it's usually serious though. You know what I mean? But this one, I don't know how is this affected a lot of people. Because a lot of people have these people as their friends and neighbors and all of that. And I can say I live in a kind of bordering area. You know what I mean? They're around. They're around. You know what I mean? But and all my life, in a sense, they've always had a part of the area where I come from, especially in Tottenham. Yeah, they're at the top of the top of the road, the junction between us and Stoke Newington, which is called Stamford Hill. They're just there. They're on the whole strip. They got schools. They got everything. They got the little Russian hats, the sideburns, everything. We grew up with that. You know what I mean?
The Orthodox. Okay. Yeah.
They own a lot of the properties, the buildings. You know what I mean? The shops where black people like to congregate and say, "This is our whole road. It's black, Asian, everyone's there." You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
who actually owns the properties? Yeah, you see one of them just walking with his beads or something. Fast, walking fast as well. Collecting. It's just got that collecting face. Right.
Do you think this protest will ever have an effect on the
No.
situation?
No.
No.
Not one iota. Yeah, not one iota. Like, who are you appealing to?
Yeah, I hear you.
Who you appealing to? The British government? What? The Queen? The
They
King?
don't care.
No,
Yeah.
they definitely made their position clear. If Rishi Sunak is saying, yeah, we support Israel, then this is against the government, right? Because the people don't think that, but the government does. And what the government would prefer is if the government thinks that, then the people should think that to get it. But obviously, people are free thinking and thinking, what? You're trying to make me endorse something that, nah. I'm not down for that. So people, pick a side. That's the dangerous part, though. If they've rigged both sides and you pick a side, it's just like, oh, mate, I feel it for you. I hear you. I see your support. What you think is support, that's not how to support. You know what I mean? In ancient days, we didn't do that. In Africa, we
Protest?
didn't do
Nah, man. What protest?
When we started having governments and stuff and democratic societies and that, we started having protests, yeah? But people die at protests. Don't be protesting in an African country, mate. These guys, there's no plastic bullets. There's just bullets.
No, proper bullet. Yeah, that's why people don't protest, though. A lot of people don't try.
And you know what they do? You know what happens in our countries? Students protest.
Yeah, they do.
Students at university protest. Like, kill me then. You're paying my
Yeah,
tuition.
but then they end up in jail and stuff, and then it's just like a madness again. Yeah.
It's crazy. But
Yeah.
you find in a lot of countries, it's the students, it's the university, it's those guys.
Always. Yeah.
Even
it's
if
the
Huey
youngest.
Huey Newton, the Black Panther guy, he was university graduates, man. Neeks, nerds. You know what I mean? Eunices. You know what I'm saying? It's Eunices that changed the world. Obviously, the foot soldiers are the real guys, isn't it? But the brains and the thing is always the educated guy. Not one of them. Khalid Muhammad educated. This one educated. That one educated. You know what I mean? All educated at the top universities and all of that, and who their peers are and all of this type of stuff. Yeah. But they're not the guys who are just like organically like, I was from the streets. I've had this street wisdom. I got it from the uncles, them, the aunties, them. You know what I mean? My thing's organic. And this is what I'm saying. I want a revolutionary. You get what I'm saying? We don't get that. We get the ones who supposedly educated, studied, they know how the system works. They know politics, geopolitics, all of that.
Yeah.
So they're the ones best placed to say, like, listen, this is the plan. We're going to run up in their parliament building, with our big AKs. Let's go. That's what my daughter said to me. If people ain't ready to put on AKs, strap up with AKs and put on their ski mask and hit the street, then what are we doing? What's the point? Like, don't call me. You get me? Don't call me. And that's from the younger generation. That's like, don't call me, man. You're not serious. You're not serious. So all this, I understand it, but it's what is it doing?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking all the time. Yeah, what's the point though? Do you really think that you can change the government? Like, You know what I mean? Or change
I
the
tell you what
minds of
this
the
tells them.
leaders.
I tell you what this
Uh-huh.
tells them, right? It tells them that people have got too much time on their hands, yeah, and they're soon gonna find something for you to do, right? It's just like when people say, "Oh man, the cost of living, cost of living." Okay, yeah, they still squeeze more because they know there's more to give. Well, next thing they'll be doing charity, children in need, blah blah blah, collecting 100 million from the public. How? In a time when we're saying we're broke, we ain't got no money.
Yeah, they're taking all of that from the taxes, man. They're squeezing you with the
Right,
taxes.
but you can
Yeah.
give to charity that they can put on the screen that the thing's just going up. Okay, 28 million, 100 million, 50 million, 60 million. Oh, we're doing well this year, 70 million. What? Small donations, everyone, just tenner, whatever, you know, £10, whatever.
Yeah.
People said they haven't got no money. I don't think you get it. Yeah. But in a time of crisis, in a time of double dip recession, they will just roll out a charity event and bam, for the nation, you know, and collect money. Children in need, boom, another one, collect money. Sit there, put a teddy bear up on there, get a couple famous comedians and all of that running theme during the day. Red Nose Day. Nah, they got these things just to take these extra money out of your pocket. But you have to be the person to be smart and say, you know what? If I put money in this, again, it's showing that I've got money. Then I can't complain when I say I
But
ain't
we
got money.
don't have money. Yeah.
Because if I ain't got money, I ain't got time to be putting money in this thing that you just placed in front of me again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next minute, it's going to be an advert on my YouTube talking about help for the plight in Israel and Palestine. Right? Give £5 a month and and all of it. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Bro, I'm getting text messages from different like organizations. Like, yeah.
Trying to mash up your phone and that. You know what I mean? Nonsense. Yeah, but mine is not trolls and that spamming.
Yeah, please send some 300 kronas. La 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 la. Oh, not great.
Yeah. She's just said 300 kronas. But yeah, man. So yeah, that's what I think about that, man. I just feel that the whole thing is it is staged as well, because you gotta understand the route is always planned out. It's never random, right?
I don't believe anything is random. I understand the frustration people have when they're seeing this devastation and then the situations going on. And the only way they can show the frustration is to go out and protest. I hear that, but I don't think it will impact no leaders, really and truly. If the WHO cannot do nothing, the UN cannot do none, like, you know what I mean? No one can actually do anything about the situation, just praying and hoping and then saying, yeah, we need a two-state solution. I'm like, yeah, well, we have been having this discussion for over 60 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But yeah, this is a lot, man. As I said, they never roll out for any African country. When what was going on in Ethiopia and Eritrea and the water crisis and all of that, that's all swept under the carpet. What's going on in Mali?
Congo.
No, was it Congo?
Niger.
Niger. To get me. But people are pouring out. They never poured out for none of that. Look what they're rolling out for.
Yeah, I know.
It's difficult to take and say, you know what, I can support any side in that. I understand. My sympathy is more with the Palestinians than it is with the Israelis. But at the same time, now both of you, the evidence I've seen, both of you are afflicting my people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just feel that you lot are used to fighting each other anyway. You know what I mean? With the most disgusting tactics. Ooh.
Drink some water. People Saturday, man. Jump on, join us, chat to us. Come on. If you want to change it up, switch it up, jump on, let us know.
Can't hide it under the carpet or something. But yeah, man. I'm not even. Yeah. It's Saturday, man. My girls is here. Yeah, man. Might have an early night tonight, man. It was good still. Good little show.
Yeah. It was a good thing.
Yeah, thank you, Axel, man. Keeping me.
Big up, bro.
Yeah. But yeah, big up you lot. We'll catch you tomorrow, man.
Yeah.
That's a jam packed one as well. Yeah. Let's get it, man. Hadiths and all sorts. We will together.
Way.
Yeah. Is it in Petra? Is the prophet Napatian? The Napatians built Petra, innit?
Yeah, the Nabateans. Yeah, exactly. They go into the Nabateans, yeah?
We'll see what's happening. We'll see. What's happening. Interesting. But all right.
Tomorrow. Yeah, big up the chat family.
Yeah,
Big up.
Peace.
Bye-bye. Peace. Ciao.